to 4 sides per cassette. Side 1, RC 58415, Joust, by Mercedes Lackey. Copyright 2003 by Mercedes R. Lackey. Read by Richard Howenstein. The hot wind out of the desert withered everything in its path, including anyone so foolish as to be out in the sun at midday. It carried reddish dust and sand on its wings, and used both to scour whatever it did not wither. It did not howl, for it had no need to howl and rage for its power to be felt. It only needed to be what it was, relentless, inescapable, implacable, and ceaseless. This was the dry season, the season when the wind called Kamasin was king. It swept out of the sea of sand, bearing with it the furnace heat that drove man and beast into shelter if they were wise, and sucked the moisture and life out of everything. The earth was baked as hard as bricks, as hot beneath a bare foot as the inside of an oven. Add to that the hammer of the sun, which joined with the Kamasin in a conspiracy to dry up all life. Nothing moved during the Kamasin at midday, not even slaves. Except serfs, like Vetch. Altan serfs, the spoils of war, who were less valuable than slaves. Little Vetch hunched his shoulders against the pitiless glare of the sun above him, and licked lips gone dry and cracked in the heat, as dry and cracked as the earth under his feet. The walls of his master's compound offered some protection from the wind, but none from the sun. To his left, the back wall of tan mud brick around Kefti the Fat's workshop and house cast no shade at all on the path upon which he trudged. To his right, lower walls of the same material surrounded his master's tala field. Calling it a field, however, was something of an exaggeration. It could not have held more than 500 tala plants, a single green oasis in the sand and baked earth, all of them heavy with unripe berries. It was here, only a few steps from the village where Kefti had his workshop, for 2 reasons. The first was that tala had to be irrigated during the dry season if it was to bear any amount of fruit at all. The second was that Kefti would never have let anything as valuable as a tala plant grow where he could not put his eye upon it on a regular basis. Vetch was fairly certain that Kefti counted the berries themselves twice daily. Fortunately, the husbandry of the precious tala was not his concern, for Kefti would never have entrusted anything so important to a serf. He was not even allowed to prove the memory, said one proverb. A boy's ears are on his back. He hears better when beaten, ran another. These were Kefti's mottos, and he lived by them. He even beat his apprentices just as much as the law and their parents permitted, though them he dared not starve. But he saved the heaviest punishments for Vetch. Vetch deviated from the center of the path just a little, and shortened his steps so that he was able to come down hard on the off-color spot. Upon Kefti the Fat every misfortune will fall. My sandal to grind his head into the dust, he chanted to himself, just as he had chanted over the finger-long Abshati figure he'd made out of river clay yesterday in the image of his master. My foot to break his back, the thorns of the acacia to pierce his belly, and the food turned to thistle in his mouth. Cursing a master was a thing absolutely forbidden. If he were caught doing so, any beating he'd had before this would seem as nothing. He knew that, but if he could not curse Kefti, there would be nothing in his life worth getting up for in the morning. Not that he had any real faith that his curses would come to pass. Kefti the Fat had too many charms hung about his person and his house for the curses of one small serf boy to fly past them and strike home. But it was something to curse the master, a small blow, if only a symbolic one, something more than merely enduring, and there was always the chance that Vetch would, by sheer dint of repetition, or the chance that he contrived a curse that Kefti didn't have a charm against, get some small crumb of discomfort to plague his master past all the protections. That one small hope was really all that Vetch had, and it was what he lived for. Yesterday, when Kefti had gone to sleep for his afternoon nap without assigning Vetch a task to follow filling the cistern, Vetch had seized the opportunity to run down to the river and dig raw lotus roots to hide under his pallet to eat later. Now, in the dry season, the great mother river had shrunk from a fruitful matron to the slimmest of dancing girls, and a languid one at that. The lotus was easier to reach, the roots now buried in the mud flats rather than waist-deep in the river water, and crocodiles disinclined to pursue potential prey over the mud flats when so many fish were stranded in ever shallower pools left behind by the receding Great Mother River. While the lotus had been in bloom, the glorious blue flowers rising on their waving stems above the surface of the river, Vetch had mentally noted every patch, so he knew where even the smallest and least accessible clumps were. He had to. He was in competition with every other hungry mouth in the village. Perhaps none were as starved as he, but unlike onions and barley, the roots were free for the digging, and all it took was a stick and determination to get them. In digging up the roots, he had come across a generous lump of nearly pure clay, of the sort that Kefti would have been very pleased to see. To Vetch it had been a treasure as fine as the roots he carried home, for any time that Vetch got his hands on clay, he would make an Abshati figure to use to curse Kefti the Fat. He certainly knew most of what there was to know about molding Abshati figures, for he heard the instructions bellowed in the ears of Kefti's apprentices day in, day out. The making of such figures was usually for funerary purposes, not cursing. There was a good living in the making of Abshatis, to represent the deceased or to supply the spirit with servants in the next life. A good half of Kefti's pottery income came from funerary wares, or replacing such items as went into the tomb from the household stores. Vetch probably could have made Abshatis as good as any of those turned out by the apprentices, had Kefti allowed him. But no one would purchase an Abshati made by a serf, an Altan, the enemy, lest it carry some sort of subtle curse against Tians that would render the magic the priests would say over it ineffective. Ordinary mud would not hold the detail he needed to make a good figure, nor would it shatter the way a well-dried statue of clay would. But although his master was a potter, there was no way for Vetch to purloin his clay, for he guarded it as jealously as his tala. Good clay was valuable, and a careful accounting was made of every weighable scrap of it. This time, through some quirk of good fortune, the figure Vetch had modelled was a particularly good one. He had managed to get the limbs all in the right proportions, and Kefti's bulging belly, ugly frown, and perpetually creased brows just right. Perhaps it was crude and the face a bit blobby, but anyone who looked at it would surely recognize who it was meant to be, and trod down hard on a stone, saving the bucket from going over at the last moment. "Night demons take you!" he cursed the clod and stone alike, and thought resentfully that if Kefti were to allow him the clothing that were allotted to a slave, he would have straw sandals, and he would be saved stone bruises, saved the burning heat that came up through his hardened soles. Kefti's paths were like Kefti's heart, hard and uncaring. What could it possibly cost him to permit his one serf a simple pair of sandals? That was the moment when a revelation, and a sickening one, came to him, and he realized that one of his errors in cursing Kefti might have been in the phrasing of the first part of the curse. He had specifically said, "my sandal," to grind his head into the dust. But Vetch wasn't wearing sandals, didn't own sandals, not even the cheapest woven straw kind every slave got, and likely never would own sandals. Granted, that was the way that the magician Vetch had spied on had phrased his curse for his customer, but the customer had worn sandals. Vetch ground his teeth in frustration and jerked at the rope handle of the bucket. Well, he would continue the cursing for the entire 3 days, but how could he have overlooked something so simple? Better he should have cursed the tala fields. But that would be a dangerous thing to do as well as an audacious one, potentially more dangerous than cursing his master. Granted, the mud-brick wall held little shrines to every god that could be invoked, and plenty of talismans for growth and plenty, which should have prevented any harm whatsoever from coming to the fields. But if Kefty even thought that Vetch was cursing the fields, his stick would be out and drumming a beat on Vetch's back for days. Besides, Vetch wanted to hurt Kefty directly, not indirectly. And anyway, as the son of a farmer, someone who loved and served the land, something within Vetch shrank from wishing harm even on a tiny plot of tala plants. Vetch's master was not a farmer. He was a potter and the master of a brickyard. Nevertheless, he made a great deal of money from his little tala field. His workshops were for his daily bread, but his tala brought him luxuries that his neighbors envied. A harvest like this one would bring more than enough to pay for a rock-carved tomb in the Valley of Artisans, a tomb he could not otherwise have afforded, and for which his apprentices were making a veritable army of Abshati servants and pottery funerary wares, fit for a man far above Kefty's station. It also paid for all manner of luxuries, fine linen kilts, many jars of good date wine every day, melons, honey cakes, and roast duck on his table on a regular basis. Kefty even had a melon cooling in his well at this moment, a true luxury in the dry season. Oh, melon. Just the thought of a melon made Vetch's stomach cry out with hunger. He hadn't even tasted a melon rind in an age. Kefty thriftily had his cook pickle the rinds from his melons, in keeping with his parsimonious nature. And that thought led down the well-worn path of food, good bread and beer, melon and dates and pomegranate, honey and fish, all the things that Vetch had not tasted since he became a serf. For that matter, he had not had enough to fill his belly since the last of the great temple festivals at the beginning of the growing season, and that was only because it was the temple of Hamun that provided the bounty. The raw lattice roots Vetch had eaten this morning, in addition to his allotted stale loaf end, had helped with the never-ending hunger, but nothing would ever make it stop altogether. From the moment Vetch had entered Kefty's service, he was always hungry. As the savory aromas from Kefty's kitchen tantalized his nose, he would be making a scanty meal of whatever Kefty allotted him. Breakfast, a palm-sized loaf of yesterday's dark barley bread, he could have eaten half a dozen of the same size, or supper, a tiny bowl of pottage his family wouldn't have fed to a pig, and another little loaf of stale bread. Sometimes the fare was varied by the addition of an onion beginning to go bad. Lunch was whatever he could find in the hour when Kefty slept, a handful of wild lettuce, lattice roots grubbed out of the river bank and eaten raw, wild onions so strong they made the eyes water. Sometimes he found wild duck eggs in season. Sometimes there were berries or palm fruits or dates fallen to the ground. Mostly he got only what Kefty gave him. He hadn't seen cheese or meat or honey cakes since the farm was taken. He dreamed about food all the time, and there was never a moment when of anger he'd felt at having his bucket stolen by yet another Tian, overcome with sheer astonishment at seeing one of the jousters here. He had never seen a jouster so close before, not even an Altan jouster. Where there was a jouster, could his dragon be far away? Vetch looked wildly about, then a snort made him look up to the roof of the pottery drying shed inside Kefty's walls, and there was the great dragon itself, looking down at him with an aloof gaze remarkably like that of one of the pampered cats that swarmed the temple of Pashet. Vetch gaped. The dragon was a thing of multicolored, jeweled beauty, slim and supple, and quite as large as the shed it perched upon. A narrow, golden, large-eyed head, oddly reminiscent of a well-bred horse's, with the same slim muzzle, dished nose, and broad forehead, was surmounted by a bony crest that shaded from deep gold into a pale electrum, as pale and translucent as the finest alabaster. That elegant golden head rose on a long, flexible neck that shaded from emerald to blue. The wings, of blue shading into purple, rising from muscular shoulders twice the bulk of the hindquarters, were spread to catch the sun, the long, whip-like tail which reversed the shading of the neck, going from green into gold, was curled around the cruel golden talons of the forefeet as the dragon lounged comfortably on the flat roof of the shed. The eyes, though, they were what caught you and held you, slit-pupilled in the deep crimson of the finest rubies. Not that Vetch had ever seen the finest rubies, or indeed any rubies, but that was what people said, and certainly the colors sported by this beast were every bit as gorgeous as the magnificent wall paintings in even the poorest Tian temples depicting the jewels worn by gods and kings. Such beauty! It was hard to look at the dragon and remember that he should hate it. The jouster finished his drink and dumped the rest of the bucket of water over his head without even bothering to take off his helmet, and the anger awoke again at the wanton wastage of what had taken Vetch so long to haul. Vetch made an involuntary whimper of suppressed rage in the back of his throat as the man tossed the bucket aside as if it was something of no account to be discarded. Which meant, of course, that if Kefti came out at this moment and saw him without the bucket in his hands. Now anger turned to panic. Vetch scrambled after the bucket just as his master, the last creature he wanted to see at this moment, appeared in the door of his courtyard. Kefti was huge and terrifying. His size alone was intimidating, for he must have weighed twice as much as this jouster. His gut bulged over his dingy, grease-stained linen kilt. His fat hands were quick with a blow, and his doughy face wore a perpetual scowl beneath his striped headdress. He could not have chosen a worse moment to wake up from his nap and come a-prowling, exactly as Vetch had feared. Kefti the Fat was the worst master Vetch had ever had, for though most of them had regarded their serfs as of less importance than a donkey, none had been cruel. Vetch was the only one of his family left with Kefti. The Tian, who had originally taken control of their land along with that of their neighbors, had sold it in turn to another prosperous Tian, who in his turn broke it up into smaller portions and sold them. Each time it was sold, Vetch's family got a new set of masters, but at least they had been allowed to remain together, working the earth still, for the owners had all agreed that it would be in their best interest to farm it communally, using the combined labor of Vetch and his family, which, after all, cost nothing. This went on for several years, until at last came the purchasers that included Kefti. Kefti had specifically bought the house itself, and the family vegetable garden, and Kefti was not inclined to farm the land communally with the others, as every other owner had been. In fact, he was not inclined to farm at all. He wished to enlarge his fortunes by becoming an absentee landlord. This had resulted in the actual dispersal of all of the remaining members of Vetch's family, his 3 sisters, mother, and grandmother. Kefti kept only Vetch. What happened to the rest of them, Vetch had no idea. Kefti had taken him to his own house in this village on the outskirts of Memphis, and had rented out Vetch's home and its tiny garden to yet another Tian. Taken was perhaps too mild a word. Vetch had been dragged away from his family, literally kicking and screaming, as the girdle stripes seemed to fade. The most he had hoped for was that Kefti would be too embarrassed to beat him in front of the jouster, which would give Vetch a chance to explain himself. He had hardly thought the jouster would take his part. Kefti went red-faced and spluttering, but what could he say? Nothing, of course. The jousters were a kind of nobility, and certainly outranked a mere tala farmer, potter, and brickmaker. Nor would he dare do anything further to Vetch while the jouster was there, since the jouster had so forcibly expressed his disapproval. Once he was gone, however, he would certainly extract a double dose of punishment out of Vetch for having looked a fool in front of a jouster, unless the jouster continued to speak with his master. Then perhaps Vetch could slip away, get the bucket, and go back to his task again, while Kefti was talking to the jouster. If Kefti saw that Vetch had run back to his appointed labors at the very first moment possible, he might feel the beating he'd already given Vetch was enough. Vetch kept one eye on them both, and eased one foot down the stair. The dragon snorted again, and the jouster looked up at it, then down at Kefti. From the look of things, he continued in that same mild voice, you've been abusing and neglecting the great king's property. This boy looks half-starved, half-beaten, and treated like a masterless cur. You do remember, don't you, that serfs are the great king's property and not yours? Or is it possible you had forgotten that little detail? Kefty went from red to white, all the blood draining from his skin, until he looked like an enormous, damp, white grub. The jouster turned his gaze from Kefty to Vetch. I need a boy, he said casually, as if it were no great importance to him. And if you're getting any amount of work from one that starved, he must be remarkable. I'll have him. Kefty's jaw dropped. But, he protested, but, as you know, a jouster can requisition any of the great king's property within reason, if it is to serve him and his dragon. The jouster shrugged. One small boy, 3/4 starved, is certainly within reason. You will speak to the king's assessor when he comes to see if the king will permit you to continue holding the land to which the boy was tied. Or, of course, you could see if there is some other member of his family available. But if there is, I suggest that you treat the new acquisition better than this one. The assessor's eye will certainly be on you now. He let go of Kefty's wrist, and Kefty dropped to the ground to lie there like a quivering, misshapen, unbaked loaf. But, Kefty burbled, but... The jouster ignored him. Instead, he looked up at his dragon again, which uncoiled itself and stepped carefully down into the yard. The roof of the drying shed creaked as the dragon removed its weight from the structure. The dragon stretched a wing lazily out to its fullest extent, then pulled it in and yawned. It moved up beside the jouster just as a faithful dog would come to heel, then bent its forequarters so that its shoulders were even with the jouster's chest. The jouster grabbed the back of Vetch's loincloth as if he was a parcel, and heaved him up over the dragon's shoulder. The band of his loincloth cut painfully into his stomach, though Vetch more than half expected it to give way and tear. Vetch landed stomach down on the dragon's neck, but the jouster had not thrown him hard, and his breath was not driven out of him. He'd landed on a sort of carry-pad of stuffed leather in front of the jouster's saddle, and he clung to it like a lizard on a ceiling as the jouster leaped into the saddle itself. Then the dragon tensed himself all over, stretched his wings wide, and with a leap and a tremendous beat of those wings, took to the sky with a frightening lurch. The sudden upward movement pressed Vetch into the carry-pad, and he felt the jouster seize the band of his loincloth again, and for the second time in his life fear replaced every other sensation, the fear that he was falling. But he fought back the fear and clung to the pad. A second wing beat drove them higher, through a storm of dust kicked up by the wind of those wings. Vetch watched Kefty's striped canvas awnings of the woodpile, the kitchen court, and the summer pavilion on the roof go ripping loose and flying off. Below them, Kefty lifted his arms to the sky position. He couldn't open his eyes without staring down, a very, very long way down, at the ground that was now so horribly far beneath them. And he couldn't close his eyes without being horribly aware of every little lurch and lean of the dragon that carried him. His heart was pounding so hard with fear that he thought it might burst through his chest. The wind of the dragon's wing beats drowned out every other sound, and now the pain of those two stripes burned all across the stretched skin of his back, adding to the ache of his fingers, arms, and legs as he clung to the pad. Of the two options, he finally decided that not looking was the lesser of the two evils. So he squeezed his eyes tight anyway and prayed. There wasn't much else he could do. He prayed to Alta and Tia gods both, though the prayers were anything but articulate, and certainly not even close to the proper forms, consisting of all the gods' names jumbled up together with, "Get me down!" But the gods were with him, it seemed. The flight wasn't a long one. Just about the time when Vetch's muscles were starting to cramp and hurt from the strain of holding on, he felt the dragon dropping, and this time the falling sensation didn't end in an upward lurch. He cracked open one eye to see the ground rushing up at them, and squeezed both of them as tightly shut again as he could. If anything, seeing that they were hurtling back toward the ground was worse than seeing it so far below them. His heart seemed to stop as the fall went on, and suddenly he couldn't breathe. Now the great wings thundered all around him, fiercely beating the air, and Vetch redoubled his grip on the pad. He braced for the impact of hitting the ground, but it never came. Only sudden stillness and the snap of wings folding, like canvas or leather snapping in a high wind, and no movement at all. Was it over? Vetch's eyes flew open involuntarily. Face down on the pad as he was, the first thing he saw was the dragon's shoulder, the folded wing, and then the ground, a proper distance away, with a beetle crawling across it that was a real beetle, not an ox reduced to the size of a beetle by distance. The ground. Never had he been so happy to see a stretch of earth. The jouster's hand loosened on Vetch's belt, and without being prompted, Vetch let go of the pad and slid down the dragon's hot, smooth shoulder to the earth. His feet hit the ground together, his legs buckled under him, and he landed on his rump, but he scrambled to his feet quickly, his eyes never leaving his new master, much though he wanted to just lie on the ground and embrace it. The jouster tossed his leg over the saddle and the dragon's neck and jumped lightly down, giving his dragon a hearty slap on the shoulder. The dragon snorted and tossed his head a little. "Now what have you brought back, Aerie?" asked a gruff voice from behind Vetch's back. "This can't be a prisoner of your arm, and I doubt it's a spy either." Vetch didn't turn, though he started a little, and pain arced across his back, marking the path of those stripes. The jouster had claimed him, the jouster was his master, and a serf never turned his back on his master except to be whipped, a lesson that Kefti had driven home with a heavy hand. However, the voice sounded mildly irritated, and the underlying tone conveyed that it was someone in authority. The jouster pulled off his helmet, revealing a handsome, if melancholy face, square-jawed with a great beak of a nose and high cheekbones, brown of eye and black of hair as all Tians. He spoke to whoever was behind Vetch. At least Vetch now knew his master's name, Aerie. "This is my new dragon boy, Haraket. Serf. I claimed him from his master already, so you'll have to send to the palace to handle the accounting. The boy can probably tell you who the fat blob was. Seems a likely child. He was working like a little ant when I saw him, filling a cistern with a bucket too big for him. He wasn't afraid of Kashit anyway, and that's a head start so far as I'm concerned." "Not some street trash," the voice replied dubiously. "He's got fresh stripes." "I'm not blind, Haraket. I was there when he got them, for letting me take his bucket and quench my thirst," Aerie replied, putting the helmet down, then turning to unbuckle the throat strap of the saddle. He sounded a trifle irritated, then unexpectedly the jouster laughed. "No, he's a serf's courtyard, square arches, each surmounted by a sculpted and painted symbol of a god, each one right in the middle of each wall. All were tall enough to allow a dragon to pass through them, and broad enough for three. The man marched straight through the one nearest them, which had a hawk-eye painted in blue, red, and black carved into the top. Vetch followed, and the dragon followed him. The colors were bright enough to dazzle the eye. There was nothing like these painted walls in Kefti's village. The painted images leaped out at Vetch, dazzling him. Even Kefti's apprentices never worked with such wonderful colors. On the other side of the wall were more limestone-faced walls, equally dazzling in their whiteness. They formed a sort of alley or corridor stretching in either direction. The area was also open to the sky. These walls were not as tall as the ones around the courtyard, and dragon heads peeked over the tops at intervals, peering at them with some unreadable emotion. They weren't all the green and gold of Kashet. There were blue ones in all shades from dark to light, red ones, a purple color, and a pale gold and silver. The colors were dazzling, gorgeous, and they filled his eyes the way that a fine meal filled the appetite. Already, Vetch could tell there was a profound difference between these dragons and Kashet. Aerie's dragon had some friendly interest in his eyes when he looked at Vetch. These dragons had the eyes of a feral cat, wary and wild. He expected noise out of them, based on the way the oxen and donkeys of his father's farm behaved when a stranger came into their yard. To his surprise, there was very little. The dragons hissed and snorted, but there was no bellowing, no growling. Perhaps they didn't make any louder sound. Perhaps they couldn't. They came to an intersection, and the bald man turned the corner to lead him down another corridor, then another, and just as Vetch thought he was totally lost, turned a final corner that brought them inside another courtyard. He stumbled forward on momentum and blundered into a huge pit that formed the center of the courtyard, a pit that was knee-deep in soft, hot sand. He floundered in the stuff helplessly, and the man reached out a long arm and hauled him back onto the hard verge. Again, the whip cuts on his back reminded him they were there. "Stay on the walkway around the edge, boy," the man said, but not unkindly. "That sand will burn you else, until you're used to it. You'll need to toughen your skin to it." He'd already found that out. The sand radiated heat upward, as hot as the sun overhead, hotter than the Khamseen. His legs stung a little, though he wouldn't have called it a burn exactly. His feet were too calloused to feel much, even heat, from so brief an encounter. "Put the saddle over there," Haraket continued, pointing to a wooden rack mounted on the wall nearest Vetch. "Untangle the straps and drape them over the rack to dry. Dragons don't sweat, but Jousters do. Kashet doesn't need to be chained the way the others do, so you leave him free." The dragon, ignoring both of them, plunged past them into the center of the room to wallow into the hot sand. Vetch heaved the saddle up onto the rack as he'd been told to do. Under Haraket's watchful eye, he arranged the saddle straps over the bars of the rack, untangling them as he did so. Something told him that the straps shouldn't touch the ground, so he took care that they did not do so. The Khamseen did not venture down here for a wonder, though he could hear it whining above the walls. Not that it was cooler here, not with those hot sands contributing to the fire of the sun overhead. When he turned to face his instructor, he thought that the man was not displeased. He looked up into Haraket's face and waited for more instruction. It was not long in coming. "The first thing you need to get into your mind is this. Kashet and his jouster will be your sole concern from morning to night," Haraket told him, crossing his muscular arms over his chest and looking down at him, examining, weighing, assessing. "A dragon boy not only tends to his dragon, he tends to the jouster that rides him. No one can give you orders but your jouster and me, unless Aerie or I tell you otherwise." Vetch bobbed his head. "Yes, Overseer," he replied. Haraket grunted. "Here is the next thing. Your jouster can probably find plenty of other servants if he needs them, but you are the only one who is to tend to his dragon. If you have to choose between tending the dragon or the jouster, there is no choice for you. Tend the dragon." Vetch blinked, but again nodded obediently. "Now, the first thing you must do this very moment is to feed Kashet so that he knows we're butchers, a dozen of them, naked to the waist, smeared in drying blood, dismembering the corpses and throwing the pieces into bins or barrows beside them." He was no stranger to the slaughter of farm stock, but never on a scale like this, and never anything bigger than a goat. There were carcasses of enormous cattle, goats, sheep, stacked up as casually as mud bricks, being hacked up by the butchers into hand-sized and head-sized chunks, and the sight made him feel sick and dizzy. And for a moment all he could think of was the last sight of his father, covered with his own blood, and the anger surged, but the fear and sickness that followed buried it, and he had to clutch the wall and put his burning back up against it to keep from fainting. But curiously, as the shock wore off, he saw there was no blood, or very little. "This is all fresh from the temple sacrifices," Haraket was saying, quite as if he had not noticed Vetch's reaction, as the nearest of the butchers tossed chunks of meat, bone in, skin on, into a barrel parked next to his chopping block. "It's a nice piece of economy when you think about it. Every day, hundreds of animals are sacrificed to the gods or cut up for divination ceremonies, but there's no use for the bodies when the blood and spirit have drained away." As Haraket spoke, Vetch began to get control of himself again. It was only meat. No animals were being killed here. It was only meat. Of course, the Tians believed that the gods required only the blood and the mana of the creatures sacrificed on the altars. There were so many gods, and so many people who needed their favor. He had never actually been to the avenue of temples in Memphis, but he had heard that there were 100 gods or more, and almost as many temples, and all of them got sacrifices daily. Not just the bread and beer and honey, the flowers and the occasional fowl of the little temple of Hamun, Ceres and Iris in the village, but live beasts and entire herds of them. "There aren't enough priests in the world to consume all that flesh," Haraket continued, "even if they were as fat as houses. So it comes to us, who can certainly use it. That's why they built the Jousters' compound on the Temple Road. So, he's filled that barrow. Now you take it." The barrow was heavy and hard to push, but Vetch was accustomed to be ordered to do things that were difficult. Haraket watched critically as he grabbed the handles and started shoving, then took the lead. Vetch kept the barrow rolling, following Haraket back to Kashet's pen at a much slower pace than they had taken to get to the butcher's place. Haraket kept his stride short, although he did not bother to look at Vetch more. Joust by Mercedes Lackey. Continuing on page 36. When the barrow was empty, Kashet heaved an enormous sigh and returned to the hot sands. This time he dug himself a depression in the middle of it and stretched his entire length within it. Within moments, he was, to Vetch's astonishment, deeply asleep. "He'll sleep like that until it's time to go out again this afternoon," Haraket said, with a little noise that sounded like a fond chuckle. "You couldn't wake him now if you tried. Aerie was back early from his patrol, so we've just enough time to get you kitted up and clean and fed before I show you the afternoon jobs." He paused and raised an eyebrow. "And I believe we should do something about those stripes of yours, too." Vetch almost gaped at him in shock. Never, ever had one of his masters offered to do anything about the marks of a beating. With that, they left Kashet wallowing in the sand, sleeping off his meal in the noontime sun that beat straight down on him, met by the heat radiating up from the sands. Haraket hustled Vetch off again to a room and not an open-air courtyard, though it was not nearly as huge as the butchery. This was a very fine room indeed, with plain, honey-colored limestone walls, narrow openings near the ceiling to bring in air and light while excluding the full cruelty of the sun and the kerosene. It even had a stone floor. The only buildings that Vetch had ever seen that were made of stone like this were temples, and he found himself trying not to gape. Along one side of this room were ranged full terracotta jars of water as tall as Vetch was, with wooden or horn ladles hung on their sides. There were also neatly folded piles of fabric on shelves above the jars, what looked like smaller pottery jars of unguents and possibly soap. And to clinch that this room was for bathing, there was a drain in the center of the floor. Haraket shoved him inside as he stood hesitantly on the threshold. "Strip," he ordered Vetch abruptly. "I hope you know how to wash." He sounded dubious, which woke some smoldering resentment, but Vetch didn't have to be told what to do twice. The last proper bath he'd had was... He cut off the unwanted memory of washing off blood, his father's blood. It was enough that he would have a proper bath now. He pulled off the rope belt and the rags and hesitated with them in one hand. Surely he should wash them. "Fair, boy, you don't think that's worth saving, do you? Harakat barked with distaste. "Throw it there and get on with it." He pointed to a rubbish pile, and not at all loath to rid himself of the rags, Vetch tossed much it brought tears to his eyes for a moment. And the anger returned, anger at these arrogant Tians for making him stand in the presence of plenty that he wasn't to touch. "Well, what are you waiting for, boy?" Harakat said impatiently. "Sit down, eat. You do me no good by fainting from hunger." And he shoved Vetch forward with a hand between his shoulders, making it very clear that this was not some cruel joke. Vetch stumbled toward the table and took a seat on the end of the nearest bench, hardly daring to believe what he'd heard. He looked up at Harakat again, just to be sure. The overseer made an abrupt gesture with one hand. Vetch took that as assent. He managed somehow to react like a civilized and mannerly farm boy and not cram his mouth full with both his hands. It took all of the restraint he had learned at Kefti's hands, though, for the aromas filled his nose, and the nearest platter of loaves filled his sight, and his mouth was watering so much he had to keep swallowing or he'd drool like a hungry dog. He took one of the little loaves, though his hand shook, tore it neatly in half, helped himself to a single piece of cheese, to lettuce and onion and a small jar of beer. He laid all of this on the wooden table in front of him, and only then began eating. The taste of fresh bread nearly made him weep with pleasure. It was still warm from the oven, the crust crisp and not stale, the inside tender and not dry, and it was 3 times the size of his ration under Kefti. Then he dipped the other half of the bread in the rich fat, and took a bite and did weep, for the taste exploded on his tongue, and with it came all the memories of what home on a feast day had been like. He glanced back at Harakat, but the man was gone, which meant his mind reeled with the thought, which meant that he was expected to eat his fill, and no one would stop him. But the memory of a day during the rains when he'd found a discarded basket of water-soaked loaves in the market warned him against gorging. That day had been a disaster. He'd eaten himself sick, and had spent a horrible night, stifling his groans as his belly ached. He'd gotten punished twice, in fact, once with a bellyache, and the next day when his exhaustion made him sluggish, and he'd soon collected a set of stripes from Kefti. He would eat slowly, and yes, eat his fill, or as near as he was allowed, but he would not stuff himself, or he would be very sick, and his new masters would surely be angry at him. So far, no one had been ready to add to his stripes. He would not let his greed give them an opportunity. When he'd finished the first round of bread, he started on the cheese and onions, and about that point, the other dragon boys started coming in. A group of 4 came in together, chattering away. Like him, all were clothed in simple linen kilts and barefoot. Like Harakat, all wore a hawkeye talisman at their throats. They were older, taller, and stronger than Vetch was, though, and well-fed, and moving with the kind of casual freedom that no serf or slave ever displayed. And unlike him, if their hair wasn't cut short, their heads were shaved altogether. That was the mark of an Altan serf, long, unbarbered hair, like some wild barbarian tribesman from the desert, like one of the Bedu, the nomads who had no king, only tribal rulers. Tian, the masters, shaved their heads, or trimmed their hair at chin length. He made himself as small as he could on the bench. They stopped dead at the sight of him, and eyed him with curiosity. "Who's that?" one asked of the largest of the 4. "Kashyap's boy," said the other, with a knowing glance. "I heard Jouster Aerie brought in a new serf over his saddle bow that he'd decided to make into his new dragon boy." "Ha!" the first replied, and looked down his long nose at Vetch, his black eyes narrowing with superior arrogance. "Mind your manners, Kashyap's boy," he said loftily to Vetch. "We're all free here but you, so remember your place." Vetch ducked his head. "Yes, sir," he murmured, and that seemed to satisfy the other, for he crowded onto the bench near his friend and paid no more heed to Vetch. Vetch felt his anger churn inside him again. They were just like Kefti's apprentices, worthless lot that they were. They thought that the worst of them was superior enough that Vetch should offer his head to their feet. None of them, likely, had ever been landowners. Had he not been born free as any of them, and son to a family who had owned their land for generations? But he had not lived the last few seasons in a maze, but now he realized that the dragon pens, at least, were all at the eastern end of the compound, with the great landing court right in the middle of them. Everything else was west of the pens and court, and the area closest to the pens was devoted to the butchery. So long as he kept going east from wherever he started, he'd come into the area where the dragons were housed, so even though the complex was the size of several villages, he couldn't get entirely lost. And the walls were not bare and featureless either. He hadn't paid much attention before because he had been concentrating on Harakat, but now he saw that at every intersection of corridors, on the walls, at the corners, there were engraved images of gods, all different. Nearest to Kashet's pen, where there was an intersection of two corridors, the gods upon the east-running corridor were the fat little dwarf god of good fortune and fertility, Kas, and on the north-running one, the charming little goddess of the dawn, Nashet, with her beautifully plumed wings spread wide against the sand-colored wall. It wasn't lost on him when he realized each corridor was marked by a god, that he could navigate among this maze of corridors by means of these carvings. The dragons were not peering over their walls now. In fact, there was no sign of them at all, and when Harakat beckoned to him to follow into his own dragon's pen, he saw that Kashet was still drowsing in his sand wallow. It will shortly be time for the Jousters to take their second patrols of the day, since there is not at the moment any actual war taking place. Tell that to my people, Vetch thought, the anger that was always with him sullenly flaring. But Harakat was still speaking, ordering him rather. Now, you come saddle Kashet again, Harakat told him, as Vetch stood gingerly on the edge of the sand wallow. Kashet was already easing himself up out of the hot sand, slowly and reluctantly, making little grunting sounds. Go over to the saddle stand and call him. Say, Kashet, stand, and make it sound like you mean it. Vetch took his place beside the wooden rack holding the saddle and harness. He glanced at Harakat, but got no clues from the overseer's expression. Make it sound like you mean it. Well, ordering an ox around or a goat, you had to sound firm. But it had been very, very long since he had been permitted to give orders even to an animal. He wasn't even used to raising his voice. Finally, he tried to imagine how he would feel if he were the master, and it was one of those boys who had sneered at him back at the kitchen who was the serf. He tried to think of himself ordering the boy to fetch something. Kashet, he called, his voice sounding shrill in his own ears. But at least it didn't sound uncertain. Stand! Kashet snorted. The snort sounded amused. But the dragon came readily enough, and stood towering above him, neck craned over, head looking curiously down at him. Again he was struck by the heat of the dragon's body. It was as if he stood beside a clay bread oven during the baking. Kashet looked even taller than he recalled. He couldn't have touched the dragon's shoulder even if he'd stood on tiptoe. Now, how was he going to get the saddle on the beast when Kashet's shoulder was higher than Harakat's head? Harakat watched him, eyes narrowed, waiting. For what? The overseer passed a hand over the top of his shaved head, and Vetch knew that he was waiting for Vetch to do something. Was Harakat waiting for him to deduce how to handle the dragon from the clues he'd been given? It wasn't fair, but it was a test of whether or not he could think for himself. He looked around and couldn't see anything to climb onto in order to get the saddle onto the dragon's back. If he couldn't get the saddle up on Kashet's back, could he get Kashet to come down to him? Kashet, he shouted, hearing his voice squeak a little at the end. Down! And that, it seemed, was the answer. With a grunt, the dragon knelt at the side of the sand pit, just the forequarters, putting his back just low enough for Vetch to reach. He heaved the saddle off the rack, taking care not to tangle the straps. He remembered how it had lain on the dragon's back, just in front of the wings. He thought he remembered how all of the straps buckled. He manhandled the saddle over Kashet's neck, wiped sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand, and took a quick glance at Haraket. The overseer looked satisfied, or at least he wasn't frowning, so that was probably it. But Haraket wasn't going to give him any more clues. He would either manage to carry his orders out on his own, or back to Kefti. But it couldn't be that hard. It couldn't be any more complicated than harnessing a donkey to carry a load, or an Akashet used a second pit cut into the earth and rock to one side of the huge wallow, smaller than the wallow and not nearly as hot, for a privy. Like a cat, perhaps, for the droppings were neatly buried and the smell minimal. Not unpleasant, either. They smelled a bit acrid, but not fetid. The droppings themselves, black, hard as stones and round, were about the size and weight of a melon. "Don't touch those with your bare hands," Haraket warned, as he carried one and shuffled to the barrow. "Something about them burns the skin." He took Haraket's word for it, though he was surprised and couldn't imagine what could do the burning. The droppings were actually cooler than the nesting sand, so it evidently wasn't heat that would burn the skin. Perhaps it was something like natron, only stronger. "This stuff is worth its weight in silver," Haraket said warningly, as Vetch pushed the barrow at his direction. "You account for every dropping to me, and I account for it to the priests. Whatever they use it for, it's important to them. There's a tally board where you'll be taking it." So there was. Vetch unloaded his barrow and put a mark on the board for every dropping before he went back for a second load. There weren't nearly enough droppings piled in the courtyard where he upended his barrow, given all of the dragons that were here. Someone must come and take the stuff away pretty promptly. Vetch didn't ask what dragon dung was good for. If it was priestly business, it was just as well not to know, and that was doubly true when the priests were Tian. They were likely to take an innocent question poorly if it came from someone like him. The sun, which had been directly overhead when he began the task of cleaning out the pen, had travelled westward, and the corridors were now shadowed by the high walls. That certainly made his job a little easier, although the Khamaseen managed to drop down and began to scour its way through the complex, bringing the fire of the desert with it. Still, he was not looking forward to nightfall, for it was as cold at night during the dry season as it was hot during the day. Once the sun god left for his nightly journey through the underworld, he took all of the warmth with him. "I wonder where I'm to sleep," he thought, suddenly, when it occurred to him that the day was more than half spent. He hadn't seen anything that looked like a sleeping pellet since he'd arrived here. He really didn't want to sleep where the rest of the dragon boys slept. He'd lie awake all night waiting for them to do something to him. But he probably wasn't going to get a choice about it either, unless they might have other serfs here, or they might have him sleep with the slaves. That wouldn't be bad. At least they wouldn't have a reason to plague him. When he tipped out the last of the droppings on the pile, Haraket signed to him to leave the barrow over to one side of the room. "Someone else will clean the barrow. Now, you have lessons that go along with tending your dragon. You'll be seeing to Kashet's harness and saddle, so now it's time for you to begin to learn to clean and mend harness," said Haraket, and led him off again into the maze of corridors. At the very edge of the area of the pens, just past the butchery where pens and open courtyards gave way to real buildings with roofs and doors, was his next destination. Now that the noon meal was over, there was more activity here, and along the corridor marked by the sign of Telleth, the wise god of scribes and engravers, it now appeared that the doors there marked a series of workshops. This was where Haraket led Vetch, who was certain now that he could at least find his way back to Kashet's pen from where he was. "Ho, Shobek," Haraket called, pushing open a door to a dim room full of shadows that smelled of leather and leather oil. It was also full of dragon boys, presided over by a dour old man. "Ho, Haraket," replied the old man, a thin and wiry individual with a leather cap fitted over his shaven skull. "The new one?" "The same," Haraket replied, and before Vetch could ask anything, turned on his heel and strode away, leaving Vetch standing just inside the doorway. This time, it appeared, his work was to be accomplished under someone else's supervision besides Haraket. The old man examined Vetch for a moment, The other dragon boys here were ranged in neat rows all down the room, each sitting cross-legged on a brown reed mat, each one with his hands full of some piece of harness or other leather work, head bent in concentration. Clearly this man Shobek had charge over them all, and enforced discipline completely. The other boys might glance up at Vetch, but it was a brief glance, and each one quickly returned his gaze to the work in his hands, lest the overseer of his workshop catch him staring too long. The air was redolent with the pleasant smell of new leather, of leather oil. Their overseer didn't care if they gabbled away. But then they were all freeborn. Freeborn boys obviously had fewer constraints on their behavior, even when working at a task, than serfs. There were limits on how much they could be punished and for what infractions. Freeborn boys could leave an apprenticeship if their parents agreed, so a master had better not beat them more often than their fathers did if he wanted to keep them. The more difficult the job they were apprenticed to, the more freedom they tended to have. So given how difficult the dragons were to work with, the dragon boys probably got away with a great deal. Of Kefti's apprentices, 2 were learning the skilled trade of the potter, the other 4 the far less skilled task of the brickmaker. The pottery apprentices lorded it over the other 4, who got no relief even when Kefti took his daily nap. They had a canopy to work under. Kefti deemed that sufficient for their needs. Vetch wondered, though, whether Dragon Boy counted as being an apprentice or being a real job. Or were there degrees within the task, that you were the equivalent of an apprentice until you became an overseer or even a jouster? There certainly weren't any dragon boys over the age of 15 or 16, not if he was any judge of ages. This lot ignored his presence altogether, which suited him. They spoke of other boys, of their families, of what they planned to do this evening when the dragons slept and their duties were over. It astonished him a little to hear how very much they were allowed to do in their free time, for Kefti's apprentices were permitted to leave the master's home only to go straight back to their own. But the dragons didn't fly by night. Perhaps they couldn't. When the sun god descended and it grew cold, perhaps they slept. That would mean that there wasn't much in the way of duties for a dragon boy after sundown. Certainly all of them had plans to enjoy themselves. Some of them planned to bathe in certain pools in the complex, some to fish by moonlight, and a favored few, older and who actually had real money to spend, intended to visit a wine house outside the complex. Then some of the talk turned to certain dragons and jousters, and the nobles of the king's court who had an interest in them. "The next time Lord Seftu invites Kestiman for a feast, I'm to come along," boasted one, to the apparent envy of his peers. "Lord Seftu?" exclaimed the boy, who should not have adopted the shaved head style, for it made his exceedingly round head look like a grape on a slender stem. "They say he has acrobats and dancers and musicians at all of his feasts, and river horse and bustard and sturgeon and honeyed date stuffed with nuts, and boating on his pleasure lake by moonlight," chimed in another enviously, "and every guest has a serving made of his own." "He's been to every practice," the first boy said smugly, "and he's won a great deal of money on Basir, thanks to what I told him. He told Basir that he wants to reward both of us." "On top of what he's given you already?" exclaimed the round-headed boy. "Shakabis, when we're done, can I touch you? Maybe some of that luck will rub off." Vetch learned massive amounts about the jousters and their lives just by listening. The nobles, it seemed, some of them anyway, found it entertaining to watch the jousting practices. They would wager on the jousters as they practiced the skills that made them what they were, sometimes tipping the dragon boys for information on the health and temper of dragons and their riders. Now Vetch had at least one minor question answered. So that was where boys were getting their money. And, as he stretched his ears shamelessly to listen, he soon found that wasn't the only way they got money to spend. "Lady Hita's getting desperate. She gave me a whole silver piece to carry a message to Aerie this morning," one of the older boys said, with a sly grin to the others. Even Vetch knew what that meant. Ladies didn't ask boys to carry messages to men unless they were in the midst of or wanted to instigate a love affair. It sounded as if this Lady Hita was in the latter position. "And did you?" asked the round-headed boy, with a lift of his lip that suggested that Lady Hita was throwing away good money on a hopeless cause. "I left it in his rooms when I went to clean Abat Nam's," the first boy shrugged. "Who's to say if he even looked at it, or cared if he saw it? She should have learned better by now. She sent me on a fool's errand, that one. But she pays well." Besotted, the second shook his head. "Stupid women. As well court the image of Tarokest in the temple of Kernak as Aerie. Actually, you'd be better off courting the statue. You might get a miracle, and the image might fill with the god and respond to your invitation." That's what Lackey. The Jousters were unique and occupied a niche that was only just short of ennobilization, had many of the material privileges of being noble, yet were utterly dependent on the king for those privileges. It slowly dawned on Vetch that the Jousters were, in their way, no freer than he was. If he was tied to a piece of land, they were tied to the dragons. They could serve only the great king, and all that they had they owed to him. They actually owned very little, for most of what they had was also the great king's. And if they lived in great luxury, well, they paid for that in the risking of their lives every day. As the others nattered on, Vetch gleaned some idea of just what that meant. A lucky shot from below, or a particularly skilled marksman could bring a rider down. When dragons ventured too near the ground, they could be hurt, and when injured, not all the Tala in the world would control them, and usually the first thing to go was the saddle and rider. Riders simply fell from the backs of their dragons all the time, sometimes in combat with the Jousters of Alta, but just as often in simple practice. The dragons did not always cooperate with their riders. Sometimes riders were thrown, and sometimes there were mid-air collisions, in the course of which a jouster could be thrown from his saddle. He gathered that there were nets of some sort intended to catch a downed jouster if he fell in practice, but sometimes the accidents happened when the jousters weren't over the nets. And of course there were the clashes with the jousters of Alta, as each rider attempted to deliberately unseat the other with his lance. "Is Lessoff still trying to find a way to use a bow?" asked the round-headed boy. "No, he gave that up yesterday when he finally got tired of Nemtest snapping at his arrows when he loosed them," the other answered. "Jouster Aerie finally took him aside and warned him that he could choose between Nemtest catching all of his arrows or breaking Nemtest of catching all arrows." "Ouch," the round-headed boy winced. "That would be bad." "Believe it," the boy nodded. "As it is, it takes a lucky shot to hit a jouster. If his dragon stopped snapping at arrows, though," he made a strangling noise, evidently intended to convey, quietly, the desired effect. So that was why they didn't try to use bows themselves, and why they weren't being shot out of the sky on a regular basis. He was learning an awful lot just by sitting here, cleaning leather. Thinking it over, it seemed as if a lance was the only really practical weapon, since a bow was out of the question. A club, well, you couldn't get close enough to use a club. You couldn't throw a spear, not with the dragon's wings flailing away on either side of you. A sling? Well, that took a lot of skill. A sword presented the same problems as a club, which left the lance. In the case of a lance strike in a real joust, a fall in that case was invariably fatal. The dragon, if not captured by another jouster, might or might not return to its pen. Other than Kashet, the dragon's only loyalty lay in that they were fed regularly, and that was not necessarily enough to bring a riderless dragon back to his pen when they were far from home and the mountains so temptingly near. Though in fact one had returned from combat this very day, its dragon boy was not envied. A dragon without a jouster didn't get regular exercise, and it was prone to get irritated or sluggish under such circumstances. If the former, well, it was the boy that the dragon took his ill temper out on, and if the latter, when the dragon did get a new jouster, it would become irritable when forced to exercise and lose the fat that it had gained in the interim. The boys' talk concentrated on the dragon that had returned, and commiseration with its boy, not the rider that had fallen. In fact, they didn't even once mention his name. That was not callousness on their part. In fact, Vetch considered such caution very wise. Too much talk of him might bring his spirit here, instead of it staying properly in his tomb. Night-walking spirits were not known for their gentleness. A hungry ghost might remember old grievances, or feel jealous of the living. There were 100 ways such a ghost could revenge himself on the living. He could bring fever spirits, or the demons of ill luck. He could plague the sleep with nightmares. He could even lead stronger spirits to the sleeping victim, or drive one mad. So the fallen jouster would be remembered, oh my yes, with proper offerings and sacrifices in the jouster's little temple tonight. The temple was consecrated ground, and the priest of Harras knew how to propitiate a spirit and give it a resting place. It would be then mostly about girls outside the compound, and Vetch lost interest. But what he'd heard had been very useful. Now he knew why both Aerie and Kashet were different, why Aerie was so particular about his dragon boy, and why at the same time he was surprisingly considerate to Vetch. So the jouster had been in Vetch's shoes before he'd tamed his dragon, and he hadn't just gotten a fledgling from the hunters, he'd somehow raised one from the egg. Vetch had been allowed to make a single goose into a particular pet when he'd been deemed old enough, a goose that was guaranteed never to go into the pot, or at least not until it had died of an honorable old age or accident. He had been given a hatchling egg, so that the first thing that the baby had seen was him. It hadn't been a case of taming the gosling so much as raising it. And Aerie had done that with a dragon, which must, based on how much food the young gosling ate, and all the care and brooding it required, have been a phenomenal amount of work. Small wonder the king wasn't willing to train dragons for the jousters that way, for not just anyone could train the young hatchlings that way. The gosling hadn't followed any human as its mother, it had only followed Vetch. No, that task would have to be taken on by the jouster who meant to fly that particular dragon, which meant that the jouster could not be fighting at the same time, because bringing in regular meals to keep a baby dragon's belly full would be a full-time job, as well as the clean-up afterward. Not that Vetch particularly wanted to see more jousters in the air, not when they were leading the fight against his people. It made him feel very queasy inside to be reminded of that. Here he was, serving the enemy. Not that he had a choice. Not if he wanted to live, eat, not in particular if he wanted to do more than eke out a miserable existence. He shook his head a little. Too many complicated things, he told himself fiercely, redoubling his efforts on the saddle. And what was the point of thinking about it? For what could he do? He was only a little boy. No matter what he did, no matter what became of him, nothing in the greater world would change. The war would still go on, and Aerie would just find another boy for Kashet. Shobek came over at that moment to inspect what he'd done, and grunted his satisfaction with the work. Vetch noticed then that the other boys were putting their work aside for Shobek to inspect and gather up. Some he nodded over, some he scolded for shoddy workmanship. "You'll only get it to do over again tomorrow," he said crossly, as one of the boys looked sullen. "Haven't you gotten that through your thick skull yet?" "Well?" "Yes, Shobek," the boy replied. "Then if you don't want to keep seeing the same job on the same saddle again, over and over for the rest of your life, do it right tomorrow." He looked around at the rest of the boys, whose attitude had changed, and who all looked eager to be gone from there. "Well, off with you." They were off, like a shot. Vetch didn't know what to do, but he was saved from having to ask by the arrival of Harakek. "You, Kashet's boy! Remember that you are to come here right after pen cleaning after the noon meal," the old man said, as Harakek took possession of him. "Remember, every day." "Yes, sir," he called back over his shoulder, though he wasn't certain the old man heard him, for a new crop of 6 or 8 boys came crowding in to fill the small room. "Now, Harakat said, as he led Vetch down a corridor decorated with royal hawks, the token of the god Haras. "You will learn what it means to serve your jouster as well as your dragon." 4. Very shortly, Vetch had a good idea where he was. They had gone this way earlier in Vetch's whirlwind tour of the compound. This corridor, where the temple of Haras also stood, marked in fact by the images of the god Haras, led to the jousters' private quarters. This place wasn't so difficult to find his way around in after all. The jousters' importance would have been evident even to someone who didn't know what they were just by virtue of the wall decorations on this corridor. Rather than simple carved images at the intersections of other corridors, the walls here were adorned with stunning, brilliantly colored paintings of the god Haras in his falcon-headed human form, in his form of Haras Re, the falcon of the sun. These paintings were huge, covering the entire wall from top to bottom, and Vetch had never seen anything like them for sheer beauty. Of an enigma to Vetch than Harakat and jouster Aerie were. In that he was, thus far, a typical arrogant Tian. Vetch hated him, of course. Vetch also knew better than to show that hatred. Like Kefti, the man would not hesitate to punish the least sign of insubordination, and Harakat would not defend Vetch in such a case, for the welfare of Kashyyyk was not at stake here, and obeying this overseer was. Though Harakat might dislike Tevelithot, Vetch expected that he would certainly feel Tevelithot was justified in punishing the rebellion of an Altan serf. So Vetch kept his eyes down and his hatred to himself. He reminded himself that all he had to do was obey orders, which could not be as onerous as the tasks Kefti routinely set him. When he'd served Kefti, he'd come to regard cleaning as almost a holiday. He would not be slaving in the hot sun at midday, and Tevelithot could only claim his time until Kashyyyk returned. The overseer waved impatiently at him. "All right, boy, come along." Tevelithot might look an indolent sort, but he wasted no time. He turned abruptly and strode off with the fast, jerky pace of a stork in a hurry, and obviously expected Vetch to follow. Vetch did, running to keep up. He had the feeling that there was no way that he could appear to be too subservient. The plan of the jousters' section of this maze was clear once they passed that doorway. It consisted of a series of courtyards, each centered by a pool for bathing or with ornamental fish and latas in it, with the jousters' personal rooms arranged around the courtyards. Each courtyard was linked to the next by a covered hallway that pierced each room-ringed court like a needle, so that the squares of courtyard and rooms lay along the hall like beads on a string. At this hour, evidently, all the quarters were deserted by their tenants, though there were several boys to be seen, busy cleaning rooms. The haughty fellow eventually stopped at one of the quietest of the courtyards. The pool here, although there were blue latas growing at one end, was clearly used both for swimming and as an ornament. The latas were planted in their own section, separated from the swimming portion of the pool by a raised wall just under the surface of the water, and the rest was tiled in white and green. A canvas shade had been stretched from one side of the courtyard to the other at one end, giving some relief from the heat of the sun. The courtyard was paved with stone, and there were small date palms, some bearing fruit, planted in enormous terracotta pots arranged at intervals around the central pool. There seemed to be 4 suites of rooms in this court. The overseer stopped at the entrance to one of those suites and looked down at Vetch as if expecting him to stand there like an idiot, or perhaps waiting for an excuse to use the little whip that was fastened to the beaded belt at his side. That too familiar smouldering in the pit of his belly warned Vetch he must not give the overseer an excuse not only to beat him, but to dismiss him altogether. He was not anxious to lose a place where he was being fed as much as he could eat. He had clean clothing and baths, and there was no Kefti. Especially not over something as ridiculous as not being able to do a little cleaning properly. Kathy had been too miserly to hire many servants or purchase slaves, so Vetch had done just about every task in the household that didn't require special training, including a great deal of cleaning. Vetch took a step or two inside the doorway and let his eyes adjust to the gloom. This was a simple enough set of rooms. That was something of a surprise. Vetch would have expected a great deal more in the way of luxury, but there was nothing elaborate but the wall paintings, really. There were 3 rooms in a row across this side of the courtyard, with a small storage room to the left of the central one in which Vetch now stood, and what was probably the bedroom to the right. Only the outer wall facing the pool was faced with limestone. The rest was sensibly constructed of mud brick, with a layer of thick sand-colored plaster covering the brickwork, leaving a smooth surface for the wall painting. The walls themselves were as thick as Vetch's forearm, with horizontal slit windows up near the ceiling. Every Tian house, other than the simplest mud-brick hut, had those, meant to provide means for a cooling breeze to flow through, though at the moment what was whining through them was the Kamasin. Tevelithak waited, just as hard as every other home Vetch had ever seen. It seemed strange to Vetch that one as exalted in rank as a jouster should live in quarters that were furnished more simply than Kefti's, but at least that made it easier to clean them. He started with the bathing room. It was much like the one where Harakat had ordered him to strip down. Since mud brick would fare poorly around water, it was faced and floored with limestone, with jars of water and dippers, and on a limestone shelf jars of soaps and oils, sponges. There was a bench upon which one could lie to be massaged by an attendant. Another shelf held folded piles of soft linen cloths, and 2 of those were crumpled on the floor. Vetch picked them up and set them outside the door. A jouster also apparently had his choice of scented unguents when he was clean. There was quite a selection of clay and stone unguent jars lined up on another shelf above that massage bench, though, truth to tell, most of them looked unopened. Well, if Aerie chose to live simply, that just made it easier to take care of his things. Vetch got a broom from the storage closet and swept out the bathing room, for with the Kamasin blowing there was sand in everything, and there was no point in doing more than to try to keep it under control. He then used one of the jars of water to wash down the floor for good measure. For a moment he wondered if he should use the water of the pool to refill the jars, but that seemed dubious. He thought he remembered a well nearby, in the passageway, in fact, so that it was handy to 2 of the courtyards, and sheltered from the sand-laden wind. He had recalled correctly, and went through the all-too-familiar ritual of hauling water, only this time it was with a bucket that suited his size, and he only had to refill the bath jars and 2 smaller ones that held drinking water. Then he swept up the bedroom, collecting a discarded kilt and loincloth as he did so, and adding them to the pile of linen towels. The outer room was already tidied, so he swept it before turning his attention to the lamps, refilling their oil reservoirs from one of the jars in the storage room. As his last task, he went insect hunting, looking in every nook and cranny, under every bit of furniture, lifting every jar and chest, looking for the insects that often sought shelter there. Most especially he looked for scorpions, those deadly and silent desert creatures which could hide almost anywhere. He finally found a little one in the bathing room and smashed it with the butt of the broom before washing it down the drain with a cup of water. He was standing in the middle of the now clean outer room with a bundle of Aerie's soiled linen in his hands, wondering what to do with it, when Harakat was like those for horses, but big enough for dragons. Harakat guided Kashet into one of them. There were rings here for chaining the dragon, but of course that was not a precaution that Vetch needed to use with Kashet. "Go get one of those buckets of sand," Harakat said, pointing to a place where buckets, yes, full of sand, were lined up against the wall. End of Side 2. To continue, change side selectors. Continuing on page 78. Vetch did as he was told, while Harakat got a basket heaped with soft clods from a storage shed. Then Harakat showed him how to take a handful of sand and polish the dragon's hide with it. Kashet seemed to love it, leaning into the grit like a dog being scratched. The sand polished off dirt and anything else that had stuck to the scales, and the sand was particularly good at cleaning the hide of the wings. Those peculiar wings, they weren't like the wings of any other creature that Vetch had ever seen. Certainly not like bird wings, nor like bats, nor like insects. They had many peculiar folds and planes, layers of skin and flexible tendons, and thin, flat bones that were almost as flexible as the tendons. But all of those surfaces made for places where itchy things could lodge, so Vetch set to scrubbing with a will. Kashet wasn't scaled everywhere. The wing webbings were made of tough, thin skin. There was skin at the eyes and nostrils and in the joints. All of the skin needed oiling when he was done scrubbing Kashet with the sand. The oil soaked in quickly, leaving the hide softer and more flexible. In fact, it vanished so quickly that not one grain of sand stuck to the hide afterward. His beautiful blue scales were like the curved, shiny, iridescent wing covers of beetles. They shone with a deep and luminous color, so rich it was like nothing in Vetch's experience. And Kashet adored it, loved every bit of attention, and even helped Vetch to get to inaccessible spots by crouching down or contorting himself to bring some area where Vetch could reach it. Vetch burnished in with sand first, then at Harakat's direction, with soft, oil-soaked clods until the dragon gleamed. While he worked, other boys brought in their dragons until all the other dragons were in the buffing pens as well, and the whole place was full. He couldn't help but notice that every other boy brought in his dragon with a heavy collar around its neck and a strong chain attached to the collar. The least tug on the chain would somehow close the collar down around the dragon's throat, cutting off his breath. So that was how a mere boy could control a huge creature like a dragon. Only Kashet is safe to handle without chains when he's around the others, Harakat observed, as another dragon boy brought his charge into the pen, but not as Harakat had, with only a hand on his shoulder. They're like dogs sometimes, snappish and quarrelsome. That's why the walls of the pens are so thick, so they can't reach each other over them. This green bronze dragon wore her chain around her neck like the others, minded sort of way, and nodded to another who left him a hot terracotta bowl of pottage. Then, as he was scooping up pottage in pieces torn from a piece of flatbread, came the surprise. Because the next thing that was left at his table was a plateful of meat. Now, Vetch hadn't had meat in, longer than he could remember, because even a farmer, as his father had been, didn't slaughter his animals very often. In fact, the meat he'd gotten most often had been wild duck, goose, and hare, except on one memorable occasion when someone's ox had broken a leg, and the whole village had a feast before the meat went bad. This was a whole platter of sliced beef, cooked until it was just barely pink and oozing juices. He stared at it dumbfounded. Why, this was the sort of thing that only rich men ate at dinner. But then it dawned on him why they all got meat. All the sacrifices from the temples, of course. And why not? Compared to what the dragons ate, the amount of meat that would be cooked and served at a single meal was trivial. So why shouldn't the Jousters and their staff share in the bounty? Nevertheless, Vetch wasted no time in helping himself, tearing the slices apart with his fingers. He stuffed the first bite into his mouth and closed his eyes in purest pleasure. This wasn't like that long-remembered stewed beef. This was better, incomparably, amazingly better. The salt-sweet meat practically melted on his tongue, bombarding him with a savory complex of flavors that made his toes curl with delight. Well, and of course it was better. You didn't offer the gods your old work-worn ox or a cow aged and tough with bearing calves and producing milk. You brought the gods a fine young bull or heifer, or even a tender calf. You'd be stupid to do otherwise. The best of the best came to the gods, who drank in the blood and the essence, which left all that perfectly wonderful meat for mortal enjoyment. If this was what the dragon boys and other slaves and servants got who were last on the chain, after the priests had taken their pick, then the jousters, then the dragons, what must the priests be feasting on every night? No wonder no one ever sees a skinny priest. But there, it was dangerous serving the gods. Sometimes it was deemed necessary that someone go to serve them in person. Then there would be a sacrifice that would not be passed on to the jousters' compound. At least the Altan gods were that way, and if anything, the Tians were even more bloody-minded. Vetch shuddered and pushed the thought from his mind, concentrating on the savor of every morsel. It was only priests that were sacrificed anyway. Slaves were deemed too lowly to please the gods, and serfs were the enemy, and who would send an important message via one's enemy? The sky darkened, and someone went around the periphery of the court, lighting the rest of the lamps, while someone else pulled back the awning. Others came to sit at his table. Servants within the complex, he thought, not other dragon boys. Some were probably serfs, but there was no way to tell which were and which were not, for slaves as well as serfs went with uncut hair and unshaven scalps. They didn't talk to him, but that could simply be because they were stuffing food into their mouths with evident enjoyment. Then, when he thought he could not possibly be more satisfied, the serving girl plunked down another pottery platter in front of him. Honey cakes, fresh baked, crisp and flaky, with the honey glaze on their tops shining in the torchlight. The sweet aroma rose to his nostrils and tickled his appetite all over again. He fell to with a will, much to the open delight of the serving girl. Finally, feeling as stuffed as a festival goose, he reluctantly got up from the table, the last of the dragon boys to leave, though servants were still coming in to eat. But even then he was in for one final surprise. Just before he left the kitchen courtyard, that same serving girl intercepted him. She was not so much a girl, he noticed now. It was just that she didn't have that worn-out look that serf women and slaves got. He thought she might have been close to the age of his own mother. "Here," she said, pressing a package wrapped in a broad leaf of the kind fish were baked in into his hands. "Take this with you. Little boys get hungry in the night, and you look 3/4 starved anyway. We Altans have to stick together." So she was another Altan serf. He tried to give it back to Jouster Aerie, who had saved him from Kefti, and Haraket, who had been decent to him. But the stars were very bright and very distant, and though he tried to open his mind and heart to the gods for guidance, he heard nothing counseling revenge. He pulled the blanket up to his chin and wriggled his toes sleepily. The pallet beneath him was soft and wonderful, so superior to a pile of reeds that there was no comparison. He yawned. Yes, he would hate the Tians, all of them. Tomorrow. He closed his eyes and drifted into sleep, with Kashet snoring in his ears, and for once he did not dream. 5. Haraket came to rouse him in the morning, as Nofet, the goddess of night, was just pulling in her skirts to make way for Re-Haket, the sun god. He woke at the first sound of a footfall, and all at once. It had been Kefti's habit to wake him with a kick to the ribs, if he were not already scrambling to his feet when his fat master lumbered into the kitchen courtyard. For all that Kefti was lazy, he still rose with the first light, in order to get the most possible work out of his serf and few servants and apprentices in the course of the day. So Vetch slept lightly, and the soft sound of Haraket's step woke him completely. He was not confused as to his whereabouts, though. He knew perfectly well where he was the moment he opened his eyes, and as he unwound himself from his blanket and set his gaze on Haraket's unlovely face, his heart lifted. There would be no beatings today, no empty belly, no burdens too heavy, or work too much for his strength. He was a dragon boy now, and had the sort of life he could not have dreamed of having even this time yesterday. He felt his lips stretching involuntarily, and for a moment did not understand what his face was doing. He was startled an instant later when he saw a slow, slight smile on Haraket's face, to realize that he was smiling and Haraket was smiling back. How long had it been since he had last smiled? He couldn't remember. Feeling extremely odd, he covered his confusion by bending to fold up his blankets and roll up the pallet. The barge of the sun god was not yet above the horizon, but the beams of his light were streaking the sky. The air was cold enough to make Vetch shiver, the Camasine already whining around the tops of the buildings. Soon enough, though, Lord Rayhacket would begin to hammer his power down upon the land, and upon anyone not fortunate enough to be able to remain in shade or indoors. Rayhacket was not the chief god of the Tians, as he was for the Altans, perhaps because, although he gave life to this land, he also brought death in the dry season. Tian's greatest deity was Hamun, the ram-headed lord of storms and the stars, said by them to be the father of all the gods. Among the Altans, Hamun was nothing more than the god of the shepherds. "Up with the sun, lord, are you?" Haraket said, with a lift of one corner of his mouth. "Well, good. Today I want you to try and make your way through your duties without me. You ought to be able to. For one thing, you can follow the others around if you need to find things. For another, the corridors are clearly marked." Vetch nodded, though his stomach fluttered a little with nervousness. He did not really want to follow the others about. He had the feeling that they would make things hard for him if he tried. Maybe they wouldn't be allowed to hurt him, but they could do other things to make his life difficult. "Yes, sir," he replied, and hesitated. There were 100 questions he wanted to ask, 100 reassurances he wanted to beg for. Haraket read all that in his face and shrugged. "Somebody will put you right if you ask. You'll have to learn quickly, but you aren't stupid, boy. You can manage." Vetch didn't much like the sound of that, but it wasn't as if he had any choice in the matter. Well, actually he did. He could make a mess of his duties and be sent back to Kefti. But he was just one serf, after all, a single, unimportant serf. How could he expect an overseer to devote any amount of time to herding him about in his duties? Haraket had already spent an incredible amount of time on him yesterday, and that was probably only because he was making sure he would not have to send Vetch away. If he was to succeed, he would have to be better, smarter, and more diligent than the freeborn boys here. Haraket's face took on an expression Vetch didn't recognize. "Look, boy, I can't lead you around as if you were a palace brat needing a nursemaid. If I do, it'll only make things difficult for you with the other boys. They'll think I'm playing favorites, and then there'll be hell to pay. You're in a bad place same morning, before breakfast." He felt a little dizzy with amazement. Yesterday he had nothing to look forward to but misery. Today, how beautiful art thou, radiant with banners. Cachet ate faster than he had at the 2 previous meals, probably because he was so hungry. He tossed the meat chunks down his throat as fast as he could without choking, and the barrel was already half empty. Watching how much Cachet was eating, Vetch made a decision. He dumped what was left in the barrel on the ledge beside the sand wallow, and went back for another half a load. Haraket was still there, and gave him a surprised look and a raised eyebrow when he saw Vetch again. "Cachet's really hungry," Vetch said diffidently to the overseer. "I thought, should I bring him extra?" "Not just before a fight, but feed him extra when he comes back in, as much as he'll take," Haraket decreed with a thoughtful nod. Then he muttered as if to himself, "He may be putting on a growth spurt. They never actually stop growing, after all." Vetch waited. He had the feeling that Haraket was making up his mind about something. Haraket mused, then did make up his mind. "Wait a moment, boy. No tan." The overseer waved at one of the butchers. "Bring me a basket of hearts for this boy." The butcher nodded and brought over what had been requested, dumping the organs into Vetch's barrel. "Now, you go give those to Cachet," Haraket ordered. "If he's really putting on a growth spurt, that's not impossible, even though he's mature. Even though he's going to be flying shortly, we need to do something about it. So whenever he starts eating like a pig, but he's going to be going straight out, you ask for a basket of hearts. That's dense meat. It'll give him strength without weighing him down. Now, off with you. And Vetch. Vetch was already halfway to the door, but he turned obediently at that. Sir? He asked. Harakat was actually smiling, broadly. It quite transformed his face. Good lad. You're thinking. Keep it up. Ask me first, before you do anything with Kashet. But keep thinking. Yes, sir, he said, feeling a flush of pride warming his cheeks and ears. He all but ran back to the pen, pushing the much lighter barrow before him. Kashet dove on the hearts as if he hadn't just eaten a full barrow-load of meat. Clearly they were a great treat for the dragon. Vetch had to laugh, though, at the playful way he would pick one out of the barrow, toss it into the air, and catch it before it hit the ground. Kashet seemed to enjoy the sound of his laughter, too, for he curved his neck and regarded his dragon boy with a sparkling eye that seemed, at least to Vetch, to have a great deal of good-natured humor in it. Kashet ate every scrap of meat that Vetch had brought, but the last few hearts he ate daintily, taking time to enjoy them. Vetch saddled the now sated dragon, and the jouster arrived just as he finished tightening the last of the straps. Kashet cooperated beautifully, dropping and rising on Vetch's command, as if he had been doing so for years. Once again, Vetch could overhear what was going on in the nearer pens, and it seemed that the other dragons were finally being less obstinate, but only just. Presumably the Tava made them more obedient, but the other dragon boys had to shout their orders over and over before the dragons obeyed, so Vetch was quite finished long before they got their dragons all buckled and cinched down. Aerie didn't say anything, but he did give Vetch an abstracted nod when he arrived. After a brief and approving inspection of the harness, Aerie patted Vetch on the back in an absent-minded way, and climbed into his saddle, and a moment later he and Kashet were hardly more than a little dot in the sky. By now the sun was well up, and it was beginning to get warm. Not all the heat was coming from the sand in Kashet's wallow. The Camucine whined around the tops of the walls, bringing with it the scent of the desert, and overhead a vulture circled. And Vetch was beginning to get hungry, despite the packet of bread and meat and honey cake he'd been given last night. Well, the sooner he got the pen clean, the sooner he could get something to eat. He got to work, not only cleaning out the droppings, but giving everything a good stir about with a rake that he found. Yesterday, at this time, he'd been hauling water and clay and river mud for Kefti's pottery in the brickyard, with nothing more than a loaf end in his stomach. He'd have done 10 times the work he'd done this morning, with more in front of him, and the promise of no reward jousters would follow Aerie's example. Boys got heirs, and left of their own accord as well. Who was to say that a jouster who'd been left in the lurch would not decide it would be much better to have a boy who could not leave? That made him feel a little better. In fact, it made him feel a bit more courageous. Good enough that, although he did not trade hauteur for hauteur, he lifted his head and straightened his back, concentrating on his hands. Let them pretend they were better than he was. Harakat had shown that he approved of how Vetch was doing. It was Harakat and Aerie he had to please, not them. He would do better than they. No matter what they did, he would be better at it. He would tend to Kashet until he glowed with health. He would labor at the leather work and do twice as much as any of them. He would show all of them up for the lazy louts they were, and shame them all. And damned if he would ask anything of any of them. But by the time he was settled here, their jousters would be asking them, "Why can't you be like Kashet's boy?" After breakfast, he trailed behind the others, having gathered from what he overheard that it was time to get a bath and a new kilt. They all went straight to the same bathing room where Harakat had taken him when he first arrived. He debated loitering until the others were done, then decided to edge inside and hope they ignored him. They did, and despite some horseplay and a little shoving among themselves, the presence of another adult overseer who was handing out clean, white linen kilts and inspecting the boys for cleanliness must have kept them on good behavior. He did loiter just long enough for the greater part of them to clear out, taking the opportunity to scrub himself really well, much to the evident satisfaction of the watching overseer. "Very good," the man said, as he handed Vetch a loincloth, a kilt, and a leather thong, with the glazed faience talisman of a hawkeye on it that he had seen around everyone else's neck here. "Gosh, it's boy, aren't you? Jouster Aerie is a stickler for cleanliness. I'm pleased to see that you are as well." "Yes, sir," Vetch replied, and ventured, "Could someone cut my hair, sir?" He didn't mean to cut it off, of course, but he hoped it might be trimmed up a bit. Evidently, he wasn't even to be allowed that much. "You're not free-born, boy," the overseer rebuked him. "But, here." He handed Vetch a coarse shell comb and another bit of leather thong, and at least Vetch was able to get the knots out of his hair for the first time in months and months, and braid it. He handed the comb back to the overseer, who stowed it away, wishing he could shave his head altogether. But only a free-born boy could shave his head and wear a wig. A serf was branded as such by his own hair, long and uncut. It was the easiest and cheapest way to mark a serf. Shaving took time, the resource of a good sharp razor, and had to be done every day. Hair damp, freshly kilted, wearing the glazed hawkeye talisman, he followed in the wake of the last of the boys, knowing there were other chores that needed doing between now and when the dragons returned, so long as the others didn't notice his presence. He felt better with the hawkeye around his neck. Such talismans kept the night-walking spirits away, and demons, as well as guarding him from the crocodiles of Great Mother River. It wasn't the talisman that he would have chosen. He'd have taken one of Milfred's stars if he'd had a choice. Or better still, the sun disk of Hakat Ray, but it was good to have it. The talisman wasn't only for luck. It marked him should he ever need to leave the compound as a servant of the Jousters. No one would interfere with him while he was wearing it. No one who was not of the Jousters wore the hawkeye. If a talisman of the god Haras was wanted, it would be one of the god himself. And yes, he learned as he walked boldly behind the last 3 boys into yet another chamber, that there were plenty of tasks to be done. For the first time, he found himself taking a place among all of the other dragon boys, who were lined up in front of some racks of equipment. This was yet another proper room, a large one, smelling of oil and fresh wood, and yet another overseer, this one a hard-looking man of a kind with Harakat, only leaner. This room was lined with rack upon rack of the lances that old jousters used. The overseer intercepted him as he entered the doorway, stopping him by the simple expedient of stretching his arm out to keep Vetch from passing. "Jouster Aerie's boy, Vetch." Caught off guard, he bobbed his head nervously. Yes, sir. He was sent with a dozen of the others to pound tala berries that were fully dried into the familiar powder that was mixed with the meat. Each of them stood at a heavy stone mortar the size of a bucket. The mortars stood on the floor in a row, each with a wooden pestle as tall as he was waiting in it, ready to make the tala into the form in which it controlled the dragons. He was no stranger to grinding things either. When you were a serf tending the land, you either ground the grain you were allowed to glean after the harvest into flour for yourself, or you did without bread. The scent of the tala filled the air, green and bitter, a little like gall, but without the acrid aftertaste. He pounded the pestle into the stone mortar at his feet in rhythm with the other boys, thinking as he did so that this was not as bad as it might have been. They were allowed to take a break for a drink of cool water from jars along the wall whenever they needed one, which was far more than Kefti had ever allowed, and although the drying chamber was in full sun, the mortars were ranged under shade. No, this was not as bad as it could have been, though the other boys complained loudly that they were ill-used. He simply set himself to produce more of the powder than any of them. Then, at long last, when even his work-toughened arms were tired, came lunch. He was more thirsty than hungry, and drank an entire jar of beer before he even touched a bite of food. While he drank it, though, he kept his eyes on the table in front of him, but kept his ears wide open. "Going to come fishing with us after supper, Hafer?" asked one of the boys, whose piping soprano betrayed that he could not be too much older than Vetch. "Not unless you can promise more sport than last time," Hafer replied. "Josette and Mata are going bird hunting, and said they'd take me along to hold their throwing sticks. They almost always get ducks." He smacked his lips ostentatiously. But the other boy only laughed. "Ducks? Nasty little mud hens, more like. You can have my share. Grilled fish. Now that's more what I like." For a moment he was surprised, but then he realized that of course fish would be a rarity on the table here, despite the abundance of other luxuries. You couldn't sacrifice a fish to the gods, after all. So what was common fare for practically anyone else with the time to spend on the river was a treat for the Dragon boys. A discussion of the superiority of grilling over coals versus baking in mud ensued, and when another conversation caught his ear, held in the deeper voices of a couple of older boys, he switched his attention to that. "And I've got 2 copper coins, which ought to be plenty," one said. "You can drink like the great king himself at Neferetu's beer shop on 2 coppers. Your jouster won't care if you go into Memphis to spend it." The speaker sounded envious. "Mine's afraid if I go into the city I'll decide this is too tame a life. He doesn't mind my hunting and fishing, but carousing in beer shops is out of bounds, eh? Worse luck for you." Out of the corner of his eye, Vetch saw one of the older boys slap the shoulder of the other in a gesture of commiseration. Well, after yesterday he knew where they got the money to spend. Fortunate creatures, Dragon boys weren't paid anything so far as he could tell. The generous allowances of food, clothing, and presumably lodging would be more than most apprentices could dream of, and apprentices weren't paid anything either. But perhaps Dragon boys didn't count as apprentices, or, more likely, once they got older, perhaps they, the freeborn ones anyway, were counted among the servants, in which case they would get a wage. All but Vetch, of course. Serfs worked for nothing. So perhaps that was another reason why Aerie had plucked him from Kefti's grip. The jouster wouldn't have to part with wages for his Dragon boy. That put a bit of a change in the complexion of things, if true. Still, Vetch was the only serf here, and it didn't seem as if having a serf as a Dragon boy had ever been a common thing among the jousters. So maybe saving money wasn't the reason, or at least not the whole of it. He kept thinking that there were uglier reasons for Aerie taking him on, but he kept coming back to the conclusion that it was nothing more than he'd been told. Aerie wanted a reliable boy who wouldn't leave, and was prepared to give him the same treatment every other boy got. And he'd seen Aerie's quarters. The man lived frugally, yet he didn't strike Vetch as being a miserly sort. So what, if anything, was he saving money for by having a serf? The overseer actually came by while he was in the middle of it, and did a kind of double-take that was so funny that Vetch had to turn his head away, and turn his sudden laugh into a cough to cover it. Evidently the man wasn't expecting Vetch to be there this early, or perhaps at all. Well, he was, and what was more, Vetch wasn't going to give him a single excuse to use his lash. Not then, not ever. By supper it was evident that the other boys had determined the pattern for their treatment of Vetch, at least for now. They pretended he didn't exist. And some of the other servants followed the boys' lead. This left Vetch sitting with a couple of burly, silent, and rather intimidating laborers, who had evidently been hired for their muscles, not their minds, for they never spoke a single word all through the meal. But at least the friendly serving woman was still there, and though she hadn't time to talk with him, every time she passed, she gave him an encouraging wink. He had been the first to sit down for dinner, and he was the first to leave as well, once again bearing a little packet of food for a later snack. He went back to Cachet's pen as the last of the light faded from the western sky. The dragon raised his head a little and blinked sleepily at him, but didn't move. Their quarters became quiet as the dragons settled into their nighttime torpor, and the boys themselves either settled into their shared rooms or went out. This afternoon, with a little time to spare, he had determined that the dragon boys had a little court of their own, with a pool in it for swimming and tiny rooms that they shared, 4 or 6 to a room. Not as luxurious as a jouster's quarters, and to Vetch's mind not much different from a palace in the dragon pen. Maybe a little inferior. They had no privacy to speak of. He walked about the dragon compound until dusk, familiarizing himself with the place. The dragon pens were ranged about the landing courtyard, with long, narrow storerooms between each pen so that the dragons couldn't reach each other over the walls. There were far more pens than there were dragons, though even the unused ones had sand wallows that were every bit as hot as Cashets. On the west side were the jousters' quarters and the kitchens. On the north and south, those of their servants and slaves and the dragon boys, and on the east the armory, the saddlers, and the butchery, where the sacrifices were cut up, treated, and distributed. It was quite easy to figure out once you understood the pattern. Vetch didn't venture into the jousters' quarters, which were lit with torches and lanterns. Servants entered with food and drink and departed with empty platters, and there was a scent of incense and perfume on the night breeze. There was a great deal of talk and laughter going on in there, and Vetch elected not to try and peek in. He got the distinct impression that he definitely would get into trouble if he did. A freeborn boy might get away with spying on the pleasures of his masters. A serf, never. At length he returned to Cashet's pen, and unwound his kilt, laying it aside. Vetch settled into his corner on his pallet, but he wasn't sleepy yet. As the gloom of dusk settled over the pen, he looked up at the robe of Nofet, spangled with the gold beads that were the stars. He tilted his head to the side, listening, and heard a hum of muted voices from the other parts of the compound, occasionally someone laughing loudly, both male and female voices, and music and a woman's voice singing. Since it wasn't likely that it was the servants and slaves who were laughing like people at a feast, it was probably visitors. Very particular sorts of visitors. Well, the jousters were the Tians' great weapon, the reason why they had conquered as much as they had, so it was only reasonable that they should have what they wanted, including women, dancing girls, singing women, and other women. Vetch was no stranger to why men wanted women. They were the farm animals he'd lived with, after all, and though Kefti could not have gotten a woman without paying for one, well, there were other men in the neighborhood, and there was a little nearby beer house where certain kinds of women plied a trade other than serving beer and food, and when they got a client, they took him wherever they needed to, including the alley just off the kitchen court where Vetch slept. So the jousters apparently got whatever rewards they wished to claim. They were heroes, after all, much admired and lionized. In fact, some of those women were probably the ladies of the great king's court, taking the pleasure here they did not find there. The Tian jousters were worth a small taken before its eyes were open and fed on goat's milk, became as tame as any temple cat. Most wise farmers had at least one such cat in the household, often more. Vetch's mother had always made it her business to have a pet cat in the household. She'd said it was to keep the house clean of vermin, but Vetch recalled many evenings in the winter when she would sit beside the charcoal brazier in the twilight, cat on her lap, petting it, while Vetch's father mended some small item or other. Resolutely he turned his mind away from the memory. What good did it do to remember such things? Better to keep his thoughts on the here and now. Well, this was why Kashet didn't need Tava. This was why he was so trustworthy. Yes, he had something of a mind of his own, and probably had a temper as well, but he wasn't fighting these handlers all the time, and he was team. True, Vetch had spent much longer on the sand bath than the other boys because it was quite clear that Kashet was not going to leave until he was satisfied, but so what? And he would probably need to be played with during times of idleness, and apparently needed to have a human with him at night, but Vetch couldn't see how that could really be counted as work. To Vetch, Knowing now why Cashit was so easy to handle, it seemed ridiculous that Aerie was the only jouster with a truly tame dragon. "Why doesn't everyone do that?" Vetch asked after a while. "Get eggs, I mean, if it makes that big a difference." Aerie sighed. It sounded weary. "Because it isn't the tradition, I suppose, or because it is a great deal less heroic to take an egg than a fighting, kissing nestling that is a few days from flight, or one that is flying and might turn and savage you, or most likely because tending an egg and the nestling that hatches is a great deal of work that must be done by the man who intends to ride the dragon. It can't be done by anyone else, for the dragon bonds with the person who tends him from the egg. I know Cashit would never let Harriket ride him, and I'm not entirely sure he'd ever let anyone other than me in the saddle. And you would have to get an egg freshly laid and move it in the heat of the day in order to move it without killing the dragonette inside. Why go to all that work when the Tala keeps the dragons tame enough to ride?" He made a bit of a scornful noise. "My fellow jousters, I suspect, would rather think of themselves as dragon masters or dragon tamers than dragon nursemaids." Vetch held his peace. The jouster didn't seem to expect an answer. He continued to scratch Cashit, who was making burbling sounds in the bottom of his throat. "I am somewhat out of place among our mighty warriors, I fear," Aerie said after another much longer interval. "I was never a soldier, never ambitious to be a warrior. I was trained as a scribe. It is only by virtue of the fact that I ride Cashit that I am a jouster. The others, well, they are fighters, always intended to be, and never thought of any other life." He coughed a little. "In fact, I suspect that they actually think as little as possible." "I guess that's good in a warrior," Vetch said, feeling obscurely troubled. "A warrior is only supposed to obey orders, not think about them." Aerie coughed again. "You could be right. Harriket says that I think too much, and I probably do." Vetch sensed something that he couldn't quite put into words. He strained after it, but it eluded him. "Maybe Harriket is wrong. It's important to think before you say or do something," he said finally. "That was what my father always said." Aerie's head came up like a hound scenting something interesting. "Your father the farmer? That is, since you are a serf, I assume your father was a farmer. Did he own his land before we came and took it away from him? Or was he already a serf to an Altan master, so that our coming made little difference to him?" Strange questions, certainly not ones that any Tian had ever asked Vetch before. Dangerous questions to answer if the anger got the better of him, but the darkness made Vetch feel bold, and the calm and curious sadness in Aerie's voice cooled his ever-present anger, and he answered, though only after trying to keep his father's advice in mind. "We, our family, held our land for 500 years, he said, with painful pride. 500 years. A sigh in the darkness. "And did your father take arms against us, or your brother? Or were you tilling the soil in peace, far from any battlefield, on the ground, and his mother had burst out of their futile hiding place, as if the Tians hadn't known they were there all along, to fling herself over his body? Vetch saw it before his eyes, as if it was playing out all over again. His mother was running toward the twitching body of his father, screaming, and his sisters followed her, adding their wails to hers, while he stood frozen in the doorway for a moment before following them. And there was red blood everywhere. It was saturating the front of his father's kilt, pouring into the dust beneath his feet, a single drop on the cheek of his killer, a smear on the blade of the murderous sword. He didn't remember leaving the house, but he was running too, not thinking, only screaming at the top of his lungs, screaming at the soldiers. Then, horror on top of horror, the Tian soldiers grabbed her, grabbed him, grabbed his sisters with the remote indifference of a housewife taking up a chicken for the pot. Grabbed them, throwing them down beside the road, in the dust, and if any of them tried to rise, they were kicked or clubbed with the butt of a spear until they stayed prostrate. He remembered the taste of dirt and tears, of the blood from his split lip, remembered how his youngest sister wouldn't stop screaming, and the soldiers kicked her in the head until they knocked her unconscious. She was never right after that. He couldn't get any words past his closed throat, but Aerie was just as silent. In a way he was glad, because if Aerie had spoken a single word he might have flown at him in a rage, and then, well, he didn't know what would happen. He certainly wouldn't hurt the jouster no more than he had had any chance of hurting the soldier who had killed his father, but in another way it left him alone in the dark with unbearable memories. He remembered how, once he was face down in the dirt, he shook all over. He recalled viscerally how he was afraid even to look up while the sun baked down on his back and flies buzzed in his father's blood. He remembered that sound, that horrible sound. He was never able to bear the sound of flies after that. He remembered the bruises on his arms where the soldiers had grabbed him, on his ribs where they kicked him, the 101 scrapes and cuts where he'd been flung into the ground, the painful bump on his head where one of them had hit him with a spear. But most of all, he remembered the terrible grief and the helplessness, grief that nearly strangled him, and fear for the bottom had dropped out of the universe, and everything he had trusted in was gone. The soldiers made them lie there in the dirt beside the road as another stranger arrived, this one with a family and a wagon-load of furnishings. Then the soldiers, "Well, perhaps if I continue," Aerie replied, as if he had not heard that faltering reply. Yes, they sent their people to become the owners and masters of homes they themselves had not built, had not tilled, and the Tians who had called those places home now served the newcomers as slaves. When the Tians rebelled, they were beaten and suffered further depredations. When they dared to strike against their overlords, dozens of innocents were slaughtered in retribution. End of Side 3. To continue, turn the cassette. Joust by Mercedes Lackey. Continuing on page 119. That was what was happening to us 500 years ago, when your grandfather's grandfather's grandfather was settling his little farm, weaning it from the swamp beside the Great Mother River. Then we Tians learned to ride dragons, to drive chariots, and to make bronze swords and spearheads, and we rose up and drove the Hixin out. There are those who even say that it was from the Altans that we learned to do these things, though most would deny this, or say that it was the gods themselves who taught us. Oh, we were so proud of ourselves. We were sure that the gods had blessed us, and that we were destined to create a great nation. But what happened? If it was Altans who taught... He stopped. He couldn't go on. Aerie bent his head over Kashit. Well, it depends upon who you ask. Some say that your people attacked ours, and that might very well be true, and it may not. I think it more likely that as we pressed northward, the Altans were pressing south, and we met and quarreled over the spoils. And perhaps it was only a matter of your kings hating ours, and ours despising yours. I think, only think, mind, that the Altans probably did attack us when we grew strong enough to threaten them. I believe that they originally hoped to put us, the younger kingdom, in our place. And Vetch, they do continue to attack us, there is no denying that. They do send young warriors into our villages to kill the important men, or the great king's officials there. They set ambushes on the road to murder and rob, and we use this as a reason to muster the army and press northward again, to pacify the countryside. The wrongs are so tangled up now that there is no disentangling them. The problem is, we did and are doing to you what the Hicksin did to us. The problem is, because we cannot catch the agents and soldiers, we take out our wrath upon those Altans we can catch. Once more, Vetch had the sense of something very important that was just out of his grasp. But the grief and rage, the terrible emotion that Aerie had roused in him, it was too raw, too painful to permit him to think about anything else. Tears cut down his cheeks, hot and bitter. His gut was a mass of knots, and his throat was swollen with grief. But he had learned since that terrible day how to cry without a sound, not even a sniffle, though his eyes burned and ached, and his throat closed up completely, and his gut was cramped with holding in the sobs he dared not release. Fetch and carry by someone too lazy to do his own work, with an air of lofty superiority, made his blood boil. Such incidents gave his hatred fresh fuel to feed upon, fuel which was otherwise lacking. Harriet was unfailingly just. The overseer of the household scarcely ever set eyes on Aerie's quarters any more, and thus Vetch seldom saw him, and the other servants, slaves, and serfs treated him no differently than any other dragon boy. His fingers no longer itched for clay to make a cursing figure from. In fact, he could go for half a day without being consciously angry. And as for Aerie, well, during the daylight hours, the jouster was kind in an austere and distant fashion, courteous and polite. But every so often, the jouster would come to Cachet's pen late at night, and the most extraordinary exchanges took place. Vetch learned very little about Aerie's childhood, only how he had apprenticed as a scribe. He did learn a great deal about dragons, for Aerie had studied them extensively. In their behavior, at least according to Aerie, they were most like the great cats of the desert, with a great deal of hawk-like behavior, especially when young, thrown in. Their eyesight is much better than ours, but not as good as a falcon's, Aerie said one night, as Vetch sat a little apart from him, both of them with their feet and ankles in the hot sand of Cachet's wallow to keep off the nighttime chill. Cachet's head was actually in Aerie's lap. I've seen a falcon come down out of the sky from so high up that he wasn't even a speck, to take a bustard crouched in the desert a few feet in front of me that I couldn't see. A dragon's eyesight isn't nearly that keen, but they are hunters, like the falcons, and when they get prey in sight and they're hungry, you haven't a chance of diverting them from it. Not all the Tala in the world can overcome their instincts when they're hungry. Vetch thought back to his first day, and Harriet berating one of the boys for feeding his dragon too lightly. What'll he do? He asked. If it's a jouster's dragon that's very hungry, I mean. Hunt, Aerie said shortly. Probably not their rider. They haven't had a chance to learn that we can be food. But they'll hunt things they've seen brought to them as food by their mother and father. Once they're old enough to feed themselves, their parents bring them whole animals and don't tear bits off to feed to them. And at the end, just before the youngsters make their first flight, sometimes the parents bring in prey that isn't quite dead, so the dragonettes get the experience of seeing their dinner alive and moving, and make a first kill early on. So they'll have seen sheep, goats, rabbits, maybe even fowl. A hungry dragon will ignore his training to hunt, and his rider had better hang on or he'll be thrown. And if that should happen in the middle of a fight or a flight, too bad. I've known of a rider to be killed by Altan archers while his dragon was on the ground feeding, and he was sitting in the saddle, an easy target. And if a dragon ever does learn that humans can be food? He asked. That dragon is destroyed, Aerie replied flatly. That happens, too, in training. Stupid jousters in training who let themselves get slashed or bitten, and their dragon gets the taste of human blood. You can see it in their eyes. They've made the connection, and no human is safe. We call them Ma dragons, and no amount of Tala can make them forget. We can't turn them loose because they've lost all fear of men, but we can't keep them either. Would that happen with Cushet? He wondered aloud. Aerie started to answer him, then paused. I don't know. Dragons don't consider each other as prey, and I suppose Cushet thinks that we are dragons. It's not an experiment I'd care to try. Vetch enjoyed listening to Aerie talk. He'd been a little worried at first when Aerie turned up after dark, wondering if Aerie had something else in mind besides talking, but no more. And if he enjoyed listening, Aerie appeared to enjoy having someone who would listen intelligently. Whatever the reason, at least he felt less alone. Vetch was surprised one noontide to find Haraket not overseeing the boys as they collected their meat. He was even more surprised to discover him testing the temperature of Cushet's sand wallow with his hand and forearm. At least that was what he thought Haraket was doing. He couldn't imagine and heard the chiming and footsteps moving on to the next pen. Nevertheless, he waited until the chanting on the other side of the walls had started up again before venturing out. There was no doubt that their magic had worked, and worked well. The sands were hotter than ever, and as Vetch hauled all of the things out of storage that he'd so hastily shoved in, he saw a heat shimmer playing over the top of the wallow. He had to work quickly. He was already a little late to clean Aerie's quarters. Fortunately, that hardly mattered. There just wasn't that much work to be done there, and he had gotten it down to an art. Cushet greeted the change in his wallow with a surprised snort, then gleefully plunged in. Aerie raised his eyebrow and paused for a moment instead of heading straight for his quarters. "Were the Ged priests here?" he asked. Vetch nodded. He was still alive with curiosity. Haraket said the magic needed renewing. "I thought things were getting a little cooler than Cushet prefers," Aerie replied, and allowed his eyebrow to drop again. "Good." Vetch wasn't sure he should be asking the question, but he couldn't bear not to. What were they doing, anyway? I mean, how do they make things hotter? Aerie had half turned away on his way out the door. Now he turned back and gave Vetch a long, level look. "You were listening, weren't you?" It wasn't a question. Vetch looked at his feet, then at Aerie, and swallowed. He was about to be punished. He knew it. He just knew it. "Yes, sir," he admitted. "Don't tell anyone else. The Ged priests would have a litter of kittens over the idea that an Altan serf was inside their sacred square." But Aerie's normally solemn brown eyes were full of amusement, and Vetch took heart again. "As to how they did it, if I knew, I'd be a priest mage, not a jouster. But I know what they do because I've copied out the rituals and spells for them before. Have you ever been to the great king's palace?" Before Vetch could shake his head, after all, why would he get into a palace? Aerie was going on. "If you had, the first thing that would strike you is that while everything else is hot enough to bake bread, inside the walls of the palace it's cool enough for the ladies to wear lamb's wool mantles. And that is because the Ged priests, with their magic, are taking the heat from there and putting it in our sand wallows. That's what the spell is for. It's like an irrigation ditch that allows the heat to flow from there to here." Vetch stared at him. He'd have doubted Aerie's sanity, except that there was no reason to disbelieve the jouster. "But," he said, "what about in winter? You wouldn't want to make it colder." It was the only thing he could think of. "In winter they take it from somewhere else. My guess would be forges, bakehouses, places where there is a lot of heat it would be good to get rid of, even in winter. In fact, since the winter rains aren't far off now, they probably did just that this time around, rather than come back a second time to recast the spell." Aerie shrugged. "They might even take it from the fire fence and lava cones out there past the desert. I might have copied some of their spells, but magic is something it's best not to know too much about. Now, don't let anyone know you watched the magic, and don't let anyone know I told you how the spell works." And with that, he was gone, leaving Vetch with quite a bit more to think about. That night, When Aerie appeared to tend to Cachet, not a word was spoken about magic, but now Vetch was curious about other things that were not so dangerous to know. The weather was about to turn. The nights were more than chill, they were cold, and Cachet was very happy with his sand wallow this evening. "There are hot sands that the wild dragons use?" he said, making it a question, as Aerie rubbed under Cachet's chin. "Of course there are, though mind, dragons also use the heat of their own bodies to hatch their eggs. Wild dragons take it turn and turn about, males and females, to brood the eggs. That way they both can eat and drink. At night, when it's coldest, they brood the eggs together." Vetch considered this. "How do you know that?" he asked finally. Aerie chuckled. "Because, fool that I was, I went out and watched them. And yes, I could very easily have ended up going down one of those long throats, but I was young and immortal," gurgled loneliness in Aerie's voice, and quickly said, "I'm not." Aerie ruffled his hair again. "I should hope not," he replied with mock sternness. "Dragons in general, and Cachet in particular, are your business, young dragon boy. Get some sleep now." Aerie went off to his own quarters then, and Vetch took his advice. He went to sleep quickly, dreaming of a sky filled with dragons. 7. It was the business of the priests and priestesses of the goddess Nuth, or more accurately the seers among those priests and priestesses, to predict the start of the season of winter rains. This was of vital importance to the Jousters, for once the rains began, their work would be much curtailed. Dragons didn't like the cold, and performed sluggishly when the temperature dropped, and although you could get them to fly in the rain, not even cover would keep them in the air for long. So, as the end of the dry season neared, the more closely the compound watched the temple of Nuth for word. Hareket sent messengers daily, asking if a date had been foreseen. Anxiety mounted, in no small part because the Jousters and their dragons were tired. They needed this respite, and needed it badly. They need not have been concerned. Precisely when the Nuth priests said they would, the rains came. 3 messages arrived from the Avenue of Temples before Hareket could send his daily request. The first gave warning that the rains would certainly begin the next day. The second gave the exact hour, which was the second hour of dawn, and the third that the first storm would be unusually heavy. Vetch and the rest of the dragon boys had all rehearsed what they were to do, and after the sun set and all the dragons had settled, they had gone down every row of pens and pulled the canvas awnings over every one of the sand wallows. There was no point in allowing even the unused wallows to become pits of hot sand soup, for green muck would grow in it if the water didn't steam away in time, and that would mean digging out all of the mucky sand and replacing it with clean. When the rains actually began, Vetch was sound asleep. He woke to the sound of distant thunder, and within an hour rain poured out of the sky and drummed down on the awnings. It was still so dark that he couldn't even see his hand in front of his face, and the first rush of water put out the torches in the corridor outside. It was quite a storm, and he was glad to be under cover when it came, although all of the lightning stayed up in the clouds, and the thunder never was more than a rumble overhead. Still, as hard as the water was pouring down out of the sky, the roar as it hit the canvas and the ground was enough to drown out everything but that thunder. He couldn't help but contrast his position now with the same time last year, when he had actually climbed up onto the woodpile in Kefti's back courtyard to shelter under the canvas covering it, for he was not permitted an awning to keep him dry. These rains would actually do very little for the state of the Great Mother River, for the annual flood that enriched the fields with a thick carpet of rich silt were caused by rain that fell in the lands of the headwaters, much farther south, and the winter rains in Tia were nothing like the ones in Vetch's home in Alta. Storms could last for many days without a pause up there, but were gentle things, as much mist as rain. The floods had less effect in Alta as well. By the time the great Mother River reached Alta, she had spread out into the flatlands and swamps, and there was more room for the floodwaters to go. On the first day of the rains, dawn did not truly arrive. The darkness merely lightened, gradually to gray. The awnings were cleverly made to dump the rain into channels that carried the water away from the sand wallow. Very little got into the hot sand, and most of that quickly steamed away. Cachet showed no signs of wanting to move. In point of fact, it looked to Vetch as if nothing short of an earthquake would budge the dragon from his wallow. Not that Vetch blamed him. He wished he could stay warm and dry, but the rains didn't stop the chores from needing to be done, so he would have to get up and join the other boys at their daily tasks. He wrapped his woolen mantle about his shoulders and left the shelter of the awnings for the corridor, where he promptly got soaked. No awnings there. It would have been a shocking waste of canvas even for so prosperous a place as the Jousters' compound. The best he could hope for would be that he'd get to spend most of his time inside rooms rather than courtyards. At least the wool of his mantle stayed warm, though wet. The linen kilt went sodden and cold and distinctly unpleasant. It clung to him clammily and only impeded his walking. He got Cachet's breakfast. The rest of the city went about its business in wet, cold misery. No one went out of doors unless he had to, and those who did were not happy about it. So the leisure hours of the winter rains were spent confined to their courtyard, playing what games they had, huddled around charcoal braziers. So far as Vetch was concerned, charcoal braziers were a poor substitute for the hot sands. Since Cachet didn't object, just after the noon meal, he actually moved his pallet down onto the wallow, for sand in his bedding was a small price to pay for the added warmth. Aerie was one of those who had told his dragon boy not to trouble with tidying up that afternoon, which meant that Vetch would have the entire time free. After feeding Cachet at noon, Vetch stretched himself out on his pallet to soak in the heat. He might not have done as much actual work today as he usually did, but the cold was as punishing as physical labor, and he felt absolutely drained, not sleepy, just exhausted. In weather like this, Kefty would have him running about on 100 tasks, mostly concerned with leaks and mud, mopping up water that came through the roof, going up on the roof to find and stop the leaks, and cleaning up the mud that Kefty, his apprentices, his customers, and his household tracked in everywhere. During the rains, Vetch's life seemed to revolve around mud, cold, and wet, adding wretchedness to the perpetual misery of his empty belly. Kefty would lurch between two moods during the rains. In his first mood he would be pleased, because after all, rains in a place made of mud-brick buildings would mean more business for him afterward. Rain would get past the plastering if it wasn't properly kept up, and then Kefty would get his business. Vetch sometimes wondered if, now and again, Kefty didn't pay his apprentices to go about just before the rains and put a little damage on the homes of those Kefty determined could afford some rebuilding. But during the rains, only the pottery was working. He couldn't make brick until the rains and the flood stopped. So in his second mood, Kefty would be glum and angry, impatient for the rains to stop so that he could get to making those bricks, angry that 4 of his 6 apprentices were idle, counting up the cost in fuel and food with no income from the brickworks coming in. Furthermore, Kefty would be as miserable as everyone else with the cold and wet, and would take it out on the nearest object, which was usually Vetch. Which was hardly fair, but fair wasn't a word that could ever be applied to Kefty. Vetch had Kefty on his mind a great deal today, which didn't necessarily make him feel safe. There was always the feeling that Kefty hadn't finished with him. He had just started to get warm and to think about what he might do to occupy his time when he heard someone at the entrance to the pen and looked up. It was Harakat. He sat up with a start of guilt, wondering if putting his pallet in the wallow was something forbidden, or if he had somehow forgotten a chore that should have been done. The overseer gestured to him as he scrambled to his feet and up onto the stone verge, and his alarm increased when he saw Aerie was with Harriket. Both were wrapped in dripping mantles, as if they had just come a long distance down the uncovered corridors. "Here, boy." Harriket thrust another mantle at him, this one adult-sized. "Wrap up in that and come along. You've been called up before the magistrate. He's waiting at the Dragon Hall." What? Vetch was so shocked by that statement that all he could do was stand stock still and gape at the two of them, the mantle dangling loosely in his hands. "Better say we have been called up," Aerie corrected. "Vetch is the object of disputation. It seems your former master is not letting go of you without a fight." Vetch felt his heart plummet right down to the ground, and he went cold all over. Kefti? Oh, God. I knew it. I just knew it. This was too good to last. And Kefti would never, ever give up anything that he thought was his by right. "Ha! Neither are we, and the law's on our side," Harriket said with a certain grim glee. "The magistrate's come here with a fat slug in tow, rather than summoning us to his own court. The magistrate knows who has the rights here. So come along, and don't look like a gazelle in the jaws of a lion, boy." But he couldn't help feeling like a gazelle in the jaws of a lion. His stomach had gone into knots and was hurting, and not all of his shivers were due to the cold as he followed Harriket and Aerie. They led him right out of the corridors he knew into a part of the reason. "But this was not within reason," Kefti shrilled, his voice awakening unpleasant echoes in the hall. "I have no other serf of that bloodline, nor can I obtain one. The assessor has said that I may no longer hold that house and land as a result. A house and land which I got lawfully, and which I have much improved. I have spent every groat of my savings improving it. Am I to lose the price of it and all of my investment as well? It is not reasonable to take this serf from me." The magistrate raised one eyebrow slowly. "It is the great king's to say what is reasonable and what is not," he said in a cold voice. "And I am his voice in this matter." Kefti did not take warning from that tone. "Then I call upon you, magistrate, to judge accordingly," Kefti demanded. "Every grain of barley, every groat in my possession I have invested in this house and land to which the serf is blood-bound. I, who am the sole support of my aged and infirm mother, and I depend upon the labor of this serf, feeble-minded as he is, to tend to the work of my home, for I have not the means to hire servants or purchase slaves, with all my spare income bound up in that house. No one else would take him, so stupid and clumsy that he is." Vetch shook inwardly, certain that Kefti would outmaneuver Aerie and Harriket. He'd have laughed if he had not been so full of dread that a black weight hung over his heart. Aged and infirm mother, indeed. Aged, yes, Kefti's mother was certainly that, but not infirm, and possessed of property of her own which she would not let Kefti manage for her. As for being the obedient son, had he not, in Vetch's hearing, referred to her as the withered old bat, and prayed to the gods to take her before she drove him mad? As for the rest of Kefti's lies and half-truths, once they would have awakened a fire of rage in his heart, but not now. Now he had something to lose, and there was room in him for nothing but terror. "I swear upon my honor that this serf was being badly neglected, magistrate," Aerie said, with a little bow of deference. "The proof of that lies in the scars upon his back, and the simple fact that in the short time that he has been with us, he has near doubled his weight. All the serfs are, as you have rightly reminded us, the property of the great king, and as such may not be abused." "Turn about, boy," the magistrate ordered distantly. Vetch dropped his mantle at his feet, and did so, turning away from Kefti. He dared not meet his former master's eyes, or he would not be able to stop his trembling. "It appears, from the number of scars upon this boy's back, that he has been punished far in excess of what I would deem reasonable. Also, I have no doubt that Jouster Aerie is speaking the truth about his starved condition, which is also not reasonable. Have you anything to say about this, Potter Kefty?" "The boy is a fool, Magistrate," Kefty protested. "Almost an idiot. He would spoil good food rather than eat it, and the only way to correct him was to beat him. I tell you, no one else would take him when the time came to apportion the serfs to the land. He is as ignorant as a desert rat, and as stupid as a stone. He scarcely understands the simplest of orders." "Lying beast!" Vetch's indignation almost overcame his fear as Kefty painted him to be utterly worthless, naturally brutish, wantonly foul, unfit to be in the company of anyone civilized. He made up an entire litany of things Vetch had supposedly done, objects broken, items spoiled, the trail of mischief and malicious ruin he supposedly left behind him. He wove his lies cunningly, and above all, he had the advantage of being Tian, free, and a craftsman, and as a serf, Vetch could not even speak for himself in his own defense. "Why, how very interesting that is, since he has become one of the most competent dragon boys in the courts in the short time that he has been with us," Haraket exclaimed, when Kefty ran out of vile things to accuse Vetch of. Haraket's voice was even a little higher than usual, as if he was shocked by Kefty's statements. "Furthermore, my dragon Kashet will not do without him, Magistrate," Aerie added. "My dragon has never been so well tended. In fact, thanks to this one, I have been able to take over the full patrol of any ailing or incapacitated jouster we might." He heaved another pained sigh, and kept going with his wings clamped tightly to his body, head down, rain dripping from his nose and wings, the very picture of one who is imparting the greatest of favors by going along with something he doesn't want to do, and not enjoying it one bit. Vetch's heart was in his mouth with every step they took. The farther they got from the pen, the more likely it was that Kashet would decide that he had had enough of the cold and the rain, and rebel. It would be perfectly logical for Kashet to decide he'd had enough of this nonsense and turn back to the pen. Vetch didn't have a chain or a collar on the dragon. He had no way whatsoever of controlling him. In the urgency of the moment, it hadn't even occurred to him to go look for a chain and collar, and now it was too late. Too late to do anything but hope that the habit of obedience was strong enough to overcome Kashet's distaste for the cold and wet, that the dragon understood he was to go to his beloved jouster, that Kashet really did feel enough affection for his dragon boy that he would obey in the face of discomfort, or all three. And he dreaded the moment when they turned down that corridor that ended in the dragon hall, for when Kashet saw the dead end, he would be all too likely to turn back. How was he going to stop the dragon? Would Kashet respond to another shouted order, or would he just ignore Vetch and go back to his pen? Kashet's head came up, though, the moment they turned into the dead-end corridor where the dragon hall stood. Vetch saw at the very same time that the little door he had gone through had simply been inset into a much larger door that would admit a dragon, and that this door now stood open wide, though how anyone could move something that big was a mystery to him. Kashet's nostrils flared, and he picked up his pace, then craned his neck forward, peering through the rain, and increased it again until Vetch was running to keep up alongside him. Of course, by Kashet's standards, it was still nothing but a fast walk. And as Vetch peered through the curtain of rain, he saw what Kashet had alerted on, Aerie standing just inside the door. Of course, Kashet must have scented Aerie before he saw him. Vetch felt a rush of relief that the jouster had thought of coming out where the dragon could scent and hear him. Aerie retreated back into the building, but Kashet had seen enough. He knew where Aerie was now, and no matter how much he wanted to go back to his wallow, Aerie's presence was a more powerful draw than the now distant sands of his pen. When Vetch and Kashet entered the shelter of the dragon hall, Aerie was back at the foot of the dais with Haraket, the magistrate looking on with interest. Kashet paused for a moment in the relative dimness, probably so that his eyes could adjust, then resumed his walk toward his jouster. But now that he was in more confined surroundings and out of the rain, he proceeded at a ponderous walk that Vetch easily matched. As they neared the dais, Kefti was moving too, backing up, eyes wide, one crab-like step at a time, until his back was against a pillar and he could go no further. The magistrate, however, showed no signs of alarm, and appeared to be as easy in the presence of dragons as Harakat. When they got within speaking distance of the group, Vetch noticed that Aerie's lips were moving in an exaggerated fashion, as he mouthed something as if he was trying to tell Vetch something he didn't want to say aloud. Vetch narrowed his eyes and tried to make it out. One word. Down. Of course, he needed to demonstrate that he could command Kashit without chains and other devices. Kashit, down, he ordered, and Kashit obeyed, ponderously dropping both fore and hind quarters down onto the sandstone paving squares. Only then did Aerie come forward to take his place on the opposite side of the dragon from Vetch, and Kashit curved his neck around and brought his head down for a well-deserved scratch from his beloved jouster. His wet scales gleamed in the torchlight like an enormous pile of gemstones, and he shone in this opulent setting as beautifully as any exquisite jewel. If the magistrate was looking for evidence of a well-cared-for dragon, Kashit's appearance was certainly that. "Well," the magistrate said, his voice taking on a slight tinge of warmth as his lips curved in the faintest of smiles. "No collar, no chain, brought here all the way through the rain. This is the most remarkable dragon boy in the compound. He definitely serves the great king far better in this position than any other." He chewed on his lower lip for a moment, that he was being cheated. He now owned that house and garden, rather than merely holding them, a right which could have been revoked at any time. He could sell them at a profit. He could do anything with them that he chose. But the value of the tala that had come and would come in the future from that tiny field would far exceed that of the property now given to him, and Kefti very well knew it. There would be no more duck on Kefti's table, no more palm wine, no more little luxuries, and the great king would have the yield of one more tala field without the need to pay for it. "And meanwhile," the magistrate concluded, "this serf, who clearly cannot be spared, will be permanently assigned to the Jousters' compound in the service of Jouster Aerie and his dragon." Kefti whimpered and dropped to his knees as the magistrate moved his whip out from his chest until his arm was completely outstretched in the ritual motion that signified that the judgment had been passed and there was no use in protesting it. "So let it be written," he intoned. "So let it be done." Aerie and Harakat bowed as the magistrate turned to the side and strode out of the hall, his scribe in close attendance. Kefti remained where he was, his face a study in tragedy. Aerie signalled to Vetch with a sideways nod of his head, and he and Vetch turned and moved out of the hall again, with Kashit pacing happily between them. The dragon seemed to understand that something good had just happened, and that it was due to something he had done. He arched his neck, and his eyes sparkled. He carried his tail high, and his wings half furled over his shoulders. Vetch was nearly beside himself with joy. No one could possibly have devised a more perfect revenge. Why, this could be the manifestation of Vetch's own curse. Surely Kefti's food would be as thistles in his mouth, and his belly cramp as if it were pierced with thorns on a daily basis. All of his own ploys had been turned as weapons against him. He had lost the income from the tala field that kept him in luxuries, lost the services of Vetch which had cost him nothing, and now would probably have to hire a servant or buy a slave to take care of the things that Vetch used to, lost the tala field itself, and would have to look upon it every single day as the serfs or slaves of the great king tended it in Vetch's place. And all because of the words out of his very own mouth, because of his own actions. Vetch skipped along beside Kashit, feeling as if it was he and not the dragon that had the wings. "Well, are you satisfied?" Aerie asked, when they were several corridors away, amusement in his voice. "Yes," was all that Vetch could get out around the happiness that tightened his chest. "Good. Aerie patted Cashit's shoulder. "It's nearly time for Cashit's last feeding. Get him a basket of hearts, will you?" And with that, he left from the two of them, heading back toward his own quarters in the pouring rain. Cashit hesitated, looking after him for a moment. "Dinner, Cashit," Vetch reminded the dragon, soothingly. That was all it took. Once again he had to run to keep up, but it was a run that he was happy to make. Aerie did not come to the pen that night. Not that Vetch blamed him, for the rain continued to come down until long after darkness fell, and it would have been a miserable journey. Vetch fell asleep on his pallet in Cashit's wallow, with the dragon an arm's length away, both of them basking in the warmth. But the next day, although the skies did not clear very much, the rain stopped, and Aerie arrived in the afternoon. The Jousters still did not fly, for it was all too possible for them to come to grief in the uncertain winds around the storms, or to be struck by lightning. So Aerie arrived after Cashit's second feeding, wrapped in his woolen mantle against the cold, and sat down to bury his feet in the hot sand. "This is better than any brazier," he said contentedly. "I always spend a lot of time here with Cashit in the rain." He looked over to the far end of the wallow, where Vetch's pallet still lay, and nodded with approval. "Very smart. My last dragon boy was too afraid of Cashit to move his bed where it was warmer. I could never understand that. If the dignity of a jouster permitted it, I'd sleep here every night of the winter, and not in my quarters. Every rainy season I find myself regretting that I am a jouster, and not tending my hatchling any more." He turned his gaze toward Vetch and smiled apologetically. "I'm afraid I have to ask you to go tidy my rooms while I'm here of an afternoon. Well, Cashit would truly enjoy himself for some time then. Spring and the flood were not far off. Already the half-priests were going down to the measuring stone 3 times daily to see if the waters had begun to rise. No less than the season of rains, the season of flood was one in which it was difficult for armies and individuals to move about, and Cashit would surely enjoy the fact that the days would soon be getting longer and warmer, and the rains would stop. Aerie was giving Cashit's eye ridges a good scratch, unaware of Vetch's thoughts. "He likes the kinds of things that we do in training, and he always has." "He probably likes being able to outfly any other dragon," Vetch observed, as he buckled the chest strap. Aerie laughed. "He probably does," the jouster agreed. "Now I wonder what the morning holds for us." Aerie lifted his head and took a deep breath, testing the air like a hound. He was almost as good as a priest for being able to predict weather in the short term. "No scent of rain. We should be all right and get the full morning to work out in. Are the other boys leaving you alone?" Vetch was getting used to Aerie's sudden changes in subject, though not quite used to Aerie's personal interest in him. He ducked his head to avoid looking into the jouster's eyes. "I'm all right," he said softly. "They don't bother me." "But they don't make friends with you either." Vetch shrugged, as if he felt nothing more than indifference, but that was a third thing that he wasn't used to, Aerie's uncanny ability to know pretty much what was going on in his life. "It doesn't matter, as long as they don't bother me," he said firmly. "Vetch, look at me," Aerie ordered. Feeling distinctly uncomfortable now, Vetch stopped what he was doing and obeyed the order. Aerie had a very sharp, very direct gaze. Those dark eyes seemed to look through everything. Aerie's mouth thinned. It wasn't quite a frown, but it was clear to Vetch that he was not entirely happy. When Aerie had begun showing this interest in him, Vetch had been nervous, but Aerie had never displayed anything but concern for his welfare, as if he felt responsible for Vetch in some way. Vetch still didn't understand it, and he still wasn't comfortable with the attention, but that was mostly because he just didn't like telling anyone as much about himself as Aerie wanted to know. There was no reason for a Tian to want to know a serf's inner thoughts. Everything he had learned about the masters made him very nervous when they started probing, and even if Aerie had never once been less than fair with him, it still made him nervous when it was Aerie. "You have no friends among them, and that disturbs me," Now Aerie frowned faintly. It as if it had been crippled or even killed outright as the soldiers tried to find out who did it. That another village had been taken, had resisted, and been razed to the ground. End of Side 4. Change side selector switch. This book is continued on the next cassette. Joust by Mercedes Lackey. Continuing on page 159. That a well had been poisoned, and all of the villagers made to drink the water afterward, to ferret out the one who had done it by seeing who was too afraid to drink. The Tian response to revolt was to try to make it too expensive for Altans under occupation to be willing to hazard it again. That the ploy wasn't working seemed to have escaped them utterly. No one seems to have worked out that your people have nothing left to lose, Aerie had said, only last night. And that is a position you never want to put someone in. When you've nothing left to lose, there's no reason not to try whatever you can to win something back. The Hakesin learned that lesson from us, to their cost. I find it difficult to understand why we have not made the connection for ourselves. Vetch thought about that all during his chores, and wondered just what he might have tried out of desperation if he'd still been under Kefti and was older. Probably just about anything, for nothing short of death could have been worse than the conditions he'd been living under. Maybe that was why the other boys would have nothing to do with him. Under their taunts they were afraid. They didn't know what he might do. They didn't realize that there wasn't a chance that he would jeopardize what he had here. He was worse than a wild dragon to them, unpredictable and possibly dangerous. In a way that cheered him up a little, and yet for some reason he could not understand, it also made him sad. I've been doing some reading in the law scrolls, Aerie said that night, with the great delicacy he always used when he was going to talk about Vetch's past. Perhaps a bit dry, but it seemed to me that I ought to make certain what protections the law provides you, given what your former master attempted to try. It seems that there are laws about the Altan farmers, that there are treaties, that we can't just come in and confiscate land unless there's proof that the landowner in question fought against us or harbors and gives protection to enemy fighters. Those laws didn't protect my father, Vetch replied bitterly. And it doesn't sound as if they are protecting anyone else either. Well, you know, if I was someone unscrupulous, and I wanted a rich farm in a recently annexed territory, Aerie said after a long silence, I believe that I would bribe the commander of hundreds to send out some captain that was a friend of mine to investigate farms and farmers on newly won lands. And I believe I'd tell that friend that it would be to his advantage if, on one particular farm, there happened to be an incident. After all, if a farmer flies into a rage and attacks the captain of 10 in the niche and began reciting as much of the proper prayers as he could remember, it wasn't as if he hadn't done all of this before, but the mud figures he made would crumble or melt in the rains, and worst of all, he simply didn't know the vast majority of the all-important prayers. He couldn't have been older than 5 or 6 when his father died. How could he have memorized the prayers? But it didn't matter now if he recalled them imperfectly or not at all, for the prayers were there, carved into the shrine, perfect and magical, and anything that Vetch did would only reinforce what had already been set in motion once the figure was in its niche or tucked away in the sarcophagus inside. In his mind's eye, he could see the bridge across the Star River being formed of the magical words, see the silver road stretching out from Kiron's feet to the bridge and over it, see his father wake as from a nightmare of wandering, look down and see his way to that paradise in the stars made clear. And if he wept as he tried to chant, and found the mist mingling with tears that choked his voice, well, there was no one to see him or mock him for his womanish behavior. Aerie said absolutely nothing about the shrine, nor did Harakat. In fact, they paid no more attention to the shrine and to the offerings that Vetch laid fresh in the bowl every morning than they did to the pallet. But with the shrine and the septi, even without the proper funeral and tomb, Vetch's father would no longer be a hungry, homeless ghost, wandering the world, unnamed, impotent, alone. It was impossible to hate Aerie after that. Absolutely impossible. Vetch's hatred of all things Tian began to shrink and chill. Not that it went away, far from it. It was still there, but it was no longer quite so all-encompassing and all-consuming. He no longer began and ended his days in hate. He woke thinking of other things, some special duty or some possible amusement, and he went to sleep with the prayers for the dead on his lips instead of curses. And with those prayers there was generally one for Aerie. Keep him safe, he would plead with the Altan gods. Defeat him, but don't hurt him. Don't hurt Kashet. Make them dizzy, make them ill, but don't hurt them. He included Kashet in his prayers because he knew that if anything were to happen to Kashet, Aerie would be shattered. For that matter, so would Vetch himself. There was no doubt that there was a real bond now between Kashet and his dragon boy, a mutual bond. Kashet would often solicit attention from him, and even became playful around him, engaging in a tug-of-war with a spare leather strap he liked to toy with, or throwing it into the air with a toss of his head for Vetch to catch. These days of relative peace, with more leisure time, meant that he and Kashet spent more time together, and he had more time and opportunity to learn about his charge from Aerie. The more he learned about dragons, the more he found himself wanting to learn, and it was certainly a subject that Aerie never got tired of talking about. But the rains couldn't last forever, much as he would have liked them to. 2 days after Aerie left the shrine for him, the compound was abuzz with the word that the waters of the Great Mother River were rising at last. The flood had begun that would cover all of the arable land if the gods were kind, with the silt that made Tian land so fertile. The same floods would proceed downriver toward Alta, isolating it and making it impossible for any fighting to take place until the waters receded. "Patrols will begin very soon," Aerie said absently, when Vetch gave him the news that morning. Vetch didn't want to think about that, so he changed the subject. "Harakat said before the rain that he thought Kashet was putting on a growth spurt, but he's fully grown now," Vetch said, as Aerie scratched just under Kashet's chin. "How can it be that he's growing if he's already adult?" "They never do actually stop growing," Aerie replied. "In fact, I'm pleased to hear that. Kashet's a bit leaner than some of the others, and I've been concerned about that. Is he eating more?" "A lot more," Vetch said ruefully, "since he was the one who had to haul the extra twice daily. And I've had to let out his chest straps." "Good. He's putting on the muscle I think he needs, then." There was clear satisfaction in Aerie's voice. What Aerie didn't know about dragons wasn't worth knowing, and Vetch wanted to know it all too. It wasn't enough for him, as it seemed to be for the other dragon boys, just to feed and groom Kashet. And today, with the resumption of Aerie's duties looming ahead, he threw caution to the wind and piled question atop question, for when patrols began, who knew when Aerie had always been kept busy at his assigned tasks when the Jousters were practicing. He'd never even seen the empty grounds, actually, and he'd had to ask what gate to leave by to find them. To tell the truth, he had not really wanted to see the Jousters in action. It would only remind him of his divided loyalties and make his stomach hurt. The practice ground stood well outside the final wall of the Jousters' compound. The first and very odd sight that marked them for what they were was the net. Fishing nets were strung between strong poles or palm trees, so that they hung parallel to the ground and well above it. He had not expected that. It had honestly never occurred to him that the jousters would have something in place that would let them practice aerial combat without fatal consequences. He'd somehow assumed that they didn't practice actual fighting while aloft, only flying maneuvers, and the passes that would allow them to get close enough for blows. Several dragons and riders were on the ground, watching those that were in the air. Vetch scanned those grounded first for Aerie and Cachet, and didn't find them. Then he looked up, and saw that they were hovering in place high in the air above the middle of one of these nets, as Aerie shouted directions to two more jousters who were sparring above the net next to his with the blunted lances. To Vetch's surprise, there were a lot of onlookers off to one side, and many of them seemed to be wealthy or of noble birth. They had their servants with them, holding colored sunshades above their heads, fanning them, offering them cooling drinks, whisking insects away. They looked like a garden of pampered flowers. He hadn't expected that either. The world of the jousters within the compound was as isolated as that of any temple. He had never seen anyone who wasn't associated with the jousters, and although he had overheard plenty from the other boys about the many feasts, entertainments, and gatherings at which there were outsiders, he hadn't attended any himself. He'd heard them in the distance, some nights, particularly during the rains, music and laughter, sometimes raucous, sometimes drunken and quarrelsome. For whatever reason, Aerie kept him away from such things, though other boys were sometimes permitted to attend as auxiliary servants or hangers-on to their jousters. Now here were spectators who were clearly of the elite of the Tians of Memphis. They glittered in the sun, all of them sporting armbands and wrist cuffs of gold, and collars of gemstone beads, fine wigs or elaborate headcloths, and linen kilts of the best fabric with sashes and belts richly embroidered. There was even a woman among them, dressed in a tightly pleated, transparent linen dress, with a sheath made of a net of turquoise-colored beads over it, holding the folds of the linen close to her body. She was attended by no less than 4 servants, one with a sunshade, one with a fan, one to carry a chair for her, and one to supply her with cooling drinks. These, then, were the people that the boys had spoken of, who gave them money to carry letters to the jousters, who bet upon the outcome of their combats, who desired their presence at their entertainments, as if the jousters were themselves some form of entertainer. And something else occurred to Vetch at that moment, as he watched their avid faces. They did not go to war themselves, but they certainly profited from it. They did no fighting, yet when the fighting was over, it was they who had gained more land, more goods, more money in their coffers. He found himself suddenly filled with such hatred that he had to look away from them, lest by his expression he betray himself. Not that he cared if they knew he hated them, but he might get Aerie into endless trouble. So he looked back up at the dueling jousters being instructed by Aerie. His practice session didn't look very dangerous, for even Vetch could tell that these two weren't very good at the jousting. Their dragons would not come close enough to permit any real combat, and although they heaved at the guiding reins, the dragons stubbornly fought their riders. When they did close in, they got nowhere near enough to actually make an exchange of blows. The dragons made very clumsy passes at each other, one high, the other low, while the jousters were flailing at the air, yards away from one another. It was partly the fault of the dragons and partly of the riders, who, he suspected, were afraid of getting close enough to be hit themselves. Vetch knew all the dragons by sight now, and it wasn't hard to tell which the two jousters rode, even if he didn't know the names of the men themselves. That was a failing among the dragons, nor was he lying in a smashed heap on the ground. The jouster was lying across Aerie's saddle, draped over Cachet's neck. Vetch thought his eyes were going to bulge out of his head in startlement. for Aerie had, somehow, saved him. 9. The unconscious jouster lay across the front of Aerie's saddle, draped over Cachet's neck like a half-filled grain sack. How had Aerie and Cachet caught him? For that was the only possible explanation, though Vetch could hardly believe his eyes. It seemed nothing short of a miracle. Had the god Horus, the especial god of the jousters, spread his wings over them both? Had he given Aerie some special power that he could do something like this? Had there been an especially gifted priest in the crowd of onlookers, able to work some powerful magic to make this happen? But he shook off his shock. This wasn't the time for him to think. There was need of him, and now, for Aerie and Cachet were coming slowly into land. Serve your dragon! Serve your jouster! Cachet dropped down with a thunder of wings that drove up so much dust that the gawkers had to shield their faces and look away. Aerie wasn't being any too careful about where they came down, so long as it wasn't actually on top of anyone, and if the folk who were in the way could scramble out of the way in time, then it wouldn't be on top of them. There was a mad dash by servants and spectators alike to get out of the way. They scattered like a covey of quail, and Cachet landed heavily in a cloud of dust. Vetch ran for his master, and the rest of the onlookers surged forward behind him and overtook him, enveloping him, swallowing him up. Aerie didn't so much as glance at any of them. His attention was on the servants, Jousters' servants, who must have been out of Vetch's sight behind the crowd of dragons and riders, who had reacted faster than anyone but Vetch. They were already at Cachet's side, and were taking the unconscious jouster from Cachet's saddle. He slid down limply into their arms, but as far as Vetch could tell, he was still alive and breathing. The crowd erupted in cheers and surged against the ring of servants, trying to get closer to the dragon and jouster. They surrounded Cachet and Aerie in a circle of enthusiastic, even hysterical joy, shouting at the tops of their lungs. Cachet, normally the most placid of creatures, reared back, eyes widening with alarm, nostrils dilating in distaste. Vetch was caught up in the crush, between the servants trying to take the jouster away, and all of the well-wishers. But somehow Aerie saw him, and roared an order to let him through, pointing and waving imperiously with one hand. The order had no effect at first, and Vetch jabbed with his elbows at those he dared to, and tried desperately to push past those he dared not offend. After a moment of confusion in which he tried to no avail to get through the spectators, some of them wealthy, powerful, dangerous, they realized who Aerie was shouting for and parted for him. Coal-rimmed eyes, both knowing and haughty, stared at him as he shoved past. Once his hand brushed against a garment of linen so fine that the rough skin of his hand snagged it. He just barely noticed. He shook free and shoved his way to Cachet's side. "Haraket sent me. Haraket says—" Vetch panted, staring up at his jouster with mingled awe and disbelief, and trying mightily to remember his message. "Haraket says—" "Never mind what Haraket says. This isn't over yet." Aerie looked up with a scowl, and Vetch followed his gaze. The two dragons were whirling together now in the mating dance that Vetch had instinctively recognized, and Seftu's rider, a tiny dot at this distance, was clinging on for dear life. Another high, thin wail of pure fear drifted down from above. Vetch was not surprised. Not only was the novice jouster no longer in control of his dragon, he was going to be lucky to stay in the saddle. And he was very, very lucky that his dragon was the male. If he'd been riding the female and the male dragon found an inconvenient little human in his way, a single snap and the inconvenience would be gone. "Idiots!" Aerie snarled. "If they paid half as much attention to their dragons as they did to the vintage of the date wine they drank last night, they'd have known this was coming on and ordered extra tala." "Vetch!" Vetch snapped to attention. Run and tell Haraket what just happened. Tell him that Kashit and I will bring Khorasani in when the mating's over. Cloud-studded sky, until they were scarcely larger than ants. Then they lunged for one another with a ferocity indistinguishable from rage. The lunge ended in a tangle of locked claws and a plunge to earth that must have terrified Seftu's rider out of a dozen years of life. How he stayed in the saddle, Vetch could not even begin to guess. Caught together, neither willing to let go, paralyzed by the rapture of mating, they spun around a common center, whirling, wings held half outspread at a peculiar angle. They plunged on and on, down to the unforgiving earth, while Vetch and everyone else in the court held their breath. And just behind them plunged a blue-green streak that was Kashit, paralleling their fall. At the very last moment, just before the impact, they broke their hold on each other. Their wings snapped open completely at the same moment, and the vertical plunge suddenly became horizontal as they tumbled from the fall into a ground-brushing flight and streaked off in opposite directions parallel to the ground. Vetch wasn't interested in what happened to Seftu. Presumably his jouster would get him back under control and bring him in without help. He had eyes only for Aerie and Kashit, who had followed the entwined dragons down in their deadly plunge, and now deftly herded Khorasan away from the eastern hills across the river, above the King's Valley where all the great kings had their tombs, where she wanted to go, and towards the compound. And she didn't want to go there. She kept snaking her head back and trying to snap at them, but Aerie and Kashit were more clever than she. They managed to keep their superior position in the air, staying above her all the time. Kashit didn't even have to do more than threaten. A dragon's one vulnerability was his wings, and Kashit could slash Khorasan's with his claws very easily from where he was. Khorasan didn't dare chance it, and was herded where Aerie wanted to go, as Kashit feinted strikes at her wings. At that point, a dragon landed in the court. It was Seftu, and his rider looked as if he must have been near to soiling himself with fear. Vetch ignored Seftu and the jouster. Some other dragon boys did run to help the man lead a reluctant Seftu away, but Vetch's charges were still in the sky, and he was not going to leave the court until they were safely down. Haraket had arrived without him noticing, and stood just behind Vetch. He grunted when he saw Seftu land. The priests lifted the bone. "The fool will be well enough, idiot that he is," Haraket said to no one in particular, though Vetch knew his words were meant for Aerie's ears via Vetch. "A few weeks and he'll be healed up, though if he hadn't been seen right away, well, he'd not have had a chance." Khorasan was coming back now in the direction of the compound. Once she was turned, they started forcing her down. By getting and staying above her, they forced her to fly lower and lower, and slower as well, until she couldn't stay in the air any longer. And at that very moment, they were above the landing court, and her training took over, and she came into ground. The moment Khorasan touched the earth, Haraket was there with two of the strongest slaves in the compound and 3 leading chains. Vetch started to help them, but Haraket waved him off. "Keep off, boy. This is not work for you," he shouted, and then turned his attention back to the angry dragon. He needed to. That tail was whipping back and forth with deadly force until a third slave came up and flung himself bodily on it, pinning it to the earth. She hissed and tossed her head, but she was also tired and probably hungry, and unlike a wild dragon, did not think of humans as food, but as those who brought food. Haraket and one of the other slaves plunged under her snapping jaws and grabbed her harness and hung on it until she stopped tossing her head and lunging. She didn't surrender then, but she did stop fighting. With Aerie and Kashit hovering above to keep her from taking off again, Haraket hooked his chain into the ring on the front of her harness, and the 2 slaves hooked theirs into the foot loops on either side of the saddle. Then, last of all, Haraket whipped a choke collar around her neck, and that was that. Serve your dragon. Serve your jouster. Vetch wanted to watch, but his time was not his own at the moment. As soon as Kashet came in, he and Aerie would need taking care of. Vetch sprinted for the gate nearest Kashet's pen. When Aerie and Kashet landed, they'd knead and, pulling their head and neck back, then snapping it forward while flying, like a heron catching a fish. I've taught Kashet to do that, only to bring his head in under what we're trying to catch, rather than snapping at it with his jaws, then to raise his head and fly up a little at the same time. If we've got the balance right, what we're aiming for slides right down his neck onto my saddle, where I can steady it. Aerie shook his head, and Vetch gaped as he tried to imagine just how much control and coordination and cooperation on Kashet's part that would take. Needless to say, no one else can do it. Another of my little eccentricities that the others put up with in the past. None of them ever had the imagination to see that it could be used to rescue a falling rider. I suspect there won't be any more sniping remarks about it after this, though. Sniping remarks? Never had it even passed Vetch's mind that his own jouster, so highly thought of by Haraket, might be on the receiving end of any criticism. After all, from what he had overheard, Aerie was widely thought of to be the most skilled rider and jouster in the compound. So why would anyone criticize him? But it appeared that Aerie's unorthodox ways were enough to make him as much of an outsider among the jousters as Vetch was among the dragon boys. Vetch snapped his mouth shut and nodded, and watched as Kashet left his water trough half emptied, dove into the sand, and rolled wearily in his hot sand wallow. Reatin won't be flying for weeks, he offered. So the priest says. The commander of dragons will have a few choice words with him before he's able to fly, Aerie said with grim satisfaction. And I suspect that he'll consider himself lucky to have that crack over the back of his head. The commander just might take pity on him because of it. What's going to happen to him? Vetch asked. At the least, they'll both be personally reprimanded by the great king's commander of dragons, and might be dismissed as jousters for their carelessness. Aerie's lips thinned and his jaw tightened. Vetch had seldom seen him angry before this, but he was definitely angry now. As raw as they are, it isn't as if they can't be replaced. They both should have known better, but of the two, Seftu's rider is the most to blame. A male shows the mating urge much more graphically than a female. I would have seen it if they hadn't only just gotten up into the air. I thought all that jockeying about was Reatin and Horeb trying to impress me with fancy flying and having no luck at it. Aerie paused, and Vetch wordlessly handed him the wine for another small, moderate mouthful. In fact, anyone who had anything to do with Seftu and Khorasan should have seen the signs, Aerie continued. There's going to be some sharp words all around before this affair is over, and maybe some dismissals. Seftu's dragon boy probably knew that. He'd been tending Seftu for the last 2 years at least, and should know all of the protocol and rules that governed not only the jousters themselves, but everyone connected with them. Certainly he knew more about it than Vetch did. That was probably why he hadn't done more than protest weakly when Vetch robbed him of his burden. Shock and the fear of being dismissed had left him so stunned he completely forgot Vetch's lowly status. Or else being dragon boy to the hero of the hour had suddenly raised Vetch's status. Seftu's safe enough, back in his pen, Vetch was able to report. His rider, Horeb, I don't know where he is, but his dragon boy was on the way to the jousters' courts with food and wine. Dangerous to go further than that, or mention any speculations of his own. He was still just a serf, after all. Anything more, well, that could be taken as gossip about his masters, and even Aerie, tolerant as the jouster was, might feel he had to take some sort of action at that point. So he kept himself quiet. Well, it wouldn't surprise me if Horeb was at least demoted back to the training classes. Reatin just might find himself sent back to the ranks too, no matter how much the commander pities him. In any event, he's going to be bedridden for a while, which will mean that Khorasan won't be ridden for weeks. Just as well. Khorasan will be impossible to handle for that long, or at least until she rids herself of her eggs. Aerie closed his eyes and held out his hand. Vetch put the wineskin into it, and Aerie took another mouthful. This time he kept the wineskin. It could be worse. Let's hope the others have learned a lesson about 2 years. So he had to have hatched Kashet while he was in his teens. So he couldn't have truly finished his education as a scribe. Unless perhaps he had been attending one of the temple schools when his family fell on hard times and could no longer pay for the schooling. Hadn't he said once that he was the youngest boy, and it was his uncle who was the head of the household? He had. He'd said his uncle, also a scribe, had made Aerie's mother his second wife after Aerie's father died. Yes, that must have been it. All the pieces fell neatly into place. Vetch could picture it in his mind's eye. Aerie's father sending him to school, dying, leaving his widow and son to be supported by his uncle, who eventually married her. Then the additional strain of a second wife and children on the family finances forced Aerie to become a common scribe before his education was complete, and he took a position here in the Jousters' compound. Aerie must have gotten hold of a fertile egg from one of those chance matings, perhaps from the dragon of a jouster he had served as a scribe, or gotten directly from Hareket as an experiment, or perhaps just because he'd been bold enough to take one before they put it on the midden. Vetch knew better than to blurt out his conclusion, though, nor did he blurt out his reaction, that what Aerie had done, he, Vetch, could do. "You should rest, master," was what he said instead. "Your room is ready. Hareket has already seen to that. And whatever Hareket sent you to tell me originally is now of minimal importance compared with the impact all of this will have on affairs in the entire compound," Aerie said, and shook his head crossly. "Evil spirits plague Reatin with boils. I'll have to take his patrols now, doubtless, while he lies abed, being made much of by all his noble friends." Then, perhaps, he bethought him of what Vetch had told him, and his irritation eased a little. Or perhaps not. It's an interesting thing with noble friends. When your star is rising, they are all for standing near you and bathing in your reflected glory. But when your star falls, no one can escape from your vicinity fast enough. Vetch just nodded. Agreeing was harmless enough, but he must not say anything that could be construed as criticism of his masters. Aerie patted Vetch on the head. "Get Kashet an extra treat. You know, bullock hearts, if there are any. He more than deserves them. Then go to the kitchen and tell them I want my dinner in my room." "Haraket's seen to that, sir," Vetch said. "And he said something about a hot bath and a massage slave." Now Aerie smiled just a little. "Good old Hareket. Well, I'll take him up on all of it. I'm for a cool swim first, in the Atet pool, and perhaps after that I'll feel less like strangling Reatin, then finding Horeb, ripping off his arm and beating him to death with it." The corners of his mouth turned up a little more. After all, it would be ill done of me to deprive both the commander of dragons and Hareket of that privilege. He levered himself up off the edge of the sand pit, and as he stalked off out of the pen, Vetch noticed that he was favoring one leg. He must have injured it somehow, either in the rescue or when he and Kashet were bringing Khorasan to earth. Typical of him not to have mentioned it. Hareket will have had a massage slave sent, he remembered, and perhaps that will help. Vetch did as he was told, and while he was getting Kashet's treat, he heard that, not unexpectedly, the request for someone to bring Aerie his supper and someone else to see to a massage nearly brought on a fight among the servants over who was to have the honor. Aerie's very self-effacement in not lingering to be made a hero of had had the effect of making him more of a hero than he would have been if he had stayed about to preen rather than bringing Khorasan in. Or at least that was true among the servants, What those wealthy spectators had thought of Aerie's heroic efforts today, well, Vetch couldn't begin to guess. But there was another repercussion to all of this. When Vetch went back to the butcher's to return the barrow for Cachet's feed and his treat, there was a drama being enacted right in the center of the court. It was Sobek, Rheatin's dragon boy, who was causing all the fuss. With all the other boys around him, he refused, sweating and trembling, to go anywhere near his charge. He described at the top of his lungs to an enraptured and credulous cat's brow cleared a trifle. "You? Khorasan is no Cachet's boy. She has always been a handful for Sobek with that tail of hers, and, as you said, she is going to lay eggs, which will make her even more difficult." "But I have been around females about to whelp all my life," he countered, raising his chin. "My father was a farmer. I believe that I can tame her a little, perhaps more than a little." He allowed scorn to come into his tone for the first time ever. But Sobek was now, in Haraket's mind at least, in utter and complete disgrace, just like his jouster. Dragon Boy and Jouster had both failed, and failed as badly as it was possible to fail and not die. Criticism of Sobek would fall on ears ready to hear it. And it was such a relief to be able to abuse one of those wretched Tian boys without fear of being punished for it. Vetch waxed eloquent in his scorn. Sobek never treated her properly. Half the time he was afraid of her, and he never thought she was anything better than a dumb beast with a vicious streak. He never saw how clever she was, or treated her with any kindness. I'd have snapped it in myself if I had been her. She's smart enough to bully anyone who gives way to her, but she's also smart enough to change her ways if she's treated right. Haraket rubbed his shaven head with the palm of one hand, now looking worried. "Sobek was not entirely in the wrong, boy," he admitted. "Perhaps he neglected his dragon, but that will make her all the more dangerous. Khorasan could harm you if you are not careful." "Let me feed her. Feed her now, Overseer," Vetch pleaded urgently. The plan was rapidly forming in his mind, a beautiful plan that would give him everything he could possibly want, but he could only carry it out if he became Khorasan's keeper, at least until she laid those eggs. "She's hungry now, and she'll be easier to win when she's hungry. Please, watch and see if I can handle her." Haraket took a deep breath, and Vetch felt a surge of triumph, knowing he had won, at least so far. "Very well. You may feed her, but I and my helpers will be standing by to guard you. Aerie will never forgive me if I let any harm come to you. We will see." Vetch did not wait for Haraket to have second thoughts. Haraket left to get help while he seized a barrow, got it loaded with meat, and was out into the corridor before anyone could blink, his own footfalls making the walls echo as he ran, but not, like Sobek, for the outside world. He had a chance. He had to make the most of it. Unlike Sobek, he had nowhere to go, nothing to lose, and the world to gain if he succeeded. Haraket and two of the biggest of his slaves, trailing a curious and apprehensive crowd of dragon boys, intercepted him on the way to Khorasan's pen. He was wheeling a barrow heaped with Tala-treated meat, as much as he could manage, and doubled the ration that he usually gave Cachet. If Khorasan was breeding, she'd be hungrier than usual, even given the exertion of the mating flight, as her body demanded the wherewithal to make eggs, and if Sobek had been neglecting her because he was afraid of her and impatient to get away, he might not have been feeding her properly for some time, and she'd be hungrier still. The way to a dragon's heart was ever through her stomach. There was no reason whatsoever, why he should not feed her to bursting. She wouldn't be flying any time soon. She would be making eggs. Why not stuff her and soothe her with food? Besides all of that, with a double ration of meat would come a double ration of Tala, which, once it got into her, would gentle her even in her aroused state. With all of Aerie's instruction, he knew what Tala did. If he could get her to allow him to lay nurturing hands on her, With a full belly that he had supplied, and the tranquilizing effect of the drug making her see things in a pleasant light, he would create a mighty contrast to Sobek, and it would be right in the forefront of her mind. Well, he might truly tame her. She would never be a Kashet, but she might become one of the better dragons. He heard her hissing before he even reached her pen, and looking up, saw her head up above the walls, watching the corridor, swaying back and forth at the end of her long neck. She was gorgeous. If she hadn't been so angry, he'd have been able to appreciate her beauty more. Her color was a deep ruby, shading it. She was more restive by far than Kashet, and never had Vetch felt the differences more keenly. And she kept snapping at the air above Vetch's head, as if she wanted to express irritation and anger, but not truly at him. She still allowed him to lead her to the grooming court without too much fuss. Perhaps it was her bulging belly that was leading her, or just perhaps, in the depths of that odd mind, she was making comparisons between him and her former keeper, and deciding that she liked the change. He fastened her to the nearest ring in the wall, and began buffing and oiling her. Flakes of dead skin fell away from the crevices of her wings as he rubbed, confirming his guess that Sobek hadn't been tending her properly, and she responded to his careful ministrations, slowly but favorably, finally bending her head to permit him to tend to the delicate skin of her ears, her muzzle, and around her eyes. In fact, he felt her muscles relaxing under his hands, until at last she was allowing him to tend to even the most sensitive and ticklish places with her eyes closed, and the breath coming quietly from her flaring nostrils. Now her scales glowed with the color of fine gems, as they should have. When he led her back to her pen, she ambled along quietly beside him, and dove into the sand pit to wallow as soon as they reached it. He chained her up. She was still no Kashet, and he wasn't going to trust to this good behavior until he knew how big a dose of Tala he really needed to keep her tractable, but he gave her a much longer chain than ever Sobek had. She could reach every spot of her pen now. She just couldn't get out of it or fly off. She could bury herself in her hot sand, and roll and wallow, without the chain bringing her up short and making her uncomfortable. Harakat had followed him every step of the way, as he left her to her nap in the warm sand and turned to leave the pen. Harakat gave him an approving slap on his back that staggered him. "Well done," the overseer said gruffly. "You do know your business. You tend your Kashet in this virago. That's enough work for any man or boy. I'll see to it that your other tasks are taken care of." Vetch ducked his head and murmured his thanks, then headed back to the butchery to get Kashet's ration and his treat, for if ever a dragon deserved special tending today, it was Kashet. This would not be easy. Khorasan was going to test him every single time he entered her pen. She was intelligent and crafty, and she had learned how to disobey. Disobedience was a habit it would be hard to break her of. But if all went well, she would lay her egg when a little older, for someone to claim Vetch had managed to make the disaster of Khorasan and Septu happen. End of Side 5. To continue, turn the cassette over. Joust by Mercedes Lackey. Continuing on page 199. Never mind that if such a thing could have been done, it would have to have been by means of powerful magic. And why would so powerful a magician be wasting his time to supplant a dragon boy? For that matter, why would he remain a serf when he could use such magic to escape to Alta rather than working like a dog in the Jousters' compound. The adults, at least, and the older boys, dismissed such a notion out of hand. But there were other possibilities, of course, and even if no one considered it possible that he had caused the accident, there was still Khorasan's behavior with Sobek to consider, for she had not had the reputation of being difficult before this. Within hours there were dark looks from the younger ones, and suggestions of curses, though they swiftly learned not to say anything of the sort where Harakat could hear them. Only once that day, as he was bringing Khorasan her evening meal, had someone come to Harakat with tales of magic, and the boy who had ventured such speculations had found himself sitting on the ground with one ear ringing from the impact of Harakat's fist. Harakat was decidedly unamused by such arrant nonsense, and said as much. Unfortunately, none of the boys knew about his father's shrine, or certainly there would have been dark rumors of magic. By nightfall, after experiencing an entire day of this new change in attitude on the part of the other dragon boys, Vetch decided that he did not particularly care what they thought, so long as nothing bad came of it. He was, in fact, too busy to care, and the rumors and veiled accusations of curses had an effect that those who made them did not anticipate. "That's ridiculous," said Harakat, and "too stupid to be funny, little brats, frightening themselves with bogeymen," said the older boys contemptuously. But maybe Vetch hadn't done anything, but he was Altan and the enemy, and the Altans had magic too, just as the Tians did. A new set of stories and speculations began to drift among the boys. Maybe the magic that Altan sea witches were working against the enemies of their land had elected to operate on Vetch's behalf. It was well known that magic did not always work as it was supposed to. Curses went awry, and so did blessings, sometimes alighting on targets that were related to the intended one, for the magic had to go somewhere. Perhaps Vetch was attracting Altan blessings, or providing a medium through which Altan curses could operate. Maybe it wasn't Vetch who was creating the curses, or blessings. It may be presumptuous of me to say this, but I'm quite proud of you. "Oh," Vetch was quite taken aback, both by the praise and by his own reaction to it. Thank you." He tried to think of something else to say, and couldn't. Aerie didn't seem to mind. "It's been a cursed long day for all three of us," he said into the awkward silence. "And I'm going to follow Kashit's example and your advice. You should probably do the same. Good night, Vetch." He limped off, but Vetch did get the last word after all, for he called after the jouster, "Get another massage!" Aerie's chuckle floated back in the darkness, making him feel warm inside. Everyone seemed to take it as a given that Khorasan would lay eggs, even though she'd only mated the once. Vetch could only shrug his shoulders at that. The only things with wings that he had any experience with were geese, ducks, and chickens. He would have thought, if dragons were a species that required multiple matings, that she would be mad to get out a male as soon as she'd slept off her enormous meals, and he was perfectly prepared for that when morning came. He'd even shorten her chains if he had to, though he hoped it wouldn't come to that. The next day, though, when the dragons flew overhead on their way to morning practice and the first patrols of the season, she yearned after them a little, but that could have been the eagerness to fly rather than to mate again. The moment that her meat appeared, she was much more interested in it than in the dragon shadows passing over her head. Harakat could not tell Vetch if or how many of her eggs were likely to be fertile after just one mating. Aerie, who might have known if one mating was enough for the eggs to be good, was, well, not really available. Vetch found out that morning that Aerie was now flying 2 patrols, his own and Rayatin's, just as he had expected would happen. Vetch vowed to manage on his own, with the information he already had, and not trouble his jouster further. He knew from experience that Aerie might well start to continue to talk on his favorite subject, then stay awake far too late to do so, in the hope that what he told Vetch would help him with Khorasan. and he didn't want to ask Aerie for another reason besides sparing him. Aerie was sharp-witted and might very well guess just what Vetch was planning from the tenor of Vetch's questions. He wanted no one, not even Aerie, to guess what his real goal had been in taking on Khorasan's care. But how could anyone, having been exposed to Kashet, not fall under the spell of dragons and want one like him? He did not know how Aerie would feel about that. If he'd been free-born, there was no doubt that the jouster would have encouraged him. But a serf? And a serf born free, born Altan? However Aerie felt about the war personally, he still fought Altans. How could he countenance putting another dragon in the hands of someone who could only be described as an enemy? Even if the enemy himself didn't yet know what he would make of such a situation. But that was counting one's chickens, or in this case dragons, long before they were laid, much less hatched. There were a great many obstacles to overcome before Vetch could find himself a dragon back, and many more pitfalls, and 1,000 ways in which the plan could go horribly wrong. He also couldn't find anyone who could tell him how long after mating it would take a dragon to lay her eggs, which was a good thing because it meant that no one would be expecting eggs on a given day. That was totally in his favor, for it meant that he had a measure of time in which he could act before he had to admit that there were eggs and allow the slaves to take them away to discard them. The one thing that everyone agreed on was that Khorasan would take her time about becoming a mother. Absolutely no one expected an egg the next day or the one after that. Eggs took time to form, after all, even in chickens, especially something as big as a dragon egg. Vetch had wondered, despite what Aerie said, if he would have to compete with other Tians for the eggs, perhaps would-be jousters who had not yet gotten the dragon, or even other boys who decided that they wanted to emulate Aerie. It seemed logical, after all. Maybe no one wanted to dare stealing eggs from wild clutches, but here was Khorasan about to go to nest, and the eggs were practically begging to be taken. Surely there would be one boy other than himself here in the compound who would want to become a jouster by getting himself a dragon. But Aerie had been right. No one rushed forward to claim an egg in order to repeat Aerie's experiment. Vetch couldn't understand it, especially given what Kashet and Aerie had done in saving Riatan. It should have been obvious to a blind man that Aerie was being handled properly. That consisted of taking her around and around her pen on a lead, and teaching her that it was more pleasant to follow him than to fight him. He did not flinch when she snapped. He did not scream at her or prod her with an ox goad when she balked. He simply let her fight the collar, then learned that when she stopped fighting, all was well again. He took the lessons in short sessions, so as not to aggravate her, and he always ended them when she had done a complete circuit of the pen without misbehaving. When Aerie and Kashet returned, Vetch had already fed Khorasan her midday meal. After Khorasan had buried herself in her hot sand to drowse away her second meal of the day, Vetch fed and groomed Kashet to within an inch of his life. And before the grooming, Kashet got something he well deserved. Vetch had not forgotten his promise to Aerie to reward Kashet with the treat of ox hearts. He'd gotten half a basket yesterday, and the butchers had promised Vetch more today. With Khorasan sleeping, Vetch and his empty barrow made the trek to the butchers, who practically fell all over themselves to cull out the delicacy for the dragon hero of the hour. By this time, everyone in the entire compound, from the old man who swept the corridors to the commander of dragons, had heard what Aerie and Kashet had done. It made Vetch wonder just how much peace Aerie was going to get after all. Kashet got a full basket of his favorite treats, and he savored them. Once fed, Vetch made sure that every inch of him gleamed with buffing and oil, telling him the whole time what a fine and brave and, above all, clever fellow he was. If Kashet had been a cat, he would have purred, and not just because of Vetch's ministrations. People kept coming to the door of the grooming pens to admire him, and Vetch was sure that it wasn't his imagination that made him think there was a certain posing look about the great dragon whenever another admirer appeared. Nor did he think he was deluding himself that Cachet took care to display himself to best advantage on the side where people were. And with every word of praise he arched his neck a little more, and flashed his eyes at Vetch, and became even more relaxed and happy. There was no doubt that he enjoyed hearing the tone of Vetch's voice, but of late Vetch had to wonder just how much of the words he also understood. The more time he spent with Cachet, the more certain he became that the dragons were far more intelligent than any jouster, except perhaps Aerie, really guessed. In the happier days on the family farm, he'd seen their little donkey work the harder for praise, and admiration had doubled the number of mice laid out for inspection by the granary cat. Cachet was easily as intelligent as either beast. Still, beast he was, for he showed no signs of the thinking ability of a man, nor did any other dragon. Well, if they had been that clever, they'd have all slipped their chains and flown far out of reach a long, long time ago. But he could hardly begrudge Cachet his preening. He'd earned the right to preen. It had been an amazing thing that he and Aerie had accomplished, and even the fact that it had been attempted at all was astonishing. "I won't neglect you for Khorasan, handsome one," he told the dragon, as they paced back to Cachet's pen, side by side. Cachet curved his sapphire neck, bringing his head down to Vetch's level as they walked. Vetch reached up and smoothed the skin of Cachet's golden nose and forehead, and the dragon breathed into his hair. "And I won't neglect you for—" He didn't say it. My egg, my dragonette. He didn't dare think that far. "For anything else either," he promised. "As long as I'm here, I won't neglect you. I'll see you get the treatment you deserve." As long as he was here, he could not promise more than that. For though he tried not to think of it, because he did not want to give himself too much hope, too many dreams, to hatch and raise a dragon meant more than just echoing Aerie's achievement. Aerie was Tian. By raising Cachet, he had won an automatic place within the ranks of the Jousters. If you had a dragon, you were a jouster. It was a simple equation. Tian custom, so resistant to change, had worked for Aerie in that instance. But Vetch was Altan, a serf and not born into captivity. He had no loyalty to any Tian, and no reason to fight for the Tians. In fact, he had many, many compelling reasons to fight against them. So no matter what happened, if anyone discovered he had a dragonette, it would be taken from him. No sane Tian would leave such a dangerous weapon in the hands of an enemy. If the overseer had thought that Sobek's fear of his dragon, rather than laziness, was the real reason for what had happened, he still wouldn't have hesitated to dismiss him, but it wouldn't have been in such complete disgrace. Haraket, so Vetch had heard, had made it known that Sobek was a shirker, a slacker, totally incompetent, and the kind of boy who would find any excuse to evade doing his duty. Now the officers of the army wouldn't have him, even in the lowliest of positions. That didn't leave much for him but manual labor, or perhaps the scribes or artists, and Sobek had not enough patience for the former or talent for the latter. Just deserts in Vetch's mind. No dragon, no beast, could ever be successfully starved into submission. Whether it was due to a full belly and a building layer of fat, due to the tava, due to kind treatment, or all three, Khorasan confined her displays of temper to the most minor of outbursts with Vetch, snorts, hisses, and head-tossing, spending most of her time lounging in the heat. Even those displays of pique were half-hearted, as if she was saying, "Yes, you see, I am a princess, and you are beneath me, and will render me my due or feel my wrath. See, I can punish you with my display. Now, you will fetch me some of those lambs, or I will make you rue it by hissing at you again." She was, in fact, turning into a creature that reminded him more of a spoiled, wealthy girl chip than a carnivorous monster. Yes, tending her was a great deal of work he could not have done without a slave assigned to take over his other chores. Actually, his chores had been divided, with a slave cleaning Aerie's quarters, and the chores in leather workshop and armory being taken up by the other dragon boys. It was more work than Cachet caused, Khorasan was difficult to move about the compound, and required extra effort when he fed her, and especially when he groomed her. Nevertheless, she did not cause him as much work as Sobek had been put to, and Vetch was convinced it had all been because of how he had handled her. It was easier to pause at the doorway and throw the impatient dragon chunks of meat until the edge was off her hunger, than try and fight past her to put the barrow next to her. It was easier to chain her in the grooming pen and wait out her head-tossing and fidgeting than to fight to chain her even shorter. It was easier in general to work around her than to fight her, and when she didn't get a fight, she lost interest in fighting. All perfectly logical, really. Every morning, Harakat asked if there were eggs yet. Every morning, Vetch answered in the negative, truthfully. Then, slightly more than a week after the mating, the first egg appeared. Khorasan had laid it sometime in the night. He hadn't yet given up hope, but he'd begun to wonder if perhaps everyone was wrong, and a dragon wouldn't lay unless she'd mated more than once. But it had become habit to scan the sands of the wallow for any sign of an egg, paying close attention to parts of the pit that Khorasan had been digging in the night before. The egg, that precious egg, was indeed in a corner of the sand pit she had been paying special attention to last night, and if he had not been looking for it, he might not have seen it, for only the barest top curve showed above the sand. He didn't go near it, much as he wanted to. He fed her first, wanting to get some tava into her before he made any attempts to investigate it. When she was sated, she returned to her wallow. He walked around the pit cautiously, and with one eye always on her, in case she decided to take exception to his interest. But Khorasan didn't seem to notice him, or that he was interested in her egg. She was buried in sand dozing when he finally crouched down next to the object of his desire and brushed the sand away from the top. The egg was exactly the same color as the sand, and the shell even had a similar texture to sandstone. It was very hard, like an enormously thick bird's egg, rather than leathery like a snake egg. He could get his arms around it easily enough, he thought. The question was, how much did it weigh? He uncovered it further and slid his hand underneath it. He hefted it experimentally, with one hand steadying it and one under the shell, though he didn't try to lift it completely out of the sand that cradled it. It was as warm as the sand, and weighed about the same as a 5-year-old child. Khorasan didn't seem to mind that he handled it, perhaps because she wasn't yet brooding. Or perhaps it was only because this was her very first egg. With barnyard fowl, first-time mothers weren't always very motherly. He covered it back up again, quickly. He didn't want a chance at getting cold empty pens, unless they happened to be storing something there. No one put two adult dragons next to one another, even if they appeared to get along, because of the chance that they would decide one day to fight one another, or worse, chose one another as mates. Dragons were creatures that flocked together, sort of. They did spend a lot of time in a juvenile flock when they were young and not ready to mate, because clumsy juveniles working together were able to bring down prey that one alone couldn't manage. And when they weren't raising young, they also kept to a flock, but that could have been because natural hot places, natural sand wallows, sheltered places where the sun heated the sand, hot springs and the like, were relatively few compared to the number of dragons. It could have been necessity that had them roosting together at night. But when they were fertile, they were like spotted hunting cats, sharing a territory just long enough to raise the dragonets to fledging, then parting again, and they would fight the dragon that had been a mate if there was a conflict over food, flock rank, or perches. So while there were plenty of extra pens, there was no need to take the risk of conflict by housing the beasts too closely together. He would put the egg where it was easy to get to, and when it hatched, if it hatched, Kashid would probably ignore the dragonet as completely as he ignored other adult dragons. Just as he was alone among the other dragons in his affection for humans, he was alone in his indifference to his fellow dragons. Now, instead of taking the first egg, he could wait, hope that no one noticed the growing clutch in the corner, and have his choice of eggs. Khorasan could lay as many as 4, He was giving her plenty of extra bone for the shells, which she would sorely need to keep her hale and healthy. But the more eggs that appeared, the more likely it was that someone would get impatient and take a look for himself to see what Corazon was up to, and the more likely that she would go broody. Take the first, or wait? He wavered between the two actions all day, the egg looming large in his mind the entire time. When Cachet and Aerie came in, clearly tired from taking double patrols, he still had not decided. While the rest of the jousters were still on the lighter duty of practice and patrol, they were on a full schedule. It was a good thing that Cachet was so strong and so willing. "If I didn't know he was flying twice as far as the others every day, I wouldn't guess it," Vetch said, as Aerie handed him a lance and dismounted, as usual, with a pat on the shoulder for Cachet. "He's tired, but not as exhausted as he could be. I think you're more tired than he is." "Well, perhaps it's because he was first laid," Aerie said, with a proud, if tired smile. "They hatch in order of being laid, about 2 days apart. Firstborn is supposed to be strongest and the smartest, but when the young ones are taken by dragonet hunters out in the wild, firstborn has usually fledged and gone, so they get whatever is left." Then Aerie strode off without looking back, which was just as well, for Vetch was standing there with his mouth open for a long moment after he was gone. There it was, the deciding factor. Firstborn is the strongest. If Vetch was going to succeed, his dragon would have to be very big, very strong, and mature very quickly. If that had not been enough, all of the conditions that night were perfect for him to move his egg. Most of the other dragon boys all went out that night, for it was a full moon, and the father of one of them, a fisherman, had promised to take them out for night fishing in the moonlight. The jousters' quarters were full of music and voices. One of the others was holding festival with many of the great king's nobles in attendance, and even Aerie, as weary as he was, had consented to attend. The boys who were not out fishing had been pressed into service for the feast. The corridors outside the pens were flooded with light from the moon, and utterly deserted, and Corazon slept like a stone, probably exhausted from laying this, the first of her eggs. Vetch dug the egg out of the hot sand with his bare hands. It was very warm, the texture very like that of a common pot, and unwieldy. He lifted it very carefully, transferred it to a sand-lined barrow, and trundled it to its new home without sight or sound of anyone or anything except a few bats flitting about the corridors in search of insects attracted by the torches. The spirits of the dead were supposed to take the form of bats. Was one of them his father, flitting like a silent guardian over his son? For a moment he paused, looking for a sign. Cachet had not moved a muscle, and until Cachet woke, there was no reason for him to get up either. In fact, he managed to doze a little, before the rustling sound of sand moving against dragon scales warned him that he had better start his working day. He was actually feeding Corazon 4 times daily now, giving her a final meal just before she went to sleep for the night. This meant that she would sleep longer in the morning than Cachet, and he could feed his primary charge first, get him saddled and ready for Aerie by the time most of the other dragon boys were still queuing up for meat. This meant that when he came around with a barrow for Corazon, most of them were gone already. When he reached her pen, she was scratching in an absent-minded way at the sand in the corner where her egg had been, but the moment that he appeared with her breakfast, she lost interest in that corner in favor of food. He went about the usual routine as though she had never laid an egg, and after another cursory search for it when she'd eaten, Corazon soon settled. She didn't so much give up as lose interest in looking for it. A good sign, Vetch thought. In fact, at noon she wolfed down meat until Vetch thought she was going to pop, then stretched herself out in the sun for a long doze, quite as if the egg had never existed. Cachet came in that afternoon looking marginally better, and so did Aerie, who took a look around the pen as Vetch divested the dragon of his saddle and harness. "I was afraid doing double duty as you are, that all the work was going to be too much for you, Vetch, the jouster said, with just the faintest overtones of surprise. But I swear, if anything, Cashit's pen is cleaner and neater than it was before. Are there two of you? Have you spawned a twin brother you haven't told me about? Vetch smiled to himself. I'm used to doing more than my share, he said boldly. It gets put on me often as not. And don't think it's your fault, because it isn't. But so are you and Cashit used to doing more than your share. And you don't have anyone to take the boring part of your work off your hands. At least I got that much advantage. Huh. You've certainly hit that target in the heart ring, Aerie replied with a raised eyebrow. I suppose, though, it's always been true that those of us who are outsiders have to work twice as hard just to prove ourselves the equals of those on the inside. How's Khorasan? Fat and lazy and getting fatter, he replied truthfully. I figure the fatter I get her, the less trouble she'll be, because she'll be too lazy to make trouble. The fat part is probably the egg she's about to lay, Aerie corrected, and the lazy part because she's preoccupied with nesting and saving her energy for the egg she'll lay. Has she been digging in her wallow? All the time, Vetch said instantly, glad that now he needn't conceal anything in Khorasan's pen. One corner in particular, the one that gets sun all day. Aerie nodded. Then she's about to lay. Good. Otherwise, is she behaving for you? Better every day by a little, Vetch said, feeling very proud of himself. And I've been saving back the best meat from her meals to tidbit her with when she behaves herself. Then, once she's finished laying, I don't think it would be out of the question to reinforce that by making her meals of the shanks and inferior meat, and save the things she likes for tidbits only, Aerie replied, squinting thoughtfully. You don't want to starve her, but if you make it clear that she gets the finer things only when she's on good behavior, she'll come completely around. She was trained properly originally. Well, as properly as you can when you're starting out to break a dragon rather than really tame it. She'll never be a Cashit, Vetch stated as he removed the last of the dragon's harness, and the great beast gave himself a shake and stepped down into his wallow. Aerie laughed. No, you're right there. I'm afraid there will never be another Cashit. And with that, the jouster gave Vetch a wink and left. Vetch hid his smile. There would never be another Cashit? Well, that remained to be seen. Perhaps for once Aerie will be wrong, so long as the gods are with me. And 2 days later, Khorasan's second egg appeared in the same corner as the first, though this time Vetch found it in the afternoon rather than the morning. Actually, the appearance of the egg surprised him. He would have thought that it would be more of an effort for her to lay such enormous objects. With great relief, Vetch went straight to Harakat and reported it. Finally, he was not going to have to worry about evading Harakat's questions. Nor would he have to worry that the overseer might begin to wonder what Alf had done, taken the egg in the night, when Khorasan was least likely to see and react to the theft of her potential progeny. Aerie lingered while Vetch unharnessed Cashit after the morning patrol, as if he was uncertain about something. Finally, though, he made up his mind. I thought you might like to know. Seftu's rider, Horeb, is back on his patrols. Ah? Vetch said non-committally. So what came of his side of the mess, then? First, a good long dressing down from Harakat that practically pinned his ears back, Aerie said, with a grim little smile. I suspect that didn't impress him too much past the moment, but then he had an intense session with the captain of Jousters, which of a certainty did. The captain ordered an official inquiry, and when that was over, he had an interview. Aerie's tone and expression put a certain decided emphasis on the word, with the commander of dragons. I saw him leave, actually. He looked like a whipped cur. Is the commander so fearsome? Vetch asked wonderingly. This was the first time that he had heard of the commander actually doing anything with the Jousters other than issuing orders. Oh, he's worse, I do pledge you, Aerie said. He does not hear excuses. We are weapons in his hands, and woe betide the weapon that fails. As a commander of hundreds expects each man to tend to his equipment and see that it is in top condition, the commander of dragons expects that we are to do the same with our beasts. It's bad enough to face him when he's giving you a commendation. It's got to be 1,000 times worse when he's about to take you apart. But the inquiry proved that Horeb was not as much to blame for the incident as Rheaton was. Apparently Khorasan had been proddy for the last week. Seftu only got interested when she went up in the air and he saw her start to display instead of obeying her rider. Sobek, of course, was just as guilty, but he'd already been punished to the extent that the arm of the Jousters reached, Vetch had to suppose. So what's to do with Rheaton, then? Aerie cleared his throat, and it sounded embarrassed. Well, here, you see, I have a dilemma. What happened to Horeb is very much public knowledge. Plenty of underlings knew about the interviews, and plenty more saw him going into and out of all 3 of them. The result of the inquiry is also public knowledge. However, the same cannot be said of what's to happen with Rheaton. If I tell you, it's gossip that the, serfs, slaves, and servants aren't supposed to know, Vetch supplied, the words leaving a bitter taste behind as he spoke them. But this was Aerie, and Aerie was not like anyone else. True, this is not the sort of thing that should be gossiped about. He winked. It was a very sly wink. Well, as you know, I could just be talking to myself or to my dragon. In fact, I believe I will talk to my dragon, was Aerie's response, and he looked up at Kashet, who craned his neck around to stare into his jouster's eyes, looking for all the world as if he wanted to hear this gossip himself. Now, as for Rheaton, when he recovers, it's rumored, just rumored, mind, that his interview will be at the hands of the royal commander himself. Isn't that fascinating, Kashet? The dragon snorted, as if he was skeptical of how much good a mere dressing down would change Rheaton's ways. Really? On the whole, I would tend to agree with you, Kashet, given what I know about Rheaton. Oh, now Aerie did look sly. You see, Kashet, Rheaton is noble himself, and he seems to be under the impression that anyone of noble blood need not concern himself with orders and instructions. Fortunately, I have it on more substantial authority that Rheaton is going to be demoted back down to merest apprentice, no longer permitted to fly or fight until the end of the floods, and that if the great king didn't need jousters so badly, he'd be sent packing after his dragon boy. And furthermore, since the royal commander is of sufficient rank to cow anyone other than the great king, he has decided that Rheaton's father is going to sit in on the dressing down just to give a bit of familial emphasis to it all. While Aerie didn't sound gleeful, there was no mistaking the satisfaction in his voice. If you were to ask me, Kashet, I would say that the punishment is certainly fitting. And serve him right, too, was Vetch's conclusion. Anyone who hadn't noticed that his dragon was looking to mate didn't deserve to be a jouster. And if he'd been depending on his dragon boy to tell him what Khorasan's condition was, he'd been completely remembered how quiet the compound had been last night, and it would be just as quiet tonight, for the court of the great king would be holding festival, and all of the jousters would be invited. Harriket appeared as Vetch tended to Kashet shortly after sunrise. He at least did not look the worse for wear, so either he had not attended last night's feast, or else he had been moderate in his appetites. How was Khorasan before we took the egg from her? He asked Vetch, without preamble. Fine, sir, Vetch said honestly. No different than usual. If I hadn't known the egg was there, I wouldn't have guessed. She even went out for her buffing without any more trouble than usual. And I looked in on her this morning, and she's still fine. I don't think she's missing it, to tell the truth. Ah, good, Harriket began, but looked up at a footstep just outside in the corridor. Aerie appeared in the doorway, also looking no worse for wear than Harriket. But Harriket soon proved who had been attending what last night with his next comment. You were missed at the feast last night, he said. I was asked about you. Aerie shrugged. And did you explain that double patrols do not leave a man with much desire to drink date wine, eat until he's sluggish, pursue pretty little dancers, and stay up far too late? he replied. It is generally considered an honor to be asked to banquet with the great king, Harriket began. Along with a few hundred of his closest friends, indeed, Aerie snorted. If I was missed, it was only by the vizier of the feast, who found himself with an empty place to conceal. I don't understand you at all, Harriket growled, as Aerie checked Kashet's harness. Last night you were invited to the great king's own feast. 3 times you've been awarded the gold of honor, and no one would even guess it. Aerie shrugged. I'm a practical man. All very well to be heaped with tokens of the great king's esteem, but you can't sell honor gold nor trade it. You can only wear it to show your valor and rank. And the fact that the great king favors you, fool, Harriket retorted with exasperation. And the great king's favor gains me what, precisely? Aerie replied mildly, with no more than a raised eyebrow. I don't care to mingle with the nobles of the court. I'm not looking for a promotion, and I value nothing that is as ephemeral as fame. Vetch kept his head down, hoping neither of them noticed him. This was a very interesting conversation, and he didn't want to be sent away in the middle of it. The great king's favor can make you, Harriket said flatly. And break me. Now Aerie's voice went as stone-hard as Harriket's. Suppose I were to put myself forward. Then I must guard my tongue, waking and sleeping, lest someone who wishes to be more favored takes some word of mine and twists it and whispers it in the great king's ear. I could not choose my own friends, my own pastimes, nothing, for fear that someone who does not love to see me raised on high may find a weapon to bring me down. I would be more of a prisoner than a serf, who at least may command his own thoughts. I think not. That sort of life is not for me. Now, if such honors would grant me the freedom to study dragons rather than use them as weapons, then they would be of value to me. As it is, they are worth less than sand in the dry season. And with that, he nudged Kashet, who was already impatient to be gone, and they thundered into the sky. Harriket sheltered his eyes with his hand and peered after him, shaking his head. Vetch didn't know what to think, but he stowed the words away in his memory to ponder later. Khorasan laid a total of 3 more eggs, one every 3 days, which were duly taken away from her before she had a chance to go broody. She didn't seem to miss them at all, any more than she'd missed the one that Vetch had taken. Vetch didn't know what had been done with those eggs, and tried not to think about them. After all, he had more than enough on his hands at the moment, tending to her, Kashet, and his own precious egg, which, if he wasn't mistaken, was showing every sign of being fertile. When all the eggs had been laid, Khorasan began to show signs of restlessness. Dutifully, Vetch reported that to Harriket as well. The overseer pulled on his lower lip and thought for a moment. Rayatan is going to be sent down, back to the ranks of the unflighted until he learns better dragon husbandry, he said, in an absent-minded tone that made Vetch assume he was thinking out loud, and Beskala had elected to return to the compound rather than fly off to freedom as nearly any other dragon would have. And that was a measure of how lazy he was. Beskala had learned the most key of lessons, which was where the food came from. He knew that, unlike the case of a dragon in the wild who, when he failed to make a kill, didn't eat, in the compound meals arrived on time and in full supply, whether a dragon exerted himself to the fullest or not. Beskala liked captivity, so long as no one made him work too hard, and it was rather difficult to force a creature the size of a dragon to do much of anything it didn't want to. Vetch hid his smirk behind his hand. If there was ever a jouster who deserved being assigned to Beskala, it was Rayatan. Patrols would take twice as long to complete as Beskala lounged his way through the sky, and Rayatan could pretty much forget about the gold of honor, for at the first sight of a fight in the offing, Beskala would do his best to keep as far away as possible from the combat. Failing that, he would hold back and shy off every time his jouster tried to close in. That was assuming he didn't flee altogether, refusing to answer the guide reins. Oh yes, this was certainly a case of the right chickens coming home to roost. On the other hand, if a jouster couldn't master a dragon like Corazon, at least with Vescula he could get patrolling done and wouldn't get anyone else in trouble. Vetch went back to work, his jealousy fading. Corazon had a good jouster, it seemed, one of whom Haraket approved. For that he was grateful. Corazon was no cachet, but he had been getting rather fond of her. Still, it rankled to be treated as if he was nothing more than a mobile saddle rack, and otherwise ignored. When Corazon came back in, it was very clear that her new jouster was going to continue ignoring Vetch, and it was only because he had gotten to like Corazon that Vetch didn't go straight to Haraket and demand to be put back on his old duties, serving Aerie only. This was like the treatment he had gotten from the other dragon boys, only worse. Why, he didn't even learn the jouster's name for 3 days, and then only discovered it when he overheard another jouster asking, "Well, Neftat, and how do you like our prime virago Corazon? Or do you wish you had Vescula back?" Neftat asked him nothing about Corazon, though he did examine every inch of her every time he took her out. He continued to act as if Vetch was a mere convenience, of no import except that he kept the dragon fed, watered, clean, and comfortable. Still, he treated Corazon well, and paid as much heed to her moods as an attentive lover would have. She was out of shape, and he was putting her back in shape on a reasonable schedule, being neither too demanding nor too goats, Fisk ventured, and looked up at Corazon, who looked curiously down at him. "That be a mighty big goat." For a heart-stopping moment, Vetch thought the other boy was feeble-minded. But then he saw the slow grin and realized with relief that Fisk was joking. And it soon was apparent that Haraket had chosen well, so far as Corazon was concerned, for Fisk was not afraid of her and had more experience with intractable creatures than Vetch ever had. End of Side 6. To continue, change. Continuing on page 240. For one thing, he was 2 years older than Vetch, and what was more, Fisk had actually been a goat herd in charge of a large number of animals, and goats could be the most stubborn and evil-minded domestic creatures ever created. He might not be very bright, but he was eminently practical, and he had a good rapport with beasts. Unlike Vetch, he hadn't had a family to lose, as he was already an orphan when the Tians came, tending the herd of goats for a surly uncle. As a consequence, life in the Jousters' compound was more than an improvement. It was an improvement without any previous loss attached. He had never really known what it was like to be free or to have a close-knit family, for his father was dead and his mother had been her brother-in-law's servant. While she loved her son, she had been able to give him nothing but her love, while her brother-in-law worked her to death and bid fair to repeat his treatment with her son. Now, with only a single non-wandering creature to be in charge of, good treatment and much better food, Fisk was convinced he'd fallen into a honeypot. He'd understood exactly what Vetch meant when he described Corazon's quirks and personality, and he didn't let her bully him. More to the point, to both Vetch's and Haraket's delight, Fisk and Corazon took to each other with a great deal of mutual respect and even affection. It was nothing like the bond Vetch had with Cachet, but it was as close to that as any other dragon boys, and closer than most. That released Vetch from his duties to Corazon, which was a great relief. Corazon needed someone who understood her and cared about her, and Vetch's heart was given to the creature growing inside his egg and to Cachet. Haraket was overjoyed, and within the week Vetch overheard him speaking with Aerie about finding more goat-herd serfs in the future to use as dragon boys. As for Vetch, Fisk might not be anyone he could have a deep and meaningful conversation with, but he was friendly, and he was another serf, so at least now he had someone who would share a meal and a joke with him. The cold shoulders of the other dragon boys weren't so hard to take when there were two to face them instead of one alone. Gratefully he went back to his old chores, which, after all the work of tending Khorasan, Kashet, and a dragon and egg, seemed infinitely lighter. The growing season was well under way, and the increasing heat would surely be the trigger to hatch his egg, and soon he would need all the extra time he could get. He certainly completed his round of ordinary chores faster than he had before he'd been doing double duty with Khorasan, or perhaps it was just that he was putting on muscle and strength himself. He practically flew through his cleaning diligence from sunset to sunrise within the walls of the compound. No time for festivities now. Oh, no. Once in a very great while, Vetch would hear music coming over the walls, but it was all quiet music, harp and flute, and never went much past the time that a late dinner would be. Probably some of the more aristocratic jousters were having music with their dinner. So Vetch's ventures were secure. Not even Aerie caught him, even though the jouster came to the pen nearly every night for at least a little while. At least, now that Neftot was taking up patrols on Khorasan, Aerie had been able to cut back his territory, which gave him a little time of his own again. He spent most of it with Kashet, and Vetch had to wonder if Aerie was as lonely as he was. Certainly he didn't spend much time with his fellow jousters. Sometimes Vetch wished that he was just a bit older, more Aerie's age. Often, as he listened to Aerie talk softly in the darkness, to Kashet and to him, he wondered if he was the closest thing to a friend that Aerie had, other than Haraket. Did he ever talk to Haraket like this? Maybe not. There were things he said to Vetch that Vetch didn't think Haraket would ever accept tamely. Aerie could criticize his own leaders and his own people freely with Vetch. Haraket might well feel he had to report such disloyal talk. Maybe that was why he spent some time every night here. He had to unburden himself to someone, and Vetch was safe. And he wished one other thing, a wish that he could never have imagined himself making before he'd come here. He wished, for Aerie's sake, that he was Tian. For if he had not been Altan and the serf, he could have confided his egg theft to Aerie, who would have been delighted and would surely have helped him when the egg hatched. If he had been Tian, he could have a dragonet openly, and become a jouster, joining the ranks of the rest. He could become Aerie's friend, and not what he was. Whatever that was now, dragon boy, serf, mostly Altan, no longer able to unthinkingly hate his Tian masters, but knowing that nothing would ever induce them to accept him either, with a life that was a strange mixture of the bitter and the sweet, with nothing in between. And it occurred to him the same night, as he lay thinking about that wish and staring up at the stars, that the one time when his anger stopped gnawing at him altogether was when Aerie was around. With everyone else, except maybe Haraket, there was always that edge, the feeling that underneath it all, if a choice had to be made between him and a Tian, well, he'd come out second best. And even Aerie and Haraket, if the choice had to be made publicly, would probably favor the Tian. Maybe that wasn't true, but it was something he didn't want to have to put to the test. It was an unpalatable thought. He resolutely shoved it away. He would just have to make certain it never came to that. Besides, he had another worry that he ought to be concentrating on. That egg would hatch within days, and that would bring the next hurdle, a successful hatching. He had to be there. He daren't take any chances. Baby chickens thought that the first thing that they saw was their mother. The same might be true of a dragonet. And that was when, once again, it seemed as if the Altan gods had heard him and were answering him with subtle aid. The second half of the growing season was always dry, not the dry of the dry season when the air sucked every bit of moisture out of everything, but usually there weren't any kind of heavy rainstorms. Instead, there was just enough rain to keep the crops from dying, and that usually in the early morning or early evening. Storms that were not hard didn't do much, and were never very long. In fact, they tended to be rather warm and muggy rains, bringing sticky humidity rather than refreshment to the air. And the one thing that was possible to count on was that they would not be the violent storms that broke at the end of dry season. There had been a feeling of a storm coming the day that Vetch was sure the egg was close, very close, to hatching. Vetch was checking it as often as he dared, and as he did, he couldn't help notice that the air felt heavy and wet. So just to be on the safe side, he pulled the canvas over the empty pens on both sides of Cachet's pen, including the one that held his egg. After all, if a storm did break, whoever was nearest would start dashing around, pulling awnings, and the last thing he wanted them to do was to stumble into that pen. He even freed up the awning over Cachet's pen to be ready just in case, so that the dragons could get separated and steered over to the proper handler and taken back to their pens. The chaos began to sort itself out, so Vetch stayed where he was, knowing Aerie and Cachet, knowing that they would come in as they always did, as if the sun god stood high in the sky, untroubled by storms. And sure enough, he saw them, Cachet's powerful wing beats holding course against the wicked winds, coming in last of them all. He saw then that Cachet, secure and nothing near as nervous as the rest, was going to land in his own pen, as always. That was when Vetch abandoned the mess in the landing court and headed for his proper place. He got there just as they landed, and it was clear from Aerie's wet hair and the rain streaks on Cachet's flanks that the rain wasn't far behind. At that point, no one cared about duty or protocol, not that Aerie ever truly did. Aerie helped Vetch to strip Cachet of his saddle and harness and pulled the canvas canopy over the sand pit, just as the first warning drops of the torrent to come splattered into it. Then Aerie raced for his own quarters, as splatters turned to downpour. The canopies were clever devices, just like the awnings that shaded the human inhabitants of the compound from the rays of the sun, fastened to fat bronze rings which were strung on 2 ropes of wire, running along 2 opposite walls of a pen. You grasped 2 hanging straps and pulled the canopy on its wires across to the other side of the pit, where you fastened the straps to rings at the other end. Then you had a roof over the sand pit that protected it from rain. This was the only way to keep the sand pits from turning into hot sand soup during the rainy season, or now. Cachet burrowed down into the sand as the rain poured down onto the canvas, sheeting down along the sides and into the drains along the edges of his pit, and Vetch sprinted for the next pen. He thanked his gods that he had pulled the canvas over the tops of the unused pens. No one had barged into his pen to protect it, and his egg was safe from the downpour. But so close to hatching as it was, he had to see. It was almost not worth it. In the brief time it took to get from one pen to the other, he was soaked to the skin. He peered through the murk from his vantage point in the doorway, and thought that his egg was rocking, but it was hard to tell. Without getting into the pen, all he could see was that it was all right, that the canopy was keeping it and the sand pit dry. Back he ran to Cachet's pen. He peeled off his sodden kilt and changed to a new one in the shelter of his own little awning. The edges of the awnings had become waterfalls, and the sky was so dark it seemed to be dusk, not mid-afternoon. Lightning flickered constantly, seeming to freeze droplets in mid-air for a moment, and thunder drowned out every other sound. He was just grateful that the gust front had been the only wind. A good blow could rip the canvas from its moorings, soaking and cooling the sands, and that might have spelled an end to his hopes. If a chicken egg got chilled as it was about to hatch, the chick died before it could be born. Would the same be true of a dragon? He rather thought so. The storm would have terrified him if he hadn't been so preoccupied with thoughts of his egg. Fortunately, such fury couldn't last long. Before he became too impatient to wait any longer before returning to his egg, the sky lightened, the torrent lessened, the lightning and thunder passed into the distance, leaving behind only a steady, heavy rain, interrupted by brief surges of a real pelting. But his first concern had to be for his primary charge. Kashet could have gotten injuries that neither he nor Aerie saw in their haste to get him unharnessed before the storm burst. Vetch dashed across to the sand pit in Kashet's pen, the edges of which steamed from the rainwater that had escaped the drains to soak into the sand along the perimeter. Kashet was fine. He was securely wallowed in the middle, buried up to his flanks, his neck stretched along the top of the sand with his eyes closed. Vetch knew that pose. Nothing was going to get Kashet out of his warm wallow. Not the sweetest bit of meat, not the coaxing of Aerie, not the promise of a grooming and burnishing and oiling. Nothing. And at the moment, every other dragon in the compound was probably taking the same pose as Kashet. No one would interfere with him or come looking for him, not until the rain let up anyway. Back he ran. Kashet yawned and dug himself back into his hot sand when he was done, and was asleep in moments. Vetch quickly checked the corridor for the presence of anyone else before he whisked the barrow out of Kashet's pen through the cold rain and into the one next door, and found himself looking at a limp and exhausted scarlet dragonet, sprawled on the sand, limbs and damp wings going in all directions in an awkward mirror of Kashet's pose. The damp wings were half under the poor thing, and at his entrance the dragonet looked up at him and meeked pathetically. It could barely raise its rounded, big-eyed head on its long neck. The bronzy gold and scarlet head wavered back and forth like a heavy flower on a slender stalk, the huge old bronze eyes barely open, as if the lids were too heavy to lift. To either side, the halves of the egg lay red-veined on the inside, with a membrane still clinging to them. Vetch parked the barrow under the awning and floundered out into the sand to the dragonet's side. It was bigger than he was, and heavier, twice his size and weighing about as much as a young child, he thought, though it was hard to tell for certain. It was going to get a lot bigger before it was finished growing, though. He dug a trench in the hot sand and helped it to slide in, tucking the clumsy, weak limbs into comfortable positions and spreading the wings out to dry on the surface. It sighed as it lowered its head down onto its forepaws. Already the anxiety it had shown when it realized that it was alone was ebbing. It was going to be a crimson red, like both its parents, but unlike Coruscant, the extremities were going to be some shade of gold or bronze. Until it got a little older, its delicate skin was going to tear and bruise easily if he wasn't careful with it. Right now, the skin was as delicate as his own, more so in places, and soft as the thinnest lambskin. He petted the dragonet's head and neck for a moment, marveling at the softness of the skin. Then he left the dragonet to bask in the heat and rest from the effort of hatching, heaped a bucket with the chopped meat, and returned to its side. It opened its eyes when he returned to it, and its nostrils twitched as it caught the scent of the meat. Its head wavered up. The poor thing looked so weak. But the mouth opened, and the thin hiss that emerged was anything but weak, and had a great deal of demand in it. The mouth gaped wide. It had a formidable set of teeth already, no surprise in such a carnivore. Open-mouthed, it hissed again, and whined at him, red tongue flicking out in entreaty. He laughed. "All right, baby, don't be impatient," he whispered, and dropped a piece the size of his palm in the open mouth. He worried about whether the dragonet would be difficult to feed. In the next several minutes, he knew that this, at least, was not going to be a problem. The little one snapped its jaws shut on the meat and swallowed. He watched the lump going down its throat with remarkable speed. Then the jaws opened up again. They quickly fell into a rhythm. The baby gaped. He dropped meat and bone in. The jaws snapped shut and the throat worked, and the mouth gaped. It was so easy to feed the little one that literally anyone could have done it. In fact, before it was sated, it had eaten nearly its own weight in meat. It ate until its belly was round, the skin tight, and Vetch could not imagine how it could cram another morsel in. That was when it stopped. It closed its mouth and looked at him, really looked at him for the first time since it had hatched. The big, dark eyes seemed all pupil. He could see that they weren't, though, that the iris was simply so dark a color that it was nearly black, but the huge, dark eyes seemed to draw him in and hold him. He couldn't look away, and didn't want to, for those eyes seemed to him to be the most wonderful things he had ever gazed into. And then it sighed, laid its head in his lap with complete and utter trust, and closed its eyes and went immediately to sleep, without a care or a worry in the world. He was here, and he was now the center of the dragonet's world. So long as he was here, there could be nothing wrong. He thought his heart was going to melt. A pent-up flood of emotion threatened to overwhelm him. He squeezed his eyes shut to keep from crying, and just whispered tender nonsense into the ruby and bronze shells that were the dragonet's ears, while he stroked the soft skin of the head and neck with a hand that shook. But he couldn't hold the tears back for very long. Finally they started, them in against her body, and heaped sand around her to keep her warm and supported. Then he took his barrow back to the butchery. But just as he was leaving the butchery, he overheard something that made him pause for a moment. "Witchery," one of the butchers was saying, darkly. "Alton Witchery. The Haras priest Urquhart Ray told me himself. He and the other Haras priests had all they could do to hold the storm back enough that the dragons could land without killing themselves and their jousters." "I don't much like the sound of that," one of the others murmured uneasily. "The sea witches have never been able to reach so far before." "Because they never tried to do so on the wings of a storm before." Vetch jumped. That was Haraket's voice. "Overseer, have you heard anything more than that?" asked the first butcher humbly. "No, you seem to have gotten all the tidings there are to hear, Thoteret. But I don't doubt you, nor do I think what you've said is mere idle speculation. I have never seen a storm like that in growing season, and since the Alton sea witches' powers are of the wind and water, it stands to reason that they called it up all out of season." Haraket seemed very sure of himself, and Vetch saw no reason to doubt him. "It makes every sense, too, when you think what their strategy must be. They have fewer dragons and less experienced jousters than we. They can no longer meet us man to man, so they must get us out of the sky and thin our numbers somehow. What better way than to smash our dragons to earth with an unnatural storm?" Vetch nodded to himself. It made perfect sense. Doubtless the sea witches who had conjured the tempest were even now lying spent within the walls of their temples, and would not be able to move from their couches for days or weeks. But the damage had been done. "And the damage has been done," Haraket said, in an uncanny echo of Vetch's own thoughts. "No one was killed, thanks only to the grace of Haras and the skill of our priests, but there are torn wing webs and sprained muscles in dragons all over the compound. A dozen will not fly without days of rest, and by then the witches will be ready to send another storm against us." "They will?" gasped the butcher. "Of course they will. It is by far the most effective weapon they have now," Haraket said, with scorn for the man's obtuseness. "They will hardly abandon it, and I fear we will now have to cease our scouting forays over their land. If a dragon is driven to earth over their territory—" He did not need to elaborate. Even Vetch knew what would become of a Tian jouster caught by Alton foot soldiers on the ground. He moved off silently, using the door to the barrow storage room to make his exit. At the moment, he had rather that Haraket did not know what he had overheard. He couldn't help but feel some elation. Among other things, if Haraket was right, Aerie stood at far less risk of being hurt or killed now in the course of his duties. Kashet was bigger and stronger than any other dragon in the compound now, and he had always been a better and more skilled flyer. It would take more than a witch-conjured storm to hurt him. And if the Altons were going to use storms against dragons, they must have pulled their own jousters back so as to avoid harming them accidentally, which meant that Aerie would not be facing anyone in a joust until the dry came, and not even the most powerful of witches could conjure up a storm. He trotted back to his pens with the rain drumming on his wet hair. He checked on Aerie, but saw she was sleeping as soundly as a dragon could, which was very soundly indeed. So, just in case Aerie turned up, he curled up on his pallet in the unseasonable gloom. He would have a lot of chores to catch up on tomorrow, but he didn't think anyone would complain or take him to task for them. He'd been all over that courtyard, and he could always claim he'd sprained something helping bring the dragons in, and had taken to Kashet Sands to bake the aches out. Maybe he'd better lend verisimilitude to that claim by moving his pallet there now. It didn't take a moment, even in the twilight gloom and the rain. He was so used to doing so after the rainy season, and he was glad that he had when, not long after, he heard Aerie's step outside the pen. "Vetch," the jouster called into the dimness of the pen. "Here," he called back. Kashet didn't even stir. "I sprained my shoulder getting chained under some of those dragons." "I thought you might have. One of them marked you, too," and blinked at him trustingly before going back to sleep again. He knew that he was forever lost to her. Was this how Aerie had felt when he first looked into Kashet's eyes? Rain still pattered lightly on the canvas overhead. It was very peaceful and comfortable, and he wanted to go back to sleep, but he didn't dare. He would have so much work today it didn't bear thinking about, except that he would have to think about it very hard indeed and right now in order to plan things properly. Every moment between dawn and dusk would have to be planned and accounted for if he was to get his work done and give her the kind of attention she required. Both Aerie and Kashet would need feeding as soon as it got light enough for them to wake properly, so he would have to manage to crowd both activities into the same amount of time he normally took for Kashet. Now, even if she was awake, he couldn't feed Aerie now. No one would be at the butchery yet, and neither Kashet nor Aerie would want their breakfast until they were thoroughly awake and their appetites were roused. But there were other things he could do now in order to get them out of the way. For instance, he could slip over to the leather room, light a lamp, and get his quota for yesterday and today done early. Then he could get the food for both Dragon and Dragonette, feed Aerie first, then Kashet, and if the rain cleared enough that Aerie showed up for a morning patrol, Vetch would be where he belonged, in Kashet's pen. Then he'd have to clean Kashet's pen in half the time he usually took, possibly feed Aerie again, and certainly clean her messes up, and be ready for when Kashet and Aerie came back. Oh, and at some point during all that he should get himself bathed and fed somehow. He should, but he knew very well that if anyone went short, it wouldn't be his charges. "I can bathe in the water from Kashet's trough. I can eat something on the run." He eased himself away from Aerie, heaped some hot sand up where he had been in order to support her, and went off to get a clean kilt and get to work. He was glad enough of the lamps in their sheltered niches along the corridors. Someone must have come along and substituted the rainy season lamps for the torches that had been placed there after the rains were supposedly over. Though the sky overhead was getting lighter, it was dark down between the walls. It was strange to be the only one in the leather room. It was quite peaceful, actually, and he found that when he wasn't distracted by the gossip of the other boys, he actually got things done a little faster. By the time he put the last of his pieces in the finished piles, though it was still raining and overcast, he could tell that it was late enough that he would be able to get meat for his charges. He wasn't the first at the butchery, but he was certainly among the earliest, and as he stood in line in the gloom of that overcast morning, listening to the rainfall in the corridor outside, he paid close attention while the butchers and the other boys talked. Now, more than ever, he needed to know what was going on and being said in the rest of the compound. What were the Jousters going to do in this out-of-season rain? And if there was talk of Altan witchery, would anyone connected with him? Their conversations, punctuated by the chack of the cleavers on the chopping blocks, revealed just how much damage had been done to dragons and riders in that frantic dash for home yesterday afternoon. That no one had been killed or even seriously hurt was deemed a miracle, But there were sprains, pulled muscles, and strains aplenty, and, as Aerie had told him, even a couple of dislocated shoulders among the jousters. He got his meat without any comment from anyone about what he was taking. They were all too busy recounting the near misses and providential escapes, and speculating on what might come next. It was at that point that Vetch decided he ought to leave. He felt the long hair that marked him as an Altan serf brushing against his back with a shiver. He quickly took his burden out, shoving it along in front of himself as fast as he could manage without spilling it. In fact, some of that damage to the dragons was proving out rather audibly, as the dragons of the compound awoke for the day. As he wheeled his barrow back to Avatre's pen, he could hear the injured dragons as they hissed and whined in pain when they tried to move. From what the other boys said, there were plenty of riders who were just as damaged, including several who would probably choose to see a healing priest. In the course of that mad dash, dragons had been tossed around in the air like so many dead leaves, and some jousters had held to their seats only at the cost of injury. And here he was, divided in his emotions. He was immense how kind Aerie was to him, or what the jouster confided to him. He was still an Altan serf, and Aerie was a Tian jouster. And if he wanted to keep Avatre, he must never forget that. As Vetch labored mightily to get all of his work done and keep Avatre's belly full that day, the compound itself was full of activity, a great deal of it rather disorganized and smacking of controlled panic. He was getting a hasty bath just before lunch when he heard chanting approaching the bathing room, and just as he started to leave he had to duck back inside to avoid colliding with a procession of what must have been fully half the priests of the great temple of Harras on Temple Road. Chanting and setting spells of protection, accompanied by little priestesses with sistrums and boys with drums, it appeared that they were determined to cover every corridor of the compound, and in the process get in everyone's way. Every priest wore a striped headcloth with the mask of Harras gleaming from the front, and a falcon pectoral in gold with a matching belt across his snowy white robe. The priestesses all were in filmy gowns of mist linen, with wide collars of gold, carnelian, and lapis beads, and gold cords around their waists, their wigs done in hundreds of tiny braids, each one ending in a bead, and a lattice flower centered just over each one's brow, with the stem trailing down her back. Behind them came 6 slaves bearing feather fans on long poles, though what they were supposed to do in the chill and the damp, Vetch had no idea. They weren't the only ones either. Racing from cleaning Aerie's rooms, Vetch ran into a procession of the priests of Ceres and Iris, who, not to be outdone, arrived to replicate the first effort. The same sort of procession, with music and magical chanting, only the costumes differed. The priestesses of Iris wore the horns of the moon on their brows, and their gowns were tight sheaths of red linen that ended just below their breasts, with wide bands of embroidered and beaded material that served as straps running over their breasts and shoulders, while the priests wore helmets much like the great king's war crown, and intricately wrapped kilts with heavy beaded belts. And not an hour later they were followed by the priests of Muthis and Thet and Hamun, each in their own variations on priestly dress, who all trooped past Kashet's pen while he was feeding Kashet and Avatre. "A man can't turn to fart without blowing stink into a meddling priest's face today," growled one of the butchers to another, while Vetch was collecting Avatre-sized bits for another feeding. Vetch smothered a laugh, and quickly. It was funny, but not to the butcher. By now it was clear that virtually everyone else in the compound but Vetch was worried sick about the way that Altan sea witches had managed to wreak havoc on the Tian jousters so far within the borders of Tia itself, and he didn't want to draw attention to himself while people were so unsettled. And unfortunately, nothing that the priests were doing was giving anyone any real confidence that the compound had any more protection on it than it had before all the chanting and the processions. Everyone knew that the real, truly powerful magic went on in the holy sanctuaries without witnesses, and this was just something to make people feel better. Whether that was true or not, Vetch had no idea. Part of him was fiendishly glad that the witches had done their work so well. Part of him wanted to see more damage and fear, just retribution by his way of thinking. It would be a fine thing for these Tians to get a taste of fear for a change. But of course, once they started to get over their fear, it would mean trouble for every Altan serf inside the borders of Tia. Not that all that much real damage had been done, when you came to think about it. It was only because no one had predicted what was coming, or guessed the fury of the storm ahead of time, that anyone had gotten hurt at all. No one was likely to be even slightly injured the next time the sea witches sent a storm, because now everyone would fly for home the moment that thunderheads appeared on the horizon. And as he'd pointed out to Aerie, rain was not going to cause any harm to the crops. No point in trying to tell that to anyone here, though. They weren't likely to listen. Nerves were on edge, and people were all too ready to imagine that the sea witches could do all manner of dreadful things. What if they called lightning to strike the compound, or the great king's palace? What if they shower us with hailstones the size of pomegranates? What if they make the great mother river to run backward? What if, what if, what if? What if they make pigs to fly and shit on your heads from above? He thought at last, in irritation, overhearing yet another frightened and wild speculation over a hastily snatched dinner. That's just as likely, if not more so. For it didn't seem to occur to anyone that the sea witches had not had much luck at controlment. Vetch himself was certainly doing enough running. He ran everywhere he went. It was the only way to make everything fit into the day. He worked with one ear cocked nervously for a sound in Avatre's pen. He worried that Kashet might betray what was going on with his mild interest in what was on the other side of the wall. Kashet surely scented something, or heard it. He tried several times to peer over the wall to see what was there, but the canvas awning on the other side foiled his attempt to look into the wallow, and much to Vetch's relief, he finally gave it up. And Avatre ate and slept and grew, definitely bigger every day, and the compound held its collective breath and waited to see if the sea witches were going to be able to repeat their attack. Sure enough, on the fourth day another of those monster storms roared up out of the north, sending the dragons flying for home before it. This time, though, there were no injuries. As Vetch had figured, the first sight of a thunderhead building up was enough to send the dragons all back well in advance of the gust front. This storm was a little different, too, with a great deal of wind and lightning, but the initial downpour was much shorter, and the light rain and overcast persisted longer, forcing the dragons to stay in their pens all that day and the next, except for brief patrols over Tian lands and even briefer practice sessions. The exercise was just enough to take the edge off their restlessness. There was nothing to take the edge off the restlessness of their jousters. This was not the season of rains. They were not working on the ragged remains of their strength and happy to have the time to rest. Quite to the contrary, they were fit and itching for action, and to be held confined to the compound by a pack of witches, well, it rankled. They badly needed something to do. Vetch sensed it in the sour looks, sour tempers, and growing tension. He heard wild parties at night in the Jousters' quarters, and heard rumors of scandalous escapades among the dancing girls, and of broken furniture. He started taking the most out-of-the-way corridors when he had to go anywhere, and so did the rest of the serfs. He'd seen this mood before, and when tempers flared, well, if it is a choice between Tian and an Altan serf, no matter who is in the wrong, it is always the Altan who pays. He redoubled his efforts at stealth. He bit his nails to the quick in worry over Avatre. The tension could not last. Something would break, and soon. But he knew that, and he kept telling himself that all he could do was to stay out of the way and hope that it did not break over him. Vetch was eating his noon meal in the farthest corner of the kitchen court, when a noise from the corridor made him whirl and look at the blank wall behind him in alarm. A shiver of fear gripped him as he wondered if all of the stress he'd sensed had finally found an outlet, for it sounded like a mob in full cry, and he wondered who or what was the target for all that pent-up tension, or if they could be coming for him. But then one of the slaves dashed into the court, his eyes wide with excitement and not fear. "A dragonet!" he shouted. "Two of the jousters have brought in a wild dragonet! Come and see!" He dashed out again, followed by a stream of quicker-witted folks or more curious dragon boys and servants, as a new fear held Vetch paralyzed in his seat for a moment. Had they found Aerie? He broke the paralysis in the next instant. He had to know. With the others who were more slow to react, he shoved his way to the door just as the procession of two of the younger jousters and a small army of slaves came triumphantly by. They were indeed hauling a squalling, protesting, blue dragonet, encased in a net and bundled onto a palanquin carried on the shoulders of a team of 8 or 10 slaves. This was a much, much older dragonet than Aerie. It was easily the size of one of the huge sacrificial bulls of Hamun. Its claws had been encased in padding and bags, its legs tied together, its mouth trussed shut. It looked absolutely furious, and Vetch did not want to be the person who cut it loose. "Where are they going?" he blurted, not thinking, not really expecting an answer. "Oh, they'll put the beast in one of the open pens, and one of the trainers will come care for it until it's tame," came the answer from above and behind him. "Tame enough for a dragon boy to look after anyway. Haraket won't be pleased. He'll be the fellow who will have to find a boy, and all out of season." "Like them," he said desperately. To his shock, the man tossed back his head in a bellow of laughter, freeing him from that paralyzing gaze. The stranger slapped Haraket back. Haraket actually staggered. "A good answer, a true answer," the man said, still laughing. "So speaks any good tamer of animals. Well enough, Haraket. Find me more such as this boy, and I authorize you to take as many boys, be they free, slave, or serf, as you need for the new Jouster 100. You undertake that, I will find you jousters who are neither too bold nor too foolish, even if I have to take them from the fields and the quarries to find sensible men of courage to fill those saddles. And if our nobles are offended by this, and feel I have demeaned their feckless sons by allowing peasants and labourers to serve alongside them, well, they can come and quarrel with me." With that, the man strode away through the mist and rain, paying so little heed to the weather that it might as well have been bone dry. "That, young Vetch," Haraket said with satisfaction, "is the commander of dragons, who just happens to also be the great king's 7th son by one of his lesser wives. And if our young hotheads can actually manage to steal so many dragonets from the nest, and I am forbidding them to take more than one from any one nest, then we are about to double our strength to a full 100, and perhaps more. Though, where I'm to find so many dragon boys, boys who have experience, boys who are not intimidated or afraid of dragons." "Shouldn't they just love animals and understand them?" Vetch said, without thinking. "What?" Haraket said, startled. "Someone like Fisk." Once again he knew what he wanted to say, but didn't have the words for it. He loved his goats. He knew how to see what they were going to do by the way they acted. He floundered, but Haraket's eyes lit up. "It's not like dragonets are as big as grown dragons. Even one the size of an ox is still just a baby, after all. And he said you could take serfs or slaves, and serfs and slaves are always doing the dirty work around animals." "You could be right, boy," Haraket mused aloud. "Perhaps dog boys, the ones that tend the hunting packs. They live, sleep, even eat with their packs. Dog boys will know how to care for a young thing, even a dragon. By the gods, I see what you mean. They're out there, invisible, because none of us ever look at them," Haraket exclaimed. "The boys that tend camels, The ones that care for the sacred animals in the temples or the great king's menagerie. Good gods, all those slaves and serfs we never even look at, living under the bag and Tala. They'll tame in a week, I guess, and maybe sooner." The trainer shook his head, though in amazement rather than disbelief. End of side 7. To continue, turn the cassette over. Joust by Mercedes Lackey. Continuing on page 281. "Let me get the others," he said, and when he returned it was with at least 10 trainers. By that time the rest of the boys had gathered around this older one, who was slowly feeding the dragon bits of meat, talking all the while in a calm voice. "The falcons haven't the mind of these fellows," he said. "They just go straight into a trance when the hood's on their heads. Look, he's figured out already that I've got food, and now that he can't see me, he isn't afraid anymore, and his gut's telling him how hungry he is." Sure enough, the dragonet no longer had his jaws clamped shut. As soon as he swallowed the last bit, he gaped again for the next one to come. "He's not in a trance, but as long as he can't see me, it's not so bad for him," the young man continued. "He's hungry enough that he'll put up with my voice so long as he keeps getting fed. Now, if I were the one in charge, that's what I'd say to do. Treat them like young eyises. Keep them hooded for the next couple of days. Only feed them when they're in the hood, and after a couple of feedings, start to handle them all over between each bite so they get used to hands as well as voices." "And then?" Haraket's voice boomed from behind Vetch. "Then I'd make him skip a meal so he's good and hungry. Then take the hood off and make it pretty clear that if he doesn't take the food from me, he won't get any." The young man seemed pretty sure of his course of action, and Vetch was quite impressed. "Never had Tala to use on falcons, but if it works like you say, Lord, he may tame down in a day or two, not a week." "Try it, Bakken," Haraket ordered instantly. "And if he tames as well as you say, you will be in charge of training these others. What's more, at the end of the year, if the training of dragonets and boys works out properly, I'll free you, and you'll begin serving here at a freedman's pay." The young man's eyes gleamed in a way that Vetch understood perfectly well, and a wave of raw envy came over him that nearly made him sick. Freed! Haraket was going to free this boy. How much would Vetch do if only he could have freedom at the end of it? But of course he never would, never could. "You won't get any cachets out of this," Bakken warned. "I've heard about that cachet. At best, these dragons will be proper tamed, like the best of the ones you've got." "That will do," the overseer replied. "That will certainly do. Now, explain to the boys and the trainers how you handle the young falcons, and how you think it should apply to the dragonets. Vetch, Fisk, you can go back to your duties." Vetch was not sorry to go back, for he was already worried about Avatram and gentle with the creatures under his care. He tried to puzzle out what he called their language, what was important to them, what made them what they were, what poses and calls they used to communicate with each other, and he used that language to win their trust and cooperation. If he'd wanted to, Vetch had no doubt whatsoever that he could raise another cachet and become a jouster as good as Aerie. If he'd wanted to. But if Vetch was any judge, that was absolutely the last thing that Bakken wanted. To be free, certainly. To become the overseer of the entire compound, possibly. To become a jouster, never. There was a look in his eyes whenever a jouster was about, a bland look that spoke more of scorn than respect. Well, that was none of Vetch's business, nor was it any of Vetch's concern. He had enough to worry about without concerning himself with Bakken and his plans, when he had plans of his own. Maybe that was the reason why he couldn't hate Bakken. He didn't have time or energy to spare to hate anyone. First and foremost of his concerns was Avatre, and she was his last thought at night, the first every morning. It was true enough that the older she got, the more she blended in with the growing number of dragonets, but growing older and bigger meant becoming more and more active as well. By the end of that half-moon, she was no longer just eating and sleeping. Whenever he cleaned her pen, she watched him alertly, bobbing her head in a way that made him laugh. When he buffed her, she stretched and crooned and bumped her head against his hand, begging for further caresses. She was moving a little around the sand, not much, but it was a portent of things to come as she took tentative, wobbling steps. With every day, she showed more personality, and with every day, he loved her more. He thanked the gods whenever he had a moment to spare, for surely they were protecting her. Between the storms and the influx of dragonets, there was too much going on in the compound for anyone to be paying any attention to Vetch's activities, as long as he went out of his way to draw no attention to himself in any way for any reason. Perhaps, given his reputation of being able to handle most dragons, people assumed he was spending his free time making friends with the new dragonets and those boys that were serfs like him. Actually, he wished that he could. But he didn't dare. For one thing, Aerie needed every spare moment, and for another, if he made friends, he increased the possibility that a new friend would come looking for him and discover him with her, and he was Kashyap's boy, not the keeper of a dragonet. It was something of a torment, actually. He'd been so lonely up until now, with the others shutting him out. If this had happened before he'd hatched Aerie, I could have had friends. I probably would never even consider trying to run. Well, that was how the gods had decided things, and he could put up with a great deal of loneliness if it meant having her. Everything conspired to help him, it seemed. The butchers kept plenty of small chopped meat on hand now, and no one seemed to notice that Vetch was taking some at each feeding, even though Kashyap was long past needing anything that small. And luckily, no one was keeping track of the sheer amount of meat he was taking. Even Harakat was too busy to supervise the dispensing of dragon meat. He left it to the butchers to make sure that the boys were leaving with completely filled barrows. Nobody ever asked about overfilled ones. Aerie wasn't paying a lot of attention to what he was doing either. The jouster was working so hard of late that when he turned up at night to spend time with Kashyap, he seldom spoke, just sat there wearily, caressing the dragon's head in the silence. He had been recruited by Harakat to help train the new jousters that the commander of dragons was bringing in, and when that duty was added to his own training and patrols, Vetch reckoned that Aerie was stretched nearly as thin as his dragon boy was. That was all to the good. It kept him from noticing that Vetch was in and out of the pen next to Kashyap's all the time. Excitement kept him from feeling too exhausted, and if his day was crowded from dawn to dusk, well, it was crowded with good things rather than miseries. The only bad thing was that now, instead of enjoying his meals, he had to bolt 2 of the 3 as fast as he could in order to keep on his frantic schedule. Since he'd taken to delaying his evening meal until after he'd given Aerie her last feeding for the day, that was the only one where he could actually sit down and taste what he ate. It wasn't too difficult to arrange for that, either. With so many new dragon boys and additional servants and slaves to support them in the compound, it wasn't possible to feed them all at once, and there was more competition for getting your meals first than last. The influx of servants and boys and trainers, and eventually serfs. So it's largely thanks to you that I'm here at all. Bakken regarded him steadily, the torchlight in the court illuminating only one side of his face, and once again Vetch nodded, feeling even more alarmed. So why do you hate me? Bakken asked, as calmly as if he was asking why Vetch was eating bread instead of an onion. Vetch started. I don't hate you, Vetch protested, feeling horribly guilty and caught completely off guard by the unexpected question. Then in that case, just what is it that makes your eyes go so dark and angry when you see me? Bakken persisted, pressing his advantage like a hunting cat trying to flush a pigeon, and with every bit of that intensity. I'd like to know. I don't make enemies, and if someone has decided on his own that he wants to be my enemy, I want to know why." Since Vetch had thought he was keeping his feelings securely to himself, Bakken's accusation made him tense and nervous. What else wasn't he keeping secret? And why was Bakken confronting him about this anyway? It wasn't as if he was trying to make himself into Bakken's rival. He didn't want to be Haraket's assistant. He didn't even want to be here. "I'm not your enemy," he said brusquely, looking away. "I don't wish you ill. How could I? You take better care of the dragons than anybody but me." Bakken's head lifted at that, like a hound on a scent, and Vetch felt another pang of alarm. Now what had he given away? "Anybody but you." "Is that jealousy I hear?" "No," Vetch snapped. Then honesty drove the truth out of him. "Well, not jealousy. Envy." Bakken's eyes lit, and he nodded. At that moment, he looked like one of the falcons he had once taken care of, with prey in sight. And Vetch already knew what prey felt like. It was a familiar sensation, a helplessness that, oh yes, he was certainly feeling now. "Ah, envy. Let me see. What have you learned or seen or heard that could possibly make you envious of me? I'm not your rival for Kashyyyk. Jouster Aerie would never accept another boy, even if Kashyyyk might. You're far too young to consider yourself as a potential assistant to Haraket, but Haraket offered me a great deal else besides that position." Vetch winced a little at the mention of Haraket's promises, and the falcon stooped on the prey that had just been flushed before its eager eyes. "Ah, I see. In that case, would it be that promise of freedom that Lord Haraket made me?" Freedom. Vetch felt his gut twist up inside him, and he set the bread aside uneaten. Why was Bakken tormenting him like this? It wasn't fair. "Yes," he replied, biting off the word, making it a challenge. "Leave me alone," he thought angrily. "Why twist the knife in the wound? What have I done to you to deserve this?" The falcon looked at the prey in its claws, and then unexpectedly opened its grip. Bakken sighed, relaxed, and shook his head. "I'm sorry, Vetch," he said, sounding genuinely apologetic. "I can't help what I am, nor what you are. When a slave is offered freedom, well, I'm more of a slave than you are or ever could be," Vetch grated. "A serf is less than a slave, for all that the masters pretend otherwise. I don't hate you, but don't expect me to love you for it either." Bakken closed his eyes for a moment, and there seemed to be a pocket of unexpected stillness holding both of them. "I know that. I also know why our masters will offer freedom to a slave, but not a serf, though I doubt it would be of any interest to you. Still," he pondered a moment, then continued, "I'll try and explain it to you, as my last and most worthy master explained it to me. Slaves are either born that way from those Tians who are born into slavery, or are Tians sold into slavery to pay debts, or they are brought as slaves from countries Tia has never conquered. Take me, for instance. I come from a very distant land indeed, so far that there is no chance my people could ever be the enemies of the Tians, so it is safe enough to free me. I have always been treated well, and have no one to revenge myself on. I've nowhere to go freed, no reason to go to Tia's enemies, and every reason to stay here and continue to serve at the same place, but for a wage. Whereas you—" he shrugged. "Serf, you are an enemy. Freed, you are still an enemy, but there is no control over you or your actions any more. I am sorry. If I could," and dropped it quickly on the bread, adding an onion slice. He waited only a few moments for it to cool before biting off a mouthful. "It isn't that they're the masters, either. It's more complicated than that." Bakken took an empty beer jar from the table and brooded down at it. "As I said, I've always been treated well. I don't think anyone ever realized how I feel. As I'm sure you've noticed, no one ever pays any attention to the feelings of serfs and slaves." Vetch waited, patient as a cat at a mouse hole with only one entrance. "What do you call a man who calls up his servants, has hunting birds brought out to him, takes one on his fist, unhoods and casts it, and basks in the admiration of his peers when it takes a fat duck? Bakken asked after a time. Vetch replied and shook his head. A noble? A rich man? He hesitated. Ah, good answer, but not the one that makes me angry. Bakken's lip curled. You see, what he calls himself is falconer. He has not caught the birds, nor taken them at great hazard from the nest, scaling the cliffs to find them and bring them down. He has not tended them, he does not feed them, he has not trained them. The bitterness in Bakken's voice made Vetch blink in surprise. If the bird flies away, his wrath is only for the loss of a valuable possession, not because he is losing something he has invested a part of his life and self in. If it is recovered, he is pleased only because his possession is returned to him, not because he has gotten back something that is near as dear as a child. But the man who has done all those things, is all those things, is not called a falconer. He is called slave, servant, and he has not even the right to challenge the master when the master says, I will have this bird, and he knows that the bird is not fit to fly that day. There was a story behind that, perhaps many. Vetch didn't want to know them. There was already enough pain in his own short life. He didn't want to add the burden of Bakken's to his own. Already he had 3 people besides himself in his prayers, his father, Aerie, and Avatre. If he added any more, the gods might begin to wonder what was wrong with him, that he assailed their ears with so many pleas. Now, at least there is a separate name for the man who takes a dragon who is cared for by someone else, trained by someone else, who mounts into the saddle and flies it off, caring nothing except that it do what it is trained to do, and bring him glory, Bakken continued, his jaw rigid. And at least he is named for what he does, and not the good beast that he treats as he would a mere chariot. Vetch started, hearing his own thoughts echoed so exactly. He takes a creature that would on its own serve him in, say, hunting, and he turns it into a weapon, a horrible weapon, and exposes it to the spears and arrows of enemies, with his only thought being where he would get another if this one fell. Bakken's gaze smoldered. And which of these jousters truly knows his dragon, or has studied its ways and made it his friend, or has even cared for his own beast for so much as a day? Aerie has, Vetch said, stoutly raising his chin. Aerie raised Kashet, trained him all by himself, and comes to be with him nearly every night. And he would tend Kashet himself now if he had the time, and he doesn't trust Kashet's care to just anyone either. Bakken's rigid expression softened, and he patted Vetch on the head like a small child. Vetch bristled a little, but kept his resentment on a tight leash. To Bakken, doubtless he was a small child. That was the hazard of being so little. So I have been told, and see no reason to disbelieve it. So your Aerie is a single paragon among the jousters, as the commander of dragons is a paragon among the nobles, given that he has taken, cared for, and trained his own birds, dogs, and horses. Now there was plain admiration in Bakken's voice, and Vetch guessed that of all of Bakken's masters, or the men those masters consorted with, the commander of dragons had been the only one who had earned Bakken's highest regard. Such men are worth serving, and serving well. Our Harakat is another such, but such men are few, and often given names they do not deserve, when they take the praise that is rightly given to men that they think beneath their notice. Oh, there are many stories there, Vetch thought, somberly, and now wanted to hear them even less. Stories and heartbreak, and I have troubles of my own. Thank you for saddle instead of face down over it. Then, with another quick movement, he wedged his legs under and around the leg-hold straps and grabbed the front of the saddle with both hands. There were no guide straps yet to hang on to. Bakken deemed this confusing and disorienting enough for the poor young thing. The dragonet went rigid with shock. Vetch felt its muscles tensing under his legs, and braced himself for its inevitable reaction. It was as well that he did, for it tried at that moment to take off. Thanks to the ropes, and the fact that it really wasn't old enough to fledge yet, It succeeded only in crow-hopping upward a few feet, flapping its wings clumsily. But that was unnerving enough. Clearly another reason why Bakken wanted someone brave, and Vetch was very, very glad of the restraining ropes. It bounced about at the end of the ropes, bucking very much like the family's little donkey when startled, and Vetch clung on with grim determination and teeth rattling in his head. He couldn't even think, really. His very thoughts were bounced out of him. The straps cut into his legs with every bounce, and the saddle felt as if it was going to pop off at any moment. But it couldn't keep such fighting up forever, though. Then, the moment it stopped, in a flash, Bakken was at the dragonet's head, soothing it, comforting it, telling it what a wonderful beast it was. It didn't want to be soothed, but gentle hands, a soft voice, and a liberal allocation of tasty tidbits made it stand still, though it trembled like a leaf, and kept rolling its eye and twisting its head to look at him. "Now then, handsome one," Vetch murmured, when he was sure it wasn't going to go off again under him, and added one hand, to Bakken's caresses. Bakken gave him an approving look. "Now then, you'll be used to this soon enough. It will all be fine." He murmured other such nonsense, reaching places to rub that Bakken couldn't from his stand on the ground at the dragonet's shoulder. And slowly the dragonet relaxed. "You see," Vetch murmured to him, "I'm not some strange monster on your back. I'm not up here to hurt you. I'm not a lion come to break your neck and eat you. I'm just Vetch. You know me now, don't you?" "Slide down now, Vetch," Bakken murmured after some small time, while the dragonet was engaged in getting its eye ridges rubbed. "Then get back on him again." Vetch unwrapped his legs, threw the right over the dragonet's neck, and slid down even faster than he'd vaulted up. The dragonet reacted to his absence with a start of surprise, but didn't hop about this time. And before it could get too used to him being gone, Vetch jumped back into the saddle again. This time it only hopped once, and when it stopped it wasn't shaking. Now it only looked indignant, and that was a great improvement over terrified. They played this game 4 more times until Bakken decreed that the dragonet's developing spine had gotten enough stress for the day. He unharnessed and freed the youngster of everything but the single chain holding him around his neck, rewarded and praised him a little more, then both of them left the pen. Once outside, Bakken slapped Vetch on the back with a hearty grin. "By the gods, it works! I thought it might, but I wasn't sure. I'd like you here just before feeding, twice a day, so he's good and hungry and he'll work for his tidbits. We'll play this little game on him until he takes you as easily as Kashyyyk takes Aerie, and until we've taught him up and down, and how you'll use both to mount, and we've taught him the use of the guide straps. Then, when he can actually get off the ground with you on his back, I'll get one of the heavier boys to help me, and work my way up until he can carry a very light man." "Like you, Bakken. Well, why not? If Bakken wanted to add himself to the roster of trainers, why not?" Vetch nodded, seeing the good sense in the planning. Trainers did something like this, only they started much, much later, when the dragonet could carry a man, and they didn't precede it with the gentling process. They just tied the dragonet down, threw a saddle on him, and jumped on, letting the dragonet wear itself out on the ropes and breaking it to saddle. Small wonder that dragons did not love their riders. And now, thanks to Bakken, Vetch knew how to train a vatre without having to ask Aerie exactly how to train her. Only he would be starting very early indeed, with nothing more than a few straps to get her used to things being bound around her body. And when she flew, it would not be with ropes holding her to the earth. God's willing. God's willing. 15. "The expected sea witch sent storm didn't," Bakken replied. "We take them old enough to know that they are falcons, but young enough to tame quickly." "Well, yes, it's true that's successful, but it was at the cost of 8 jousters so far," Vetch reminded him. "Mother dragons aren't like falcons. When they defend their nests, it's the humans that lose the fight." Bakken snorted. And there are two would-be jousters eager to replace every one stupid one that tries to haul off a dragonet with the mother too near, he replied. It is easy to replace jousters. It's a lot harder to replace a dragon, especially a properly tamed one. Better that they get themselves killed off now than that they get themselves killed in a joust or accident and lose a trained dragon. It was clear that his opinion of the jousters hadn't changed. Well, Vetch shared it. As far as he was concerned, none of the fools who'd become dragonet dinner was much of a loss. Besides, everyone that goes down a dragon's throat is one less to attack Alta. There, Bakken said in triumph, and stood a little away. Last strap. Now, today we'll teach him up and down. He laughed. This isn't my training, though. I asked the other trainers how they do it. But I need you, Vetch, because this is a two-man job. He passed the end of a jousting lance to Vetch, holding on to the other end himself. Now, we fit this right into the crook of the elbow on his front legs. When I say the command, push down and in on his lower legs. They'll collapse, especially since he won't be ready for this, and he'll go down. When he does, get the lance away so it doesn't hurt him or stop him from going all the way down, and shove down on his shoulders. That was clear enough, and clever, too. Vetch nodded. Together, they pushed the lance in on the dragonet's forelegs. Down, Bakken ordered, and they both pushed the blue dragonet's legs with the lance shaft. Now, if they had tried to force him down, starting with a shove on his shoulders instead of with the lance, he would have fought them, and he'd have won. Young as he was still stronger than they were. But this caught him off guard, like a man tackled from behind at the knees. With a snort of surprise, the dragonet felt his own legs giving way underneath him, and he was too startled to fight. He went down, and to Vetch's pleasure, he also folded his rear legs under him as well. It was accidental, but this would set the mark for what down meant. Good boy, Bakken crowed, rewarded the young beast with a tidbit immediately. Very good boy. He caught the slight movement of the dragonet as it prepared to scramble back up to its feet and shouted, Up! Just as it made up its mind to get up. More praise, another tidbit, and the dragonet's eyes were suddenly very bright. Was it too much to say there was speculation in them? He'd been taught here that there were things he would have to do that he didn't necessarily think of for himself. Did he now realize that here were two of those things that he actually needed to learn? Again, Bakken signaled to Vetch to use the stick. Down! Up! Down! Up! Dragons didn't have very expressive faces, but Vetch had learned to read subtle signs in the skin around their eyes and the set of their heads. The dragonet was definitely thinking, and thinking hard. But this would be the first time that it had been asked to learn that those strange sounds coming from its captors meant that it was supposed to do something. That was a difficult concept for an animal to learn, for in the wild they certainly didn't issue commands to each other. It was too much to hope that the youngster would learn down and up in a single session, but he did understand the physical part of the command by the time they finished with him for that session. The moment he felt pressure on the lance shaft, he went down, and when the pressure went away, he came up. That's good progress for a morning, Bakken said in satisfaction, when the dragonet started to show signs of waning interest and irritation. I'll see you before afternoon feeding. Have you named him yet? Vetch asked, curiously, for Bakken had never yet referred to the dragonet by anything other than the youngster or some other generic name. No, Bakken replied instantly, and I won't until he first flies free and comes back. I never name a falcon that hasn't made a free flight. Well, Vetch could understand that, because that moment of free flight was the risky one, when the falcon or dragonet realized that he was free and he could fly off, never to be seen again. Names had power. But a name can pull something back to you again. He'd felt that instinctively casual and completely at ease. Once again he was dressed simply, with none of the showy jewels usually sported by the nobility, and only the Haras pectoral spreading jeweled wings at his bare throat, and the royal vulture at the front of his blue, close-fitting war helmet, marked him as any higher rank than a senior jouster. Seeing him so very calm evidently was having an effect on the inhabitants of the compound. Some of the tension was out of the air, and the murmurous sound of many conversations did not have that frantic edge to it that Vetch had expected. Finally, the commander held both hands up peremptorily for silence, and he got it as the crowd hushed. "Hear the words of the priests of the gods of Tia," the commander said, his words ringing out strong and deep into the quiet. "The gods of Tia are stronger than the gods of Alta. Her priests are wiser and more powerful, and in no way can the Altan magicians hope to prevail over those of this land. The gods of our land will prevail." Which only means the shade skulls haven't figured out what the sea witches are doing, nor how to prevent it, someone muttered below Vetch, and his neighbors nodded in agreement. Vetch had to agree with that. If the priests had successfully countered the sea witches' magic, they'd have boasted about it here and now. If they'd been able to find seers who could get past the protections that hedged in Altan places of power, they'd have trumpeted their findings. This was all empty air. But the commander wasn't finished. "The priests of our land are wise, learned, and powerful," he continued, and Vetch thought he heard just a tinge of irony in the man's voice. "But no man goes hunting with only duck arrows in his quiver when he does not know what other quarry he might encounter. The great king, may he live 1,000 years, also sent eyes and ears that walk upon 2 bare feet into the land of the Altans, and this is what he found." Vetch found himself leaning forward and holding his breath, and he was not the only one. "The sea witches have a new magic, but as it is wind and water magic, it is subject to the season and the conditions of the season," the commander told them, making sure each word was plain and unambiguous. "As the season progresses from growing to dry, there will be less water in the air, less favorable winds. The storms will come farther and farther apart, and lose strength as the days pass and the dry comes upon us, until at last they will fade to a memory, and we need cope only with the dry as ever. Perhaps the dry holds terror for the enemy of the north, but we know it as an old neighbor, and our priests strive to see that we can learn to turn it against them, as they have sent their sea-born storms against us." A collective sigh of relief arose from the crowd. If, like Vetch, some of the other Altan serfs felt disappointment, they were careful not to show it. Now there were some murmurs beginning, and in a moment they would probably be in full roar of conversation. Once again, the commander raised his arms for silence. "This is not to say that the sea witches may not find ways of raising storms in the dry," he cautioned. "I do not need to do more than mention the midnight Khamseen, I think." His words had a chilling effect upon the crowd. The midnight Khamseen was so named, not that it arrived in the dark of the night, but because it threw so much sand in the air with such terrible winds that it blotted out the sun. When such a storm blew up, it was as dark as midnight at midday. There was little hope for anyone caught without shelter in such a sandstorm, for it was literally impossible to breathe. One could actually drown in sand. "Nevertheless, this is a magic of wind only," the commander added, "and the sea witch's power has ever been that of water, not wind alone. Haras of the all-seeing eye is the guardian of the winds of Tia, and of the Jousters too, and you can rest assured that his hand is over the Jousters and their dragons, and all those who serve them. And since it is a creature of Haras, the priests of Haras intend to learn to turn it northward, and give the witches a taste of true power." Small comfort that to those gathered below Vetch. Still, it did not do to say so aloud. The priests might hear, and withhold their protection from the grumblers. It was always a chancy thing to arouse the enmity of the priests. They might choose to ignore you, or they might not. Vetch knew, however, as did every other Altan-born, which she would pursue like a kitten with a ball of thread. Taking a cue from kittens, he rigged a rope with a scrap of silk on the end to a pole he stuck in the sand of her wallow so she could bat at it with her foreclaws as it moved in the wind. He wrestled with her, teaching her to stop attacking when he commanded her to do so, and enforcing that she must be gentle with him because he knew that if he did not do this now while she was small, he could never control her behavior when she was big. The closer it got to the dry season, the faster she seemed to grow, strong and agile. The complement of dragonets was now at the 50 that the great king had stipulated, with as many new boys, at a cost of 13 jousters and several dragon hunters that were not themselves jousters. There was talk now of enlarging the compound, because the great king had gotten wind of the new training techniques, and if they worked, he wanted still more jousters and dragons. This did not bode well for Alta. Vetch could only pray that the Altans had spies abroad to hear such things. At just about the time when the magic spawn storm stopped altogether, Bakken stopped needing Vetch's help, for now there were 2 or 3 of the new boys that weren't any larger than he was, that he could use as riders to get the youngsters used to the presence of a human on their backs. Half of the dragonets had learned up and down, and the blue dragonet was at the stage of learning to fly short distances on a lead. Vetch stole time to watch whenever he could get a moment, trying to make out how he could adapt all of this to training Avatre. It was just as well that Vetch didn't need to help Bakken any more, because Avatre was taking more and more of his time. He had thought he had been busy when all she did was sleep. Now that she was active, she needed attention. Fortunately, Aerie didn't know that he wasn't helping Bakken now, and Vetch didn't intend to tell him. As long as Aerie presumed that he was off helping the other dragon boy whenever he was missing, there would be nothing at issue. He never saw Haraket any more, and Aerie only in passing. He was worried about Aerie, though. The jouster was thinner and looked as if he was not sleeping well, but there wasn't much that Vetch could do to help him. And besides, if Aerie learned about Avatre... Vetch slept entirely too well, but that was hardly surprising considering how much work he was doing over the course of the day. He was so used to doing things at the run that he wasn't sure now if he'd ever be able to do them at a more leisurely pace without feeling that something was wrong. He sometimes surprised himself by how strong he had gotten when he found that he had absent-mindedly lifted some weight that would have been so far beyond his strength a few moons ago that he would not have considered trying to heft it. He hadn't gotten all that much taller, and he certainly wasn't a little barrel of muscle in the way that 1 or 2 of the other boys were. He was still wiry and lean, but it seemed that all the good food and hard work had strengthened every single muscle fiber to an amazing degree. Avatre was also a great deal stronger than he would have guessed. When he loaded her with a sandbag that was nearly his equivalent, she hardly noticed the weight, and there was nothing to tell by looking at her that she hadn't been wild-caught like the others. He had to wonder, given how lively and big she was, if giving Tala to the growing youngsters did more than simply make them easier to handle, if perhaps it actually slowed their growth. Certainly Kashit was the biggest male in the compound, nearly as big as any of the females, and he had never gotten Tala. Avatre was going to be huge, bigger than her mother, Khorasan, for certain, and females were always bigger than the males. She was not as vocal as the other youngsters either. They meeked all the time, their tone rising in shrillness the closer it got to feeding time. Avatre only gurgled happily when he appeared in the doorway, hissed if something alarmed her, and made no other sounds but a soft chuckling when she settled down for a nap with her head in his lap. So the last of growing season was spent, with Vetch so busy that he could not have told how many days had passed, from storm to weakening storm. At last, one day he woke to find that all of the tala bushes planted within the compound had blossomed overnight. The air was filled with their peculiar fragrance, sweet but with a bitter undertone, like myrrh, carried through the corridors by an arid wind that must have begun in the night, coming from off the desert. The Khamaseen, The dry just began, he recognized with a start, as he awoke with the scent in his nostrils out of an uneasy dream of laboring at Kefti's wells, and heard the wind whining around the dragon boys, and some date-stuffed honey pastries for breakfast. The corridors were, by then, thankfully echoingly empty. He wasn't surprised to find Cashit still gone. Aerie was a senior jouster, and at this point his skill and Cashit's were near legendary. He would, no doubt, be competing in the games for most of the day, or perhaps demonstrating that falling man catch trick for an admiring audience, but done with a dummy instead of a man. But as Avatre was finally having a nap, worn out from fretting at the unaccustomed noises, and he didn't want to disturb her, he settled down in Cashit's pen for his meal. He had just about finished it and was licking the last of the honey from his fingers when, much to his surprise, a shadow darkened the sun above the pen, and when he looked up, he saw that Aerie and Cashit were returning. He leaped to his feet, very glad now that Aerie had found him here and not in the other pen. He sent a brief thanks to the gods for sending Avatre that bout of sleepiness as he waited for Cashit to settle, then trotted over to the great dragon's side. "Unharness him," Aerie said with shocking brusqueness, as he threw his leg over the saddle and slid down to the ground. "We won't be going back out. The cursed games can go on without us, and I hope they all choke on fish bones." Vetch stared at him with an open mouth. Aerie's face was white, his mouth pinched, and that last had been said with such savagery that Vetch was sure Aerie meant every word. "Why?" he blurted. "You don't want to know," Aerie replied, and started to stalk off. But something inside Vetch made him act without thinking. He grabbed the jouster by the elbow and wouldn't let him go. "Yes, I do," he said firmly, shocking himself with this insane act of audacity, but unable to stop himself. "Or maybe I don't, but if you don't tell someone, you're going to snap, and then where will Cashit be?" Perhaps nothing other than the stark truth that if Aerie failed, his dragon would suffer, got through to him. He resisted for just a moment, then his shoulders sagged, and he turned back to Vetch. His eyes were bleak, his mouth twisted, and his skin so pale beneath his tan that it looked as if every bit of blood had been drained from him. "You don't want to know, and I want you to know that I didn't have anything to do with what happened. If I'd been ordered to do it, I swear either I would have stopped it or I would have flown Cashit into the wilderness instead and never come back." That shocked Vetch even more. Aerie? Threatening to desert? "Tell me," he just barely managed. Aerie took a deep breath. End of Side 8. Change side selector switch. This book is continued on the next cassette. Joust by Mercedes Lackey. Continuing on page 324. Which would gain him nothing, of course. He'd be caught and probably executed, and then what would happen to Avatre? Poison? Where could he get hold of poison? Or at least, where could he get hold of poison that he could actually use? Nowhere, of course. There were plenty of things in the compound that were poisonous, but they tasted or smelled foul, or were only poisonous in such large quantities as to make their administration impractical. Knives in the dark? He snorted at that. As small as he was, even an ambush was out of the question, and he was no trained assassin to sneak into the jousters' quarters undetected to slit the throats of sleepers. Though the vision conjured up by that thought was vastly satisfying. No, he could do nothing for revenge, and he could do nothing for his own people either, not as he was now. But if he and Avatre could get away... I hold the knowledge of how to raise and train the most superior jousters and dragons in the world in my head. What would happen to the Tians if every Altan jouster was as good as Aerie and Kashet? Until this moment, he'd had no real idea of what he was going to do with Avatre besides escape. Now he had a goal, a mission. He would go north, to Alta, to Bato, the heart of the ringed capital of the kingdom. He would present himself to the Altan commander of dragons. They surely knew about Aerie already. Tales of such a legendary jouster would have come not only from their spies and their seers, but from their own jousters who encountered him. Vetch would have the proof, in the form of Avatre, not only of how Aerie had trained such a perfect dragon, but that the training could be duplicated. "It's all right," he reassured the anxious dragon and dragonet, taking a deep, unsteady breath. "Or at least, it will be." 16. If Vetch had little stomach for the festival before, he had even less now. He could not bear to look at those cheerful faces and wonder which one of them knew what Aerie had just revealed, or worse, which ones had participated in some way, or worse still, which ones approved. He led Avatre back to her pen, and as she settled anxiously back into her wallow, he wondered briefly if he was going to have to begin tethering her there to keep her from following him. But he soon realized, when she displayed no further interest in the entrance, that she had only come looking for him because she had heard his deep distress, and had followed the sound of his voice. She had wanted to come whence she should be able to go higher and farther than a dragonet of similar age. He had to plan on pursuit. He hoped it would not come until he and Avatre were out of sight, and those who came looking for him would cast their nets far short of where he and she eventually had to come to ground. With luck, pursuers would assume they had no more strength and endurance than the average dragonet at first flight, and as a consequence would never guess how far they could go. The best way to strengthen her was through play, so until she grew tired and wanted another nap, he resolutely closed his ears to the unwelcome noise of celebration, and chased her around the pen until she tired of that, then let her chase him. The play was good for him, too, though he felt guilty at playing when he knew what he knew. But Avatre didn't know, and wouldn't understand if she knew. There was no reason to deprive her of the fun and exercise she needed. Like a puppy or a kitten, her energy seemed boundless right up until the point where she suddenly tired, flopped down where she stood, and was instantly asleep. At that point, he left the pens for what he had already decided would be his last foray out to the landing court until the festival was over. He brought a clean barrow with him and wandered among the food tents, picking out items that would not need to be eaten warm. No one questioned him, oddly enough. Perhaps they assumed he had been sent to get provisions for several of the other boys over at the games. When he had enough to hold him for 2 days, he returned to the pens and went straight to the butchery, stashing his provisions in that cold room. There he would not need to worry about them spoiling, and he would not have to venture among the celebrants in order to eat. Which was just as well, because to do so would have put the temptation to wreak anonymous harm too near to resist. It had come very, very close, as he had made his way around all of that unguarded food. The easiest and safest route to revenge would be at the festival, through the medium of poison. If the droppings of dragons burned the skin, what would they do if ground as fine as flour and stirred into food? Put into a stew heavily flavored with pepper, onion, and garlic, it probably wouldn't even be tasted until too late. Aerie was far away from the festival, and he could be certain that the only people who ate the poison would be those from within the Jousters' compound. But what if I poisoned Bakin by accident, or Haraket, or one of the other serfs? That was the problem with such a plan. He knew the people who might be hurt, and there was no way to strike at the perpetrators without knowing who they really were. And if he went after them specifically, he couldn't act anonymously. It all got very complicated, and he could entirely sympathize with Aerie's anguished cry of, "I do not make war on children." And he couldn't help remembering another plaint of Aerie's. Harriet says I think too much. Maybe that was Vetch's problem, too. People who didn't think didn't seem to have any complicated and inconvenient problems of conscience. Cushet had gotten a full holiday out of it after all. Aerie did not return to the dragon pens until after the celebration was over, and when he did, he was close-mouthed and grim. Vetch wondered where he had been all that time. He hadn't been in his quarters when Vetch went to look, and Cushet had missed him sorely. He appeared, as usual, one of the first jousters to come for his dragon on the morning after the festival. What was not usual was that he was wearing his helmet rather than carrying it. It was difficult to see his face, impossible to make out his expression, but he didn't say anything at all as he inspected the harness and lance. Vetch didn't mind that. How could he? He knew Aerie, and knew what it was like to have no recourse to the world's hurt, but to retreat from it, put on a mask, hide anguish within. He couldn't blame Aerie at all for retreating, even, or especially, from him. But what did bother him was that Cushet had so clearly missed those evening visits these past 2 nights, and Vetch had a good idea that the reason Aerie had not come was because of his presence in Cushet's pen. What was more, he would be willing to hazard that Aerie was in desperate need of the silent comfort of his dragon, too. As long as Aerie thought he had to avoid Vetch, he wouldn't come to Cushet, and he wouldn't ask Vetch to absent himself either. It was up to Vetch to give Aerie a way around the problem that salvaged his self-esteem. So, before Aerie could mount up and fly off on patrol that first morning after the festival, Vetch caught his jouster's arm, alarm making him sit straight up in the darkness. Avatri murmured her objections to his movement, and he lay back down again, mind racing as he went over every question or comment that Aerie had made in the last few days, trying to divine whether there was a clue in what he'd said, some hint that Aerie was probing, trying to discover if Vetch had followed in the jouster's footsteps and hatched his own dragonet. Don't be stupid, he thought at last, after he'd been over every detail that he could remember at least twice. As busy as the jouster had been, how could Aerie possibly guess? He just saw Avatri over the wall when he came in at some point. He hasn't said a word about her, and he hasn't caught me here with her. How could he guess that she's my hatchling? Still, it would be a good idea to take extra care from here on in. Aerie saw more than most, and was disconcertingly good at putting facts together into a whole. Vetch filed that in the back of his mind, for caution was now certainly the order of the day. But as time went on, the drive progressed, and the days got hotter and hotter. Aerie said nothing. Vetch elected not to return to sleeping in Cushet's pen, and Aerie said nothing about that either. The fact was, Aerie wasn't talking about much of anything, not to him, not to Harriet, but he was doing something. What, Vetch couldn't guess, but he was spending every waking moment when he was not in the air or with Cushet off somewhere. That was all to the good. It was keeping the one person who was likeliest to guess just what the little scarlet in the next pen was, far away from the scene. He was increasingly afraid of leaving Avatri alone, lest she make that first flight in his absence. He rushed through the chores that took him away from the pens. Heart in mouth, he listened all the time for some sign she had been discovered to be something other than one of the official dragonets, or worse, that she had made her flight without him. And yet, though that would be worse for him, it was not necessarily so for her. At least she would be free, even if he were not. He was so close to his goal, and yet at any moment the prize could be snatched away from him. And for the first time since his father had been killed, he prayed, not only to the Altan god, but to any god that would listen, that she not be discovered and taken from him, or that, if she was discovered, at least let it be that she escaped into the free skies, even if he could not. And perhaps the gods, aloof in the land beyond the horizon, actually listened to him. Because the moment of discovery and the moment of first flight both came at the same moment, and it was when he was with her. He was, in fact, sitting on her back, in a purloined saddle. That saddle was one of the small ones in the compound, made precisely for dragonettes, and one that he had been eyeing for days, waiting for the dragonet who was using it to outgrow it. He had his legs braced in the harness, his hand locked into the hand brace at the top of the saddle, the guide straps, which she had learned to obey beautifully, tied to the brace, while she made little bounds up and down the sands of her pen, flapping her wings enthusiastically the whole time. He had come to enjoy these wild rides, even though he'd been terrified at first, for unlike the dragonette that he had ridden for Bakken, she was not tethered. He remembered all too well his very first ride a dragonback, face down over the front of Aerie's saddle. He'd sworn then that he would never, ever ride on a dragon again, but that had been before Avatre. Now, well, he was guiding the dragon, the exhilaration had overcome the terror, and now he was able to join in the sense of fun she had in these exercises. He thought that she was building up to that burst that would take her truly up into the air, but he wasn't actually expecting anything other than her first hover. She was right in the middle of her pen, about to make a really big bound. He thought that this might be the moment when she really went airborne with him, rather than just jumping about with wing assistance, and he was braced for it, when a wild shout from the doorway of the pen startled them both. "Hoy!" shouted one of the older dragon boys, staring at them. He knew Vetch. He knew very well that Vetch wasn't assigned to a dragonet, and he knew that Vetch should not have been sitting in the saddle on an untethered dragonet's back. He didn't know what Vetch was up to, but one thing he did know, it wasn't what Vetch was supposed to be doing. "Harakat!" he shouted. "Harakat, come quick!" Vetch didn't even think what to do. He just reacted by punching Avatre in the shoulder to provide some special crop, vegetables, or perhaps even tala. Tala, for dragons. The only way anyone would be able to catch him would be on a dragon. How many jousters had been in the compound? How many could get their dragons saddled and into the air quickly? How many were just back from a patrol or about to leave on one? Aerie wasn't back yet, but he'd been due out of the north at any moment. There were others who had surely beaten him back in. Aerie was generally the first to leave and the last to return. That alone might save him. This was the end of a patrol, not the beginning, and dragons were coming in tired and hungry. It might be hard to get them into the air, and they'd be irritated, sluggish, and reluctant to obey. But he had to look back over his shoulder and saw behind him what he feared to see, the bright V's of color against the hard blue of the sky, dragons and jousters in pursuit, tiny in the distance, but there were several of them who'd managed to get their mounts airborne, experienced flyers, experienced riders. If they caught him, they would never let him keep Avatre. They'd never let him near another dragon again, probably, even if by some miracle he convinced them that this had all been an accident. If he claimed that, could he make them believe him? But then, how would he explain purloining the egg and hatching her? That he was raising her for Aerie as a surprise? Would anyone believe a tale that tall? Even if they did, how could that make any difference? They'd still take Avatre from him. Nothing mattered against the enormity of losing Avatre. He would rather die than give her up. She was everything to him now. Without her, it wouldn't matter what they did to him. He made up his mind at that moment that if they caught him, if they started to force them down, he would jump. Better dead than lose the only thing he loved, the only family he had now. The harness and saddle were not of such tough stuff that she could not eventually get them off. Without tending, the leather would quickly dry out and become brittle in the sun. Within weeks at most, the last pieces would fall off her. He would never let them take her. He would rather die and set her free. Sobs welled up in his throat. He choked them down. His heart felt as tight as if there were copper bands around it, and he prayed wordlessly. Surely the gods had not brought him this far only to snatch everything away from him. He looked back again. There were 3 dragons in pursuit of him now, for all the rest had dropped out of the race. But these three were obeying their jousters, and he thought they looked a little nearer, though not near enough to tell who they were. Just the colors, a scarlet, a green, and a blue. He looked down. They were over the desert, which undulated beneath them in waves of pale sand, broken by rocky outcrops. The breath of the desert, hot, dusty, and so arid it parched his lips, wafted up to them. He bent over Avatre's neck and shouted encouragement to her. He had no idea where to go, but she, guided by instinct alone, was heading for the same hills that her mother had sought at the end of the mating flight. Those hills were riddled with caves and rich with game, and they marked the boundary of the lands that could truly be called Tian. Out there, although Tia claimed the earth, it really belonged to the dragons and the wild, wandering tribesmen of the Baidu, the blue people, the veiled ones who called no man king. If they could reach the hills, they could hide there. They could stay under cover until the hunters had given up. But the hills were a long way away, and there were 3 trained dragons in pursuit. He crouched lower over Avatre's neck and willed his own strength into her. His long hair whipped into his face. He ignored it and tried to wish himself lighter than he already was. When they were halfway between the hills and the great Mother River, he looked back again. Avatre was still flying strongly, showing no signs of tiring. And now there were only 2 dragons following. One, the Scarlet, had dropped down and was gliding behind the other 2, making a long, slow turn to return to the compound. His heart leaped. One gone. Could they outdistance the other 2? "Go, my love, my beauty," he shouted at Avatre's head. "Go! We are small and light as down. Ride the wind, my heart. Take us to freedom." He thought she responded to his encouragement with a little more power. 1 gone, 2 to go. But they were 2 jousters, and he was only a dragon boy on first flight. They had strength and experience on their side. All he had was hope and heart, and the valor of a very young dragonet. He looked down again. The sand was a good hard shake, stopping his hysterical sobs for just an instant. And that moment was all that Aerie needed. "Stop it!" the jouster commanded into the hot silence. "You don't really think I'm going to take you back, do you?" For a moment the words made no sense. Then when he did get the sense of them, he was so shocked that all he could do was stare, eyes still streaming, throat still choked on a sob. "I have no intention of bringing you back," Aerie repeated wearily. "Especially not after seeing you try and kill yourself to keep from being caught. I may be a monster, but at least I'm not that sort of monster." He might have said more, but just then Avatre came charging toward them, knocking Aerie aside with her head, and clumsily putting herself between the jouster and Vetch, hissing defiance. Aerie put up both his hands, placatingly, but laughing all the same, as Vetch instinctively threw his arms around her neck. "There. How can I possibly take you back? She'd only come and carry you off again, and probably tear the rest of us to shreds doing it," he chuckled. Vetch held his arms tight around her neck, to steady himself as well as to keep her from some clumsy attempt to attack Aerie. He still couldn't believe what he'd just heard. He's not taking us back? How can he not take us back? Isn't it his duty? But it was Aerie, who had never told Vetch a lie. Then Kashet, full of dignity and twice the size of Avatre, interposed himself between the dragonet and his jouster, looking down at her with an expression of weary condescension. Avatre, who had never seen another dragon but Kashet except as a head over a wall, or a shape in the sky overhead, just hissed at the bigger dragon, defying him along with his jouster. "Very brave," Aerie chuckled. "I hardly think I need to worry about you encountering trouble. She'll certainly protect you from anything and everything, or die trying. And at the moment, there isn't much that will be able to take her on except humans." Vetch swallowed hard. "He began. "I am not taking you back." "I never intended to," Aerie replied. That was when Vetch's legs failed him, and he sat down hard on the ground. Aerie stood over him, making it very clear that she was not going to allow anyone or anything near him. The jouster looked at both of them for a long moment, then sighed, shaking his head. "Look," he said, "we're in the middle of the dry, practically midday, and it's damned hot out here in the sun." He beckoned. "If you can get up, follow us." Vetch struggled to his feet. Aerie and Kashet were already halfway down the slope, heading for the dry stream bed that cut down the wadi. Evidently, he knew where he was going, and Vetch took hold of Avatre's harness and followed behind. Avatre resisted at first, not wanting to follow the creature that had threatened Vetch, but at his insistence she reluctantly and suspiciously plodded after Kashet. Aerie turned down a crack in the earth so narrow that Kashet's folded wings brushed both sides of the wind and water-sculpted passage. The sun might be right overhead, but here everything was still in shadow, and it was a lot cooler. It was deep, too. They might have been going down one of the corridors between the pens, except that the farther they went, the taller the walls became. The sandstone was carved in weird, smooth, many-layered curves that twisted and turned without any rhyme or reason. This tormented, contorted passage was far wider at the bottom than it was at the top. Above them, the crack couldn't be wider than 2 feet or so, while down below Kashet was able to squeeze along without too much difficulty. The floor was a thin layer of sand over a harder rock. Vetch felt it under the hard soles of his bare feet. It was strangely beautiful here, and completely without the mark of man on it. Then, with no warning, the walls opened up into a sort of pocket about the size of a dragon pen, again with only a small opening to the sky overhead. The rock of the ceiling framed the irregular oblong of turquoise sky like a gold mounting surrounding a gem. At the far end of the pocket was a patch of green where sun must fall during some part of the day, a twisted, ancient tree, a few flourishing bushes, some grass to work out what we're going to do. "We?" Vetch repeated incredulously. "Yes," Aerie replied, settling back against the rock. "We. Let's start with where you think you're going to go from here." 17. With those words, Vetch wondered wildly if Aerie was going to come with him, and a strange, wild hope rose within him. It was not just that it would be so much easier to make his way northward with Aerie. No, it was that he would not lose his friend. But Aerie's next question dashed that thought and that hope to the ground and broke them. "First of all, where are you going?" Aerie asked. "To the, great devil Alta, I presume?" "Ah, of course. He can't go with us to Alta. He wouldn't be welcomed. He'd be killed." So unless Aerie had a different destination in mind for both of them, though what that could be, Vetch had no clue, Aerie would not be making an escape along with Vetch. And Vetch felt horribly trapped by the question. Once Aerie knew that Alta was his final destination, surely now Aerie would stop him. But Aerie only shrugged and answered his own question as if it had been entirely rhetorical. "Of course you are. What else is there for you? They'll welcome you, certainly. An escaped serf with a dragonet bonded to him. I can guarantee that they'll welcome you. Now, you'll probably have to prove that Avatre won't fly for anyone else, because they'll assume she's like every other dragonet and try to take her from you. But I don't believe you'll have any trouble convincing them that the two of you come only as a pairing." Vetch shrugged helplessly, but underneath it he was dismayed, because he hadn't considered that possibility. "Don't worry too much about that, Vetch," Aerie said in a kindly tone. "You're both still youngsters. Now, if she was Kashet's size, they'd make more of an effort to take her, but as it stands, they'll know very well she won't be useful to them as a fighting dragon for another couple of years. And by then, well, so will you." "Unless I can be useful to them in another way altogether," Vetch thought somberly. Still, Aerie was right. They probably wouldn't fight too hard over a dragonet, and if the Alta Jousters were as reactionary as the Tian ones were, well, it would probably take years to convince them that hatching dragons made more sense than catching dragons anyway. So, it's Alta. Unless you plan to wander with your dragon in the wilderness. Aerie shook his head. Take it as read. Don't even consider that option. I do not advise that course at all, because sooner or later one of us will run across you, and you can't expect to outrun us twice. Vetch nodded, knowing that Aerie probably was a better judge of that than he was, given his years of experience. But I'd try it anyway if he'd come with us. First things first, Aerie continued briskly. Do you even know how to get across the border from here without following the Great Mother River? Vetch could only shake his head. Have you provisions, clothing, tools? Aerie persisted. What were you going to eat? What were you going to feed her? I thought we'd hunt, Vetch said weakly. Aerie shook his head ruefully. Mind, since I know you must have had a lot of experience in foraging for yourself, you aren't as ill-prepared to fend for yourselves as some of those idiot boys back at the compound, he said graciously. And I know you weren't exactly thinking that this would be first flight when you got on her back this morning, so how could you be prepared? Still, no, this is no way to send you off. You need a great deal more than you've got. He stood up. You two stay here, and don't move from this place. I need to make some arrangements, and neither of you are going to be able to help in the least. Arrangements? He asked weakly. Arrangements, and one is going to have to be immediate. Aerie glanced over at Vetch's exhausted dragonet. First thing of all, we need to do something about little Lavatre. She's expended a lot of energy, and when she gets over being too tired to move, she'll be hungry. He stood up. Kasha took that as a signal and got to his feet. Don't move, Aerie repeated, as he led Kasha out down that twisting passage. Vetch had known the first time that Aerie said, stay here, that his knees were too shaky to hold him. As if I could move, he thought ruefully. Then Vetch and Lavatre were alone. He looked down at her, and saw that she was asleep in the pool of sunlight that came down through the hole in the ceiling. He slid to the ground and lay down. Now Aerie had brought people from the compound, guards or soldiers. But before he could move, a strange voice answered. Not a sign of him. Not that the jackals would leave anything, and they probably dragged the body off to a den anyway, came that other voice. And the dragonet flew off? Aerie again. That way. Toward the breeding valleys. Well, she'll be back with her mother by now, and we won't see her again. By now the other dragons will have chewed the harness and saddle off her, and no captured dragonet ever gets caught twice. You're right, Aerie. It had to have been an accident, poor boy, and we jumped to an unwarranted conclusion. If he'd been planning to steal a dragon, he'd have taken one of the older ones, not an unflighted dragonet. Of course he would have. Of what use is a first-year dragonet to the Altans? They can't carry a man for at least another 2 years, Aerie replied, sounding mournful. My Kashit would have carried him. I wouldn't be the least surprised to find that Khorasan would have, or a half-dozen others. What's more, you saw for yourself that there was nothing about his gear that looked as if he was getting ready to run away. There were no provisions, nothing packed, and he didn't even have a fire starter or a water skin. He didn't even take the funerary shrine. No, he didn't. And if nothing else, that's a pretty convincing argument for pure accident. Poor child. He must have underestimated how close that dragonet was to first flight. Bakken is shattered. He thinks it's his fault, showing the youngster how to train the dragonets to carry a man. He thinks Vetch was trying to find a way to prove to Haraket that he deserved the same sort of reward that Bakken had been promised. It's more like to be mine, Aerie said. And if Vetch hadn't known better, he'd have believed in his own demise. Aerie was doing so good a job of sounding guilty. If I'd just followed at a distance instead of chasing him, when the dragonet got tired, I could have retrieved him. Instead, I frightened her into throwing him before I was close enough to catch him, which is why— A long silence. I'd wondered. Well, the great king is hardly likely to begrudge you that. Indeed. Well, I've brought the shrine, and I got another figure for it. You head on back. I'll see if I can find something like remains, and even if I can't, I'll still place the shrine and the offerings for the boy and his father. It's the least I can do." "And you don't want to find yourself haunted, either," the voice said shrewdly. "I don't blame you. No, get that shrine placed out here so his spirit won't try to come back to the compound. I don't want to see any wandering ghosts in the corridors. See you back at the compound." Vetch sat there with his mouth falling open, hardly able to believe what he was hearing. Was Aerie had reported him dead? And had he just heard Aerie and another jouster agreeing that he was? A shadow passed across the opening above, and the familiar sound of dragon wings echoed down where Vetch waited. And for some time nothing more happened, as Vetch strained his ears and his nerves went tight as lute string. Then, when he was ready to scream with the tension, he heard something in the passage. It sounded like footfalls. 2 light feet, and 4 very, very heavy ones. That something was indeed Aerie and Cashit. The dragon had a large bag strapped across the back of his saddle. "Ah, awake! I don't suppose you overheard me up there," Aerie said cheerfully. "Down, Cashit." The dragon stretched himself alongside of Aerie, who was still sleeping. Most of it. I'm dead?" Vetch hesitated. "As the god king Arsani Katamun," Aerie agreed. He took the bag from the back of his saddle and tossed it to Vetch. It was a lot heavier than it looked. "Your grave goods. I told everyone you'd been thrown and the dragon had escaped, then suggested that I ought to go set up a funerary shrine to you and your father where I last saw your body. So, to avoid having you come back to haunt us, virtually everyone in the compound rushed to put together a rather motley assortment of funerary offerings. I, of course, put together a very select assortment of my own choosing as well, but I saw no reason to refuse their gifts. There might actually be something worth keeping in them." He felt rather as if he'd been run over by a chariot. Why had he not confided in Aerie in the first place? His fears seemed baseless now. Aerie had taken a chaotic situation in hand, and had taken care of every possible consideration. "You want me to leave these things for my father?" he hazarded. "Some of them," Aerie said cryptically. "There's another bag back up row heads and flex the shaft. Fishing line and hooks, a fishing net. Not much use in the desert, but they're small and light, so you might as well take them. Another knife, this one rather longer, a small axe. And last of all, in the very bottom of the back, a small sack that jingled." "What's this?" Aerie said in surprise, as he poured out the contents. "Coins and a little jewelry. Copper coins, copper rings, a copper bracelet, 2 very small silver pieces, several amulets of different gods made of enameled copper or soapstone or some other stone." Vetch expected Aerie to deem that useless as well, but after pouring it all back in the pouch, he put it with the rest of the gear. "You might need that when you're across the border to buy provisions," the jouster said. "Now, let's get you packed, because I'll have to bring the bags back with me if I'm going to maintain the story about laying all this out as grave offerings." In the end, the clothing went rolled into the bedding, all but the 2 capes, which Aerie fashioned into crude bags to hold the rest of the goods. 1 knife went on Vetch's belt, the others into the bags. When they tried the bags experimentally on Aerie, she didn't like them, but it appeared she would tolerate them. She craned her neck around to stare at the offending objects, quite affronted by their presence, sniffed them, then decided to ignore them. Vetch climbed back up to the niche, and Aerie handed up the things they had decided to leave. When Vetch climbed back down again, the niche was tightly packed, and Vetch was satisfied that his father's spirit was going to be rather pleased, for though the leavings might be impractical stuff for his journey, they were fine funerary goods. "Time to go," Aerie decreed. "We need to go east, far and fast, to get out of patrol range before the next scouting wave goes out today." "East?" Vetch asked, now supremely puzzled. Of course, Avatre had gone east into these hills, but he'd had no choice about where she went. Alta was in the north, not the east. But whether you make up your mind to go to Alta or elect to live in the wilderness after all of my warnings, you need to get out of where we're patrolling, or you'll only be caught, Aerie said firmly. He nodded as Vetch bit his lip. So you'll have to go east before you can go north. Besides, well, never mind. You'll see when we get there. We? He asked. I'm going to take you somewhere, he said, again surprising Vetch, who thought he had come to the end of surprises. Just follow me and Cashit, and don't drop back. It's going to be cursed hot, and you're going to want to get out of the sky, but that's the last thing we can afford to do. Up, Cashit. The great dragon rose. Aerie led him into the crevice. Vetch called to Avatre and followed. Instead of taking immediately into the hard blue sky as Vetch had expected, Aerie took hold of Cashit's harness and led them on foot. Outside that crevice, the sun beat down on Vetch's head with unrelenting heat. Under his bare feet, that he had thought were calloused and toughened, the hard, baked soil full of stones and hotter than the sands of the wallows was very difficult to climb. But he didn't complain. How could he? He owed Aerie much, much more than simple obedience without complaint, and it appeared that before this day was over, he was going to owe him a great deal more. Both of them laboring in the heat, sweating like lathered horses, they led their dragons over the top of next ridge. Only there, just below the crest, did Aerie mount up. Sweat poured down his face, but he ignored it. Remember what I said. Don't lag, he cautioned, as Vetch clambered into Avatre's saddle. Now, let's get going. We have a long way to go. At his signal, Cashit spread his wings and leaped, forward, not up. Avatre, purely by instinct, followed, both of them coasting down the slope of the hill like a pair of ducks skimming over the surface of the great Mother River. Up the following slope and down the next, Cashit skimmed along the surface of the hills, staying low, and after some confusion, Vetch thought he knew the reason. If they went up, there was the chance that someone might spot them in the distance, even if all they could see were two dots, and wonder why there were two dragons in the place where there should be only one. Despite the concerns that Aerie had voiced, he wasn't pressing Cashit to any great speed. Avatre fell in behind him, just off his right, showed only their eyes. I see you, Jouster of Tia, said a voice from behind the veil, either a high male voice or a low female. Vetch couldn't tell which. I see you, mouth of the people, Aerie replied respectfully, briefly touching first his chest, then lips, then forehead with his first two fingers. I come in peace. I greet you in peace, the Vedu answered, returning his salutation. Do you seek aught here from us besides peace? Water and a bargain in service, not goods. Aerie sketched another little bow, this time in Vetch's direction. Awkwardly, Vetch copied his salute of respect. My apprentice is of Alta. There were murmurs from behind the veils of the other Vedu, gathering around them, but no one spoke aloud but the one designated as the mouth. Of Alta. The mouth feigned no surprise. He has the look of it. Well, Jouster of Tia, apprentice of Alta, what is it that you bargain for? Aerie took a deep breath. Vetch held his. Aerie looked squarely into the eyes behind the veil. My apprentice would go home. Vetch had the feeling that no matter what Aerie had told the mouth of the Vedu, that personage would have at least appeared as if it was all perfectly expected and ordinary. Then again, perhaps it was. There were seers enough in the temples, so perhaps this person was a seer as well as spokesperson. Perhaps he, or she, had known for some time that they were coming, and what they would ask. Whether a seer or not, the mouth, however, was a shrewd bargainer, and proceeded to make it very plain that the services of the Vedu were not to be had cheaply. Aerie, for his part, made it equally clear that he expected a great deal out of the Vedu for their payment, and that he was no green goose fresh from the farmyard to be plucked. He drank from his own water-skin, though the well was in plain sight, and stood under the broiling sun as if it were the coolest of days in the winter rains. "Passage right for this mere child and his beast, 2 debeks," Aerie began. The mouth chuckled richly. "You take us for unsophisticated rustics, perhaps. A fugitive with a dragon going to your enemies? 20. 5, Aerie counted. "It is no dragon, but a dragonet, and not even one that was on the roster. 18. He will need hiding. How does one hide a dragon?" So the bargaining went, first passage right, then hunting right, shelter funerary gift. That at least is permitted. One can leave the wretched stuff in a tomb, a shrine, or as a temple offering. Haraket seemed to think this was a sensible plan, and I have no doubt that a scroll telling some fool scribe in the palace of what I have done is on its way to the treasury now, and the king will probably insist on replacing the wretched baubles with ones even larger and in poorer taste. Aerie sighed gustily, surprising Vetch into a laugh. End of Side 9. To continue, turn the cassette over. Joust by Mercedes Lackey. Continuing on page 366. "There, much better. Now eat," he prodded Vetch with a piece of flatbread. "You and Avatre will need strength. You'll be leaving this camp at the same time that I leave to return home." "Indeed," said the mouth, who seemed to materialize out of nowhere at just that moment. "It is too dangerous for you to remain here for very long. Hear what your master has bought you, apprentice. You will have safe passage across the face of the desert, and water at every oasis. You have the right to hunt and forage, and if you cannot find food on your own, then we will supply it. But as our resources are limited, you will be required to try hunting first. There will be a message going ahead of you, and a guide to the places where you will be spending your nights. Not human, no," the mouth told him, anticipating his question. "Here is the first one." He handed Vetch a cord with a blackened bead strung on it, but curiously the cord did not hang straight. It slanted toward the east as if something was pulling it, and when he took the cord from the mouth, that was indeed what it felt like. "At each stopping place you will surrender your guide and get another like this, that will lead you on to the next oasis," the mouth said. "And if by some fearful accident you are taken by your enemies, you must pledge on your soul's survival that you will release the bead to fly home without you." The mouth was clearly waiting for an answer in the affirmative. Vetch quickly stammered agreement and put the cord around his neck. "As I told you, you have hunting right, to hunt for whatever you see wild on the way, to feed your dragon and yourself. But you also have hearth right, giving you both food from our stores if you cannot catch anything. Though I will warn you, we are not a wealthy people, and you both may go hungry if you count upon this." "I won't," Vetch began, but the mouth wasn't listening. "Last of all, you have water right, which of itself is worth twice what this bandit bargained from me." The mouth's tone gave the lie to his words, though. He didn't sound angry or even annoyed. "So, the message is sped, and so should you be. A man on a camel can reach the next point on your journey by full dark. You should have no difficulty." With that, the mouth stalked off again, leaving Vetch to stare after him. "Don't look for friendship from them," Aerie warned. "We made a bargain, that's all. The Bedu don't care for our little wars, nor our pretensions at holding the night." "So, just what is your real name?" Aerie asked. "No, wait, let me guess. Kiron, like your father." Vetch nodded, and felt a sudden sting in his eyes that he blinked away. The bead suddenly tugged at Vetch's neck, just as the mouth materialized again, looking significantly at the sun. Aerie nodded, got to his feet, and whistled sharply for Kashit. The dragon raised himself from where he'd been basking in the heat beside Avatre, and moved toward his beloved jouster. Aerie swung up into his saddle, without asking Kashit to drop to the sand, and from that lofty perch looked down at Vetch. "Whatever you do, try not to get on the opposite end of a joust with me. I still have my duty, and I will hold to it." He nodded. "I understand." Aerie smiled again. "I thought you would. Your gods go with you in whatever you decide, Kiron." And he sent Kashit up into the sky, leaving Vetch, no, Kiron and Avatre to watch, as they disappeared into the heavens that were at last no less bright than his hopes, and no lighter than his heart. Epilogue. "Well, young Kiron," the mouth of the Bedu said, "one more day, and you will be where you wish to be, across the border in Alta. I hope that this proves to be truly what you desired." Kiron, he had told the Bedu at the beginning of his journey that this was his name, and how he wished to be addressed so as to get himself used to the shape of a name he had not used in years all over again, looked out over the desert and saw, in the far western distance, the faint haze that marked the beginning of land where things could grow. He licked dry lips. "It has to be, doesn't it?" he replied, as straightforward as the Bedu had been. "There's no place else for me to go." It had been a long journey, one in which he had lost track of the days as he zigzagged from one oasis to another, following the pull of the little beads he'd been given. At each oasis he would surrender the bead that had brought him there, to receive a new one. He and Avatre had learned together how to hunt, for only at an oasis, and only if they had not been at all successful in their attempts to find food on their own, would the Bedu supply them. This was not out of greed, when an oasis held herds and flocks that numbered not in the hundreds but in the handfuls of animals. It was very clear that the Bedu were not a wealthy people. Honorable, yes, true to their word without a doubt, but not wealthy. He and Avatre honed their hunting skills quickly. He could not bear to see the big eyes of the unveiled children